Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order for December 17th, 2024, meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Here.
Friend.
Here.
McPherson. And Hernandez.
Here.
Cummings absent.
I would like to see if there's any members of the board who would like to dedicate today's moment of silence. If no, seeing none, if you can please join me in a general moment of silence. Now, if you can please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask our CAO if there's any late additions, deletions to the regular or consent agendas today.
Yes. On the consent agenda, item number 33, there's additional materials. There's a revised board memo, packet page 338, which is replaced. Recommended action number 5 should read, adopt the resolution amending resolution 310-2008, amending resolution 16-2014, and committing funds for the project construction contract as required by SB 81. There's also additional materials, resolution committing funds, which is inserted after packet page 341. In addition, on Zone 5, the Flood Control and Water District, there are a couple of corrections on the regular agenda on Zone 5. Item number 7, there's additional materials. Revised board memo, packet page 9, adds table with third quarter fiscal year 23-24 revenue totals. On item number 8, there's additional materials, the revised board memo, packet page 11, which adds table with fourth quarter fiscal year 2023-24 revenue totals. That concludes the corrections for today's agenda.
Okay, that is noted. Is there any board member who'd like to remove an item from the consent or to the regular agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to pull the Metro board items to combine them into one item on the first item of the regular agenda. So that's item 45, 47, 48, and 49, just so we can hear them all as one item. And so if we could make that the first item on the regular agenda so that people don't have to wait for that item.
So have we made any changes to that?
You can hear that as that nomination item as the first item. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Any other ones? I would like to move item 21. And that would be to, is it 15.1?
Yes, and just for purposes of organization, the nominations item should be labeled as 7.1, but we'll hear 7.1 before 7.
Nominations. Okay. We'll move to the consent public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda, items that are on the consent agenda. Or if you'd like to speak to us regarding an item that is on the regular agenda, please note that you will not be able to speak for a second time when the item is heard. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. Please form a line at the podium. And make sure you turn on the microphone.
Mr. Chair, before we go to the public, I'd just like to make a special comment, a public comment about just when we thought we'd seen it all, we had a tornado in Scotts Valley. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the people and the first responders who reacted to that and made it as safe as can be. It's something that none of us, I don't think, have ever seen before. But thank you to those people who responded and helped those who were in need at that time. Unexpected, never seen before, but thank you very much for the reaction that you had to help the people in need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. Quite a full house full of law enforcement. That's wonderful. You know, in regards to the tornado, that was quite amazing. I was working on Zayante that day. No power that day. We're having extreme winter weather events all over the planet in the United States where we're having a year's worth of snow or rain in 1 to 3 days, and it's not even winter yet. What does that say about the green agenda? So, you know, everybody should take what I say as observations. I mean, I choose not to stand and pledge allegiance to the corporate pirate flag. You know, you stand outside this building and there's a U.S. flag and a California flag that do not have the maritime corporate pirate fringe on them. You know, it's wonderful that so many law enforcement are in here, and I think I know one of the reasons why. Law enforcement has a really beguiling job. There's like 5 different legal parameters that I could clearly describe, and they're forced to operate enforcing laws that are really sometimes kind of comical and wrong, depending on one's perspective. You know, I was asked last week to testify in federal court over an issue that happened at Twin Lakes Beach. And I was trying to be kind to my friend, because I'm sure that law enforcement engaged with me at least as many times as with the volunteers, but they did it quite differently. You know, if I'm going to disagree with somebody, I'm going to be as polite as possible. And I didn't, at finals, I was working, so didn't really have the heart to tell my friend that if I testified in his case, he was absolutely going to lose. So it'll just be interesting to see what's going on in this year. I was at work before here. I'll be going to work again after I leave. It's kind of warm, but there's a lot to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, board. My name is Chris Clark, Sheriff Corner, and I'm honored to be here this morning to really celebrate the career of Kathy Sams, who is our fiscal manager, retiring after 34 years of county service. And that's, as you see, the support that Kathy has and the impact that she's had in our office. Starting as a payroll clerk with the auditor's office and then moving into working with the sheriff's office all the way through to our fiscal manager. And you know, with any department, it's important to really have the right person to be able to manage our budget and to take care of all of our fiscal responsibilities in a way that makes sense for good stewardship of the public's money. And so that is an absolutely true statement when it comes to Kathy and just her expertise in making sure that we're on budget. We have the equipment that we need, the tools that we need, and we're able to provide the best service we can. And so your board has issued a proclamation for Kathy on her behalf. I really appreciate that. And so my colleagues behind me, Monica Roach will be assuming Kathy's position here in the coming days. And so to read that proclamation, I wanted to turn it over to Monica, followed by Lisette, and then Amanda, who's Kathy's daughter, who's gonna say some closing statements, and then Kathy herself. So thank you, board.
Good morning. Whereas Kathy Sams is retiring from county service after 34 years of public service, deserving of recognition for her dedication and commitment. And whereas Kathy was hired in 1996 as an assistant departmental analyst, within 3 months, she was promoted to departmental analyst. Her dedication and professional goals led her to greater leadership roles in the sheriff's office, to her current role as the sheriff's administrative manager. And for the past 4 years, and whereas she was responsible for the administrative and fiscal support services for various essential divisions such as fiscal payroll, records, civil division, and crime analysis unit, her dedication and coordination have been key to ensuring optimal fiscal performance to the sheriff's office operations.
Good morning. Whereas Kathy never missed a beat as a hands-on supervisor and tenacious negotiator in supporting all Sheriff's Office fiscal operations, she worked diligently to develop the agency's $112 million annual budget, accounting for and reconciling every expenditure, and managing state and federal grants on behalf of Sheriff Corner. And whereas she assisted with the President's Task Force of 21st Century Policing in 2016, coordinated the firearm buyback program, advanced numerous annual grants to enhance community response efforts and public safety services, led work on various facility renovation projects and equipment purchases for the main jail, Blaine Street Women's Facility, Roundtree Facility, and the DNA Lab, among other initiatives. Good morning. Whereas Kathy oversaw and led civilian staff in the Sheriff's Office Administration and Fiscal Division with fervor and was a tireless advocate for the Sheriff's Office. And whereas Kathy served during the COVID-19 pandemic, 7 federally declared disasters, and the CZU Lightning Complex fire, ensuring the fiscal operations of the Sheriff's Office effectively supported the agency's response to these critical incidents. Now, therefore, Justin Cummings, Chair of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, hereby thank Kathy Sams for her decades of dedicated civil service and her contributions to the Sheriff's Office and the community. In closing, I'd like to say during her 30-plus years of service, Kathy has shown dedication, perseverance, and great leadership. She leaves behind a legacy that will be the standard for those who come after her. Take it from me, her daughter. Kathy may have small feet, but those are big shoes to fill. She will be missed, but as she moves on to the next chapter, we know she will enjoy traveling, spending time with friends, and enjoying the little moments with her family. Thank you for the example you have set for so many of us, and we wish you well. And I love you. Mom does not like public things. She does not like being the center of attention. But I think we can all agree that Mom has done a lot for us. She has put in tireless, effortless hours into the Sheriff's Office and into this community. I know that she is very proud of the work that she's done and thankful for being able to work with all of you and work with our wonderful Sheriff's Office family. And we will miss her at work, but we will know she's always there in some way.
Mr. Chair, if I may add some information here. I've had the honor of working with Kathy. She was one of the very first people to reach out to me when I worked at Santa Cruz Police Department. And I've considered you more than just a colleague, but a friend. And I have to tell you that in most agencies, there's a pretty strong divide between non-sworn and sworn. To see everybody in their Class A's, to see the entire department functionally coming here for you shows how you've transcended that divide, not just at the Sheriff's Office, but I think across law enforcement in this entire community. Every law enforcement agency in this community respects you. Every law enforcement agency in this community. In fact, I was told when I first started that I needed to be like you when I was doing, and I hope that you felt that I lived up to that expectation in that way, Kathy. You're a wonderful person. You're an absolute example. And this is a big loss for this is a legitimately big loss for the Sheriff's Office and this community writ large. I'm not surprised that you didn't speak today. The community may not know who you are because there's public facing members of the department, but you have contributed, I would say, equally or greater to the success of local law enforcement, safety, and the Sheriff's Office writ large over the last 30 years than any other member that was sworn to that department. So I honor you in your retirement. You deserve it. You're a wonderful person.
Am I up? Hi, Carol Turley with Pajaro Dunes, here for my 2 minutes to say thank you, Zach. Before you start thinking that somebody would actually bring you flowers, these are for Allison. You know, all of the people who are in the back room who never get the thanks, but who do a ton of work. And she's been very responsive and receptive and efficient and all of those kinds of things. So if you will make sure she gets that, I would appreciate it. Now on to you. You know, one of my favorite things about you that most people don't know, and the reason people wouldn't suspect this of you is because, sorry to say this, but you do look a little L7, but a square. I forget, you're not as old as me. So in honor of your time as a bass player in a punk band, I have a little guitar for you, just to remember that we all now know about your past. Where's my card? Memory. Okay. So I know you love walking on the beach. I've seen you at Pajaro Dunes and other beaches. You love the beach. So I brought you a little bit of beach sand. And before anybody sends me an invoice for $100,000 for stealing beach sand, this really isn't beach sand. It's actually real salt. It's only a representation of beach sand. Okay. Don't give me a penalty. So there's that. We've dealt with flooding issues for a long time at Pajaro Dunes, and I know that you will be somewhere in the San Diego area where, oh my God, 30 seconds, where there's a significant problem with sewage that floats up from TJ. And I believe you don't have an actual plan for what to do when you get down there. And I would really appreciate it if you would fix that. But I bought 5 gross of these live straws, and you might be able to use one down there because I understand the water's quite bad. And I've lost my card. What else? Oh, you know what? I appreciate 3 seconds. Please give me a couple more seconds, please. I appreciate your guidance over the years, your friendship, your recommendation that I do something that maybe I wasn't quite ready for. So I'm going to give you one of my little lapel pins so you can take that to Southern Cal with you. Anyway, thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Oh, it started already. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me address you. My name is Joy Flynn, Commissioner of EEOC, also Original Cares J member appointed by John Leopold. I'm here to ask, first of all, thank you for adopting a resolution to extend the stipend amount to individuals serving on county department advisory groups, along with the commissions. This is agenda item 16622. There's some language in there that I was coming to ask that would be stricken from that. It's paragraph 4 in the discussion area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the last sentence. The stipend shall be paid for each public meeting, asking that you would strike the word public from that. And asking for that because we have a proven track record of getting a lot of work done in the last 4 or 5 years that we've been together. And we operate in privacy so that we can have really deep and meaningful conversations to move work forward. It would be potentially psychologically dangerous for us to have these meetings be public. We have seen what's happened with some city council meetings with people calling, and then also potentially physically dangerous. And if you look at the strategic initiatives, the comprehensive health and safety, health equity, so it would kind of be in support of our safety. And I ask for you to help keep us safe. And lastly, my 10 seconds. Zach, thank you for everything that you've done. I'm happy to have presented to you in these last few seconds on your last day. I've seen you grow into such a great supervisor and leader, and I'm honored to have had the opportunity to serve with you and work with you. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisors, good morning. My name is Justin White, CEO of Candy Landscaping. It's my honor to kick off a new discussion. It was a great way to start the meeting this morning. It's going to be a little more contentious for you guys. You're going to hear from two sides today. You're going to hear from non-union contractors which we represent, K&D Landscaping. There's about 25, maybe more of us now speaking from K&D, and you're going to hear from union workers and employees and haul runners. We're going to advocate for a pass of the PLA today. And I know it's just a pilot program, but it sends a message to our community of exclusion and prejudice. A no vote is an open market where K&D Landscaping, a company that's been here for almost 40 years, and I personally own a home, and so does my father in Zach Friend's district, that we're not qualified to work on county-funded projects because we're not in the union. And you're going to hear from the union side that is going to tell you that the passage of the PLA is going to provide them and you guys with strong, sustainable projects with no risk of going over budget or over schedule. But frankly, one vote is for inclusion, letting everybody participate in the fair bidding process. And the other vote is for exclusion, only allowing a small percentage of the workforce to participate. Although there is a carve out for us to provide core employees, there is a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning our employees would need to be dispatched from the union, and every employee that we dispatch from our own company will be accompanied on a 1-to-1 ratio with a union journeyman from the out of work list. As you can see, we have plenty of team members on the K&D team to serve the county. We've done so for many projects. You're going to hear from a lot of amazing employees and team members of mine. And I just urge you to think about inclusion and think about keeping all of us working for the county. And Supervisor Friend, thank you so much for everything you guys have done and you specifically have done for this county, and wish you the best in your next journey. Thank you, guys.
Chair, if I could just note that it looks like a number of people are stepping up to speak right now on what is actually your second agenda item, which is item 7 on the agenda. And that right now is the time for public comment, general public comment. And so I'm not thinking that folks understand that the item isn't actually up before you right now.
That's correct. If you speak now, you won't have the opportunity to speak on the item, on the next agenda item.
Basically, I guess just from a procedural standpoint, so you understand, item 7, which is immediately after this consent, this is generally for people to speak on items that are on our consent agenda or items not on today's agenda, or if they can't stay. But assuming that you're going to stay for the presentation and all of the discussion, then the proper time to speak on it is just in about 15 minutes or so. I mean, it's not even that long from now, but the item just hasn't been heard yet. So I just want to make sure your team understands that.
Fortunately, we're not being paid by the union to be here, so they got to get back to their job sites.
Okay, that's fine, Justin. Okay, then feel free to come forward.
Good morning. My name is Haley Georgalis, and I'm the office manager at K&D Landscaping, and I've worked for K&D for 5 years, and I'm a resident of Santa Cruz County. As a local landscape company, we urge the county to vote no on PLA because it limits opportunities for small local businesses, drives up costs, and reduces competition, ultimately impacting local jobs and taxpayers. Thank you.
I'm George Hernandez, and I work for K&D. I've been working for K&D for 6 years, and I love to work for K&D, and I vote no. Thank you.
Morning. My name is David. I work for K&D for 5 years, so no PLA. Thank you.
My name is Andres. I'm working for K&D for more than 7 years. I'm foreman for commercial, and we want to continue doing that, and we say no. Thank you.
Can you please speak to the mic too?
My name is Francisco Mejia, and I'm working for K&D for 2 years, and no. Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Medina, working for KD and position as my foreman. I no voto por la ley.
Good morning. I said my name is Jose Guzman. I have the 2 years for KND and the no for EOLA.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carlos Cortez. My vote is no to the PLA.
Morning. My name is Jose Adrian Ramos de Ara. It's no prepared.
My name is Pedro Ramos. No PLA.
Hi, my name is José Aragón. No voto por la ley.
My name is Uriel Ortiz and no on the PIA.
Well, good morning. My name is Alejandro. I'm working for Candy Landscaping from more than 5 years, and I know about it.
Seeing that there's no one else on for public comment in person, we'll go to see if there's anyone online that would like to address the board.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Rachel, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. As a citizen and taxpayer in Santa Cruz, I'm concerned that the county provide assurance that a local nonprofit ventures is not engaging in unethical practices that set a dangerous precedent for everyone, not only the migrant populations whom they serve. They're scheduled to receive $500,000 for their Semelitas program, which provides banking services and financial incentives for vaccinations to local migrant populations. I'm particularly troubled because parents to be served by ventures must sign a consent form so that information regarding their baby's wellness visits and complete vaccination status is shared. Allow me to read the last sentence, item number 6 of the English version of this consent form available on the Semelitas website. This is from the Central California Alliance for Health. This is a quote. Ventures does not have to follow privacy laws. This means that Ventures could share the information above with others. Ventures has told us that they will not share your baby's information, unquote. I find this to be an extraordinarily disturbing formulation to find on a legal document. I hope that you will take this all seriously. While this is being conducted in conjunction with California's 529 College Fund for Newborns, I do not believe that everyone is being given financial incentives for vaccinations. Given the great turmoil in our public health system and the widespread public knowledge of the danger of the mRNA platform, including thousands of professionals, scientists, and doctors all over the world demanding a complete cessation of this platform, I hope that you will take this with the seriousness it deserves, because it is not justice to deliver bodies to pharma. That's not justice, and I don't think it should be done in Santa Cruz's name. Thank you.
Rex, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. My name is Rex Heim with the Western Electrical Contractors Association. WECA is a premier independent electrical contractors association offering both apprenticeship and electrician trainee programs. Our apprenticeship program is both statewide and federally approved. Our contractor members sponsor the apprentices, so it is an earn while you learn program. I would like to discuss today the vote on your proposed project labor agreement and the negative impacts it will have on the county. Certain provisions will discriminate against the local workforce. The definition of apprentice in this agreement will exclude every single non-union apprentice from working on your projects. I don't know why anyone would want to exclude state-approved apprentices from working on your county projects. Second, the core worker language only allows for merit shop contractors to employ up to 3 of their own employees at a 1-to-1 ratio from the local hiring hall, and all of the rest of the contractors' local workers would be forced to stay at home with no work. This agreement will deter open competition in the construction industry for your public works projects. That will reduce bids and raise costs for your projects that get put out to bid. Also, public works projects require the use of prevailing wage. Every worker on these projects will be getting paid the same. Fair wages is not anything a PLA has control over, but what the PLA does have control over is taking wages out of workers' paychecks that don't agree to be a part of the union. Say no to discrimination, say no to shutting the doors on local contractors and their local workforce, say no to wage theft, say no to this project labor agreement. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Call in user 1, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Call in user 1, your microphone is now available. Going to proceed to the next speaker. Paul, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Paul Bruno. I'm a principal of Monterey Peninsula Engineering. MP is a family, locally owned and operated general engineering contractor. We're a merit shop contractor. Our employees choose not to join a union. We often perform work for the County of Santa Cruz. You may recall I've spoken in the past about the proposed PLA pilot program. So here I am again. So in the background section of your staff report, it mentions provisions that the county negotiation team wanted to include in the PLA language. These are things they felt were important. It clearly points out that several that were not included because the Trades Council would not agree to them. One very important provision is highlighted. It's in a bullet, and I'll quote it. Termination provisions that would allow the county to terminate a PLA under any conditions identified by the county, end quote. This is a very important provision. This allows this board to retain control over how it conducts business. This is a much needed provision and should be added back by you today. This is a pilot program. It's a pilot program because the impacts are unknown. Many believe that a PLA will be detrimental to the county. If the county finds this to be true, it should be able to halt the program. It should not have to wait to the end of a 5-year pilot program period. This board should never abdicate its duty to protect the community. You work for the voters, not the unions. If you do intend to approve the pilot program today, please add back this important community protection provision. Thank you very much.
Polling user ending in 2915, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I want to say that I had hoped to comment about what I had seen on the agenda last Friday, the Mills Act being implemented, actions to take, making the Mills Act happen in our county. But now looking on the agenda, consent agenda, I do not see it. It had been item consent agenda 42, but it is now off of the agenda, and I'm wondering why. The Mills Act would significantly incentivize people who own historic and cultural resource properties to maintain them in exchange for a reduction in property tax. If this has been moved somewhere else on the consent agenda, I am glad. It disturbs me to see that maybe it has been removed because
Ms. Steinbrenner, we'll stop your time for a second. This is Zach. It's item 43. It's still there. It's still on the consent agenda. Thank you. But
all right. Well,
go ahead.
That's good news. Thank you very much, Supervisor Friend. So I support that, and it will help preserve historic resources in our county. I'm curious why the nationally registered Bayview Hotel was not included in the list of properties that it would benefit, but it certainly could benefit that property. I also am very happy to see consent agenda item 75, $40,000 to support a county historic resources contact statement. I'm very glad to see the county stepping up and doing something that can actually help preserve our county's historic resources. I still protest the county well ordinance. I think it's number 21, because I think it's causing forced consolidation in the area of the Pure Water SoCal project, where private wells will no longer be permitted to get upgrades. And thank you for your service, both supervisors. Thank you.
Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett. My comments, just the facts regarding Zach Friend's policy contributions during his tenure, a partial list of imposed harm, and I see you've done a good job representing the corporate interests, but not the public health. You've limited public comment from 3 to 2 minutes. entering agreements with telecom corporations like Verizon, Cruzeiro, etc., you have mandated the intensification of microwave radiation destruction that has taken place over the last few decades. You led the way to install 13 cancer-causing, radiation-emitting cell towers in 1 square mile in my Aptos neighborhood, rejecting evidence of the dangers and degrading our wildlife and human health. No resident or child ever authorized 24/7 involuntary bodily microwave radiation trespass. No one consented to these autocratic violations of our privacy, health, constitutional or property rights. Under the Nuremberg Treaty, it is illegal to experiment on people without their informed consent. You voted for the gas mushroom microwave emitting dome on top the sheriff station. You supported mandatory toxic vaccines to be injected into school children as a condition for public education, violating parental rights. Coerced COVID injections, as documented, dangerous, as documented in the Pfizer paper.
Raymond, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ray Cancino, Community Bridges CEO. And I apologize, I'm not there in person for public comment, but just wanted to thank Supervisor Friend and Supervisor McPherson for their leadership, their unwavering commitment to older adults by ensuring that funding was available for Meals on Wheels. Even though it hasn't kept pace with inflation, I just really wanted to echo the commitment and how hard it's been to be able to sustain a significant level of support for these meals in our community. And it's much appreciated from the staff, the community, and the people we serve. And wanted to thank you for your unwavering dedication through the last several years that you have had to do this from discretionary funds. Thank you again, and I'm sure that you're not going to be missing my phone calls or meeting with me asking for money, but I'll still probably do that in donations. So look forward to that phone call. Thank you again.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments on the consent agenda. I'll start on my right with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 33, the Juvenile Hall Renovation Upgrades Project, I just wanted to congratulate General Services Department for finally getting to the point where we're ready to accept a bid. This project has been in planning for a long time, and the all-weather exercise and training facility will provide to youth, as well as the Seed to Table program, are really going to help bring the juvenile hall facility to the next level. Of course, it's always unfortunate when we have to incarcerate youth at all, but in the case where it is necessary, it's nice that we're making this investment of over $16 million to ensure that this facility is truly living up to being a place where people can improve their lives. On item 43, the development of the Mills Act program to maintain historic buildings, I want to thank Supervisor Friend for his work on this and for inviting me to co-sponsor this item. There are many historic parcels in our community, 235 to be exact. And these parcels are often difficult to maintain, and yet we clearly have a public interest in doing so. The Balbinbis House in SoCal is just one very prominent example, located on SoCal Drive, that has new owners, and haven't had the opportunity to discuss with them exactly how they're doing keeping up the place, but I'm sure they could use a little help. And there are so many other properties just like it. So excited to support this act or development of a program here today. Those are all my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Friend.
Thank you. We'll just, for consistency, register a no vote on item 18. I would like to also acknowledge Supervisor Koenig for co-sponsoring this item on the Mills Act with me on item 43. I agree with the speaker that called in. This is a unique opportunity for the county. And there's definitely some parameters around here to ensure that the county itself is also protected moving forward. This came forward functionally from the Historic Resources Commission and a lot of great work from Kevin Newhouse, who's my commissioner from the 2nd District on this. Looking forward to seeing what gets created coming out of that. On item 28, I'm in agreement with Ms. Flynn, who came in and spoke on that item. I think that when it comes time to a motion, I'd like to just go ahead and add this language now to strike from both the resolution. I guess the resolution is actually what needs to happen. The language that refers to the public meeting component of it. I don't think that that's a necessary requirement in order for us to compensate folks on the department advisory groups, especially a group like that that's doing remarkable work for the community doesn't need to have that. They're still providing public reports to the community more broadly. So we can strike that one line from or I think it's one line from the resolution. Any reference to the public meeting component in the resolution, I'd recommend striking in item 28. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Just really quick, I wanted to make sure that we're good with that with our county council.
Sure, I understand the direction if that's accepted as part of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to congratulate on item 33, the Juvenile Hall General Services and Probation for getting this improvement underway. It's been a long time in coming. This is a great investment for the facility designed to support justice-involved youth in their goals toward a healthy and reintegration to building better lives and skills for them. My understanding is we withdrew items 45 and 48, among others. Okay. Item 67, I'll thank the OR3 staff for its work on the Regional Working Climate Group, of course, and your historic work on the county's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, or CAP. The shared vision on that and the collaboration with the regional group to address regional climate change impacts and to secure funding to implement mitigation and adaptation initiatives really is going to be vital in the success of the county's CAP. The CAP and the Regional Working Group will both represent tremendous progress on this work for 12 years, from 12 years ago when it first took office. And it speaks to our values as a county that and our commitment to prevent and adapt to climate change that we do this. The item number 70 to defer the update on the Boulder Creek Water Project. Although we are deferring this update until March, this is my last opportunity as supervisors to thank our staff and OR3, Public Works and Water Resources for their extensive work on this project. Updating and engineering, the initial scoping helped with us getting a $2 million grant from the federal government, thanks to then outgoing Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, which is now being administered by the Environmental Protection Agency on the federal level. This project's a huge undertaking and require much more state and federal investment because in reality, it's going to require much more extensive local match. I want to strongly encourage this board and our staff to continue working on this project to seek support for this community for funding. It's vital to the San Lorenzo Valley area. On item number 80, the Mount Charlie Road completion. This has been a long haul. Thank you to all the Mountain Charlie Road constituents that advocated for this work. I know they were very appreciative of the temporary road that has been put in place. Thank you to Public Works, especially Public Works Director Steve Wiesner, for its commitment to make this emergency work happen. I'm pleased the project came under the $700,000. We set $700,000 we set aside from Measure D funds. This was the entire Measure D budget for the District 5 this year. We also appreciate the involvement of the state and federal officials who were participating in this to ensure that it'll be reimbursed. As the staff report indicates, we hope to receive around $600,000 of the total project costs back, or about 60%. And if I could add additional direction to that consent item, with that in mind, about the $600,000. I would like to make additional direction that any county funds reimbursed by the state and federal agency for this Mountain Charlie project be returned to District 5's Measure D fund to be reallocated for future projects, if that's appropriate. Thank you.
So I have a few comments. Item number 22. I know that this closure during the floods is for public safety, and I agree with that. But I would like to make sure that we do at some point plan to secure funding for a permanent fix for Paulson Road. And number 33, I'll keep it short. I think Supervisor Koenig and Pearson said it good. And so I'm happy that this is happening. We need it for youth that are in our county and families as well. And number 44, 44, 46, and 40, those two. I want to thank commissioners that it's an important role to play in our county, in our decision-making body. So I want to thank Elizabeth Hernandez for the Parks and Rec Commission, and also Phyllis Stark for the Emergency Medical Care Commission. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any item 18.
18, yeah. So,
are we moving it?
Yeah. So, no, Mr. Chair, I'll move the consent as amended with the additional direction from Supervisor McPherson and myself, and then a note registering a personal no vote on item 18.
Thank you.
Oh, and also Supervisor McPherson, a no vote on 18.
Thank you.
And just to be clear on I think it was item 28 with the additional direction on item 28 as well, right? Which was to strike.
Yes,
the information from
that's correct on 28, and your item, Supervisor McPherson, the additional direction was on item 80. Thank you.
Quick question. So if we have two no votes on 18, then the item would actually fail, or would it come back? I mean, I'm happy to suggest that we continue the item to the January meeting.
If there's two no votes right now on 18, it would fail. The item would fail. So staff would have to bring it back on on another time on a first read if it wanted to. But
I think
second read.
I think Supervisor Koenig is asking if we can bring it back January.
Yeah.
Yes, you somebody as part of a motion that was made today, one could move to defer second reading on item 18 until the first meeting in January, if that was the preference of the board.
Thank you. So we don't need anything.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to kill the item, but with that said, I recognize sort of the uniqueness of the situation, and I recognize also that Chair Cummings is not here and has a position on this. So I'm comfortable with let me withdraw my initial motion and make a new motion. So I'd like to move consent as amended with the additional direction on items 28 and 80 with two no votes, and on item 18 to continue that item to the first meeting in the second read for the first meeting in January.
To clarify, it'll come back for a first read.
Excuse me, that's a second.
No, it'll come back for a second read in January.
So we have a motion. And we have a second. We have a motion from Supervisor Friend and seconded by Supervisor McPherson. Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson. And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with no on 28, all with Supervisor Friend and Supervisor McPherson, and additional comments to 80 and 28.
They were all. It passed unanimously, just with additional direction on 28 and 80.
Exactly.
So on item 7.1, the first item on the regular agenda, the reason why I pulled these items from Metro is just because there was multiple nominations, and I just want to simply combine it into it so we can have a single vote or nomination of this board moving forward. It was just so we wouldn't have to vote no on some and yes on others on consent. It's kind of a strange process. So I didn't need a presentation, didn't want to discuss it any kind of more in depth. I can hand it over to my colleagues who actually put forward the nominations, or if there's individuals here specifically that had applied for the Metro nominations, this would be your opportunity to step forward on the item. But Supervisor Koenig, I recognize you brought.
Supervisor Friend, we talked with the county council and CAO. They said we vote for the nominations, and then at a later time we vote on the actual person.
Yeah, no, I recognize that, but it still would have necessitated no votes on some of the nominations moving forward. And so what I'm trying to do here is just combine the items into one so that we can move forward potentially one nomination. Or that's what we're doing, is we'd be sending to a future board a recommendation of an individual for actual appointment in January.
So we're actually taking a vote on the nomination?
On the nominations.
On the nomination.
For example, right now, you have 2 seats that are open and there are 3 people that are being nominated. So this is the board's opportunity to either forward all 3 of those nominations forward to the next board to decide, or to decide that you wanted to have less than 3 people nominated for appointment.
Yeah, so for clarification, I believe there's only 1 seat that's open.
1 seat, 2 people, 2 nominations.
Well, actually, there's 3 nominations for 1 seat.
Yeah,
3 nominations for 1 seat. There you go. Okay, thank you.
Can we just move that be discussed in January? Yeah, that's not.
Let me try to rephrase it.
Yes.
Basically, there's 3 proposed nominees from individual board members for group approval to be forwarded for appointment. So, you can decide right now, the 4 of you could decide right now that we don't want 3 people nominated for this seat. We only want 1 person nominated for this seat, or we want 2 people nominated for this seat. And then the next board will have that person to consider for appointment, or those people to consider for appointment.
And that was my intention. My intention was to simplify this down to put forward an individual for the January vote.
I'll back a step away from the technical proceedings here and just say I think we're extremely lucky to have 3 very qualified candidates who have applied for this position. The Metro Board is really an exciting place to be right now. We've been making great progress, including expanding bus service for the first time in years, and including the Youth Ride Free program. We have a ton of new buses coming in, hydrogen buses. We're going to replace about half the fleet over the next year and a half. And so some really exciting things going on. And it's great to see that we have a caliber of applicant that really rises to the occasion. I think that we have at least a couple of those applicants here in the audience today. And so I would suggest to the chair that we give them an opportunity to speak and just express their interest in the appointment, and then decide what to do after that. I mean, if it pleases the chair.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Darren Caddis. I've applied for the Santa Cruz Metro Board, and I thought it would be worth, giving at least a brief introduction. I'm open to questions as well. I've been a resident of Santa Cruz for 23 years. I have raised my children here. I was up until recently retired, but the chief design officer for Plantronics here in town for quite some time. Also served on the Museum of Art and History Board for 7 years, was a key partner, I would say, with Nina Simon, the executive director, in revitalizing Abbott Square. In addition, I sat on the Shakespeare Santa Cruz board for some time. And my background actually is in transportation. I worked for Fiat Automotive for 3 years as a car designer for BMW, designing cars and motorcycles, and was director of design for Indian Motorcycle when it was in Gilroy, located in Gilroy, which is what brought me to Santa Cruz County. So I have an interest in all things transportation, quite frankly. It just kind of courses through my blood. And being in a wheelchair, I'm a T5 paraplegic. I have a keen interest in representing the disabled community in this context as well. So if there's any questions, I'm certainly open to fielding them, but I thought that introduction at least might serve the board. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another nominee?
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Larry Pegler. I am a retired, the current Metro Board representative from the county at large, and retired from UC Santa Cruz in 2019, where I'd worked since 1983 as a campus planner and director of transportation and parking services. In that context, I was able to implement the Americans with Disabilities Act as it related to the campus transit program, as well as expanding the transit programs and all of the travel demand management programs at UC Santa Cruz. It brought me the experience of working closely with various jurisdictions and agencies in the area. I think it gives me a relatively broad perspective on the challenges and the opportunities of the transit system that we're implementing in Santa Cruz County. So, been a resident since 1977, starting to feel like a long time. So, and I used to ride the bus from Ben Lomond every day back down to Santa Cruz about 1980 to 81. So, any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, I just want to clarify regarding the appointments. We received a letter from the Metro that there are actually 2 vacancies. Supervisor McPherson is going off the board and Mr. Larry Pegler. So you'll actually want to appoint or nominate 2.
Right, but one of those is typically a board member to at which we would fill with the placements at the beginning of the calendar year when we have the new board seated, whereas one is an at-large appointment.
According to, they're all 5 are considered at-large, but should you want to appoint a board member to replace Supervisor McPherson, you could.
I see. Thanks.
So with that, we'll actually take it to the public for public comment before we have questions from the board. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment online?
I see. Yes, I see speakers online, Chair.
Okay.
Barry, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. Thank you. I want to throw in a thank you to Supervisors Friend and McPherson. It's been great having your contributions and to get to know you. On the matter of appointments to the Metro Board, I think we have a number of qualified candidates, but I always advocate for seeing a lot of South County representation, and to the extent that we can appoint our someone from South County, as well as maybe return Larry Pegler to the Metro Board, I would be very appreciative. And Zach, I hope you got that appointment with the Little League. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
So with that, I'll bring it back to the board for clarification, further direction, and a proper motion.
I just I'm confused because I understood there was a third candidate that put in a nomination.
There is, and that individual isn't here today, and we did continue pull all of those items off of the consent for consideration right now.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear.
County Council, I wanted to ask a question. So when I asked to clarify this issue, it was said that the process is that we vote for all the nominees and then vote on them later. That we're voting on nominees, not the actual representative
That's correct.
Okay.
Today you are voting on today the board is voting on who is being nominated for appointment.
Thank you.
Right. So basically we can select someone today or select someone in January. I think I see no reason personally to wait till January. We've had folks speak today. We've got these fantastic applications in front of us. I'm prepared to move that we nominate Darren Caddis. I think that ultimately we have, like I said, 3 fantastic applicants, but the fact that the seat has traditionally gone to someone who can be an advocate for the disability community, and I do think that there's a difference between living that every day in your day-to-day experiences and sort of understanding it from a technical perspective. I also think that Mr. Caddis brings some incredible experience, both from a design perspective and also a business perspective. That could be a huge asset to the Metro.
I'll second that nomination, and I agree that was the history of that position was that, although that's a little bit morphed over time. And I think that the second opening should be filled by the board with a member of the Board of Supervisors in January, when the chair, which will actually be you, Supervisor Hernandez, brings forward the nominations for all the commissions at that time. So I'll second that nomination to move forward on that.
Yeah, I'm in a tough spot because I have the utmost respect for Mr. Pegler. I've worked with him on Metro for many years. His contributions and extensive experience can't be matched. For the past 4 years, I see the value of having Mr. Caddis. It's going to be difficult for me to. I've worked really, really well over the years with Mr. Pegler, and I don't know. I think that maybe Mr. Chair, you're going to have the deciding vote on this.
This is for the position that's open at large, not Supervisor.
That's correct.
McPherson's position. Yeah, he is the, I don't know if you call it incumbent, but I think that personally, I thought that we were going to take this vote in January. So I think the applicant also thought this was going to happen in January, not today.
And that's still possible. Today, you could forward both nominations for appointment, or all 3 for appointment, and then this discussion can happen. The discussion that you're having right now can happen with the new board.
So I'd like to see if friendly amendment, if we can nominate all 3.
Yeah,
I'll second.
All right, well then
a counter motion.
There's no legal impediment to doing it.
Sure. All right, well then I'll nominate all 3 candidates to move forward to January, and we can decide then.
So we have a new motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is that correct? You got it? Okay, so we have a second from Supervisor, second from Supervisor, motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor McPherson. Madam, can we take a roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes.
You knew every time.
Motion passes unanimously. I think we needed some clarification on this vote before we did this whole process. So motion passes. Next, we move on to item 7. Considering approving project labor agreements with Monterey and Santa Cruz County building trades for the use of specified on the county pilot program and take related actions.
Good morning, supervisors. Elisa Benson, Assistant County Administrative Officer. I'm here with Michael Beaton, our Director of the Department of General Services, and I have a couple more members of our county team for the PLA pilot project program in the audience. Art Wiley from County Council and Justin Graham and Peter Detlefs from our office. So after just about a year, when Supervisor Koenig and Hernandez brought forward an item to look into PLAs as potential mechanisms to address non-responsive contractors, we are here today presenting the proposed PLA pilot program consistent with the board direction from late February 2024. If I can make this work. Yes. So the board memo provides a fairly extensive overview of the process and the outreach that we've gone through over the last year to various stakeholders, including local contractors, the different building contractor associations, as well as our labor partners. So today's presentation is going to focus more specifically on the pilot program proposal and the associated agreements. I am going to be covering items number 1 and 2, and then Michael will be covering items 3 through 5, and we both are available for questions, of course, as well as members of our team. Consistent with the board direction, the culmination of this work is a pilot program with 10 county projects. This is not a master labor agreement covering all county construction work, but it has a 5-year term and is limited to these 10 different types of projects. While PLAs or project labor coordinators, item number 3, are fairly common in project labor agreements, it's going to be very specifically important in this program given the policy objectives of the board, as well as questions that we have around how PLAs will work with county projects and in our environment. So as I mentioned, the proposal is for a 5-year pilot with a predominant number of these projects, which I'll cover in detail next, being planned to go out for bid and construction in the next 3 years. Some of these projects may be pushed out given funding and other decisions, but that is the way we've structured the pilot. There's a significant set of provisions around covered project substitution, and I will speak to that when I talk about the project list itself. And then again, this does include the provision for a project labor coordinator, as there's a lot of data collection around these kinds of programs. And so that is something that is a part of the pilot. And Michael will talk more specifically about that. So let's talk a little bit about the covered projects. Coming out of the board direction in late February 2024, the direction was to identify 10 projects varying in values from 1 million to 10 million in terms of the value of the construction contracts. So what you'll see before you is 10 of those projects, and these are all covered in Addendum B of the agreement. This is a variety of different construction types, trades, sizes. It gives us a good range of different kinds of projects to understand how PLAs play out in our environment. We have 3 projects that are less than $5 million. We have 3 projects that are, 4 projects that are between $5 million and $10 million in value, and 3 projects that are between $10 and $90 million in value. Overall, the portfolio of projects that would be part of this pilot program are between 200 and 230 million. That range really reflects that for some of these projects, the scopes are not tightly determined at this point, so we're anticipating sort of the low to high value for those projects. I want to speak a little bit about the very specific provisions around covered project substitution, and that is in Addendum B. So recognizing, if you look at this list, not all of these are sure things, and we've had extensive conversations with our labor partners about that. So when we talk about the bounds of the pilot, if any of these projects are not performed, the agreement sets forth that we will meet with our labor partners around that and talk about coming up in good faith and coming up with an alternative project in place of a project that there is a determination not to move forward with. Ideally, that project would be of comparable value, but if there's not a project of comparable value, we will look to see if there's something else that could be substituted. and any changes in this list will be brought back to the board for your consideration. There's a more tailored provision around projects less than 3 million. And that's because what we've seen with some other jurisdictions in our community who've had PLAs applying to smaller value projects is frequently there hasn't been bids on those projects. So in the context of projects for less than $3 million, we have a different path. If for those projects, there's either no bid received or those bids come in at over 25% over the engineer's estimate, we will then again meet with our building trades partners and look for an alternative project of similar value to substitute. So we will then pull that project off the list. It can be performed without a PLA, and we will put an alternate project forward. So that's how we are approaching some of the questions and uncertainties about the projects ahead. With that, I'm going to pass it to Michael to talk more about the specific project labor agreement components that address the policy objectives that you set forth in February.
Thank you. The next couple of slides are going to be talking about some of the key provisions that we have included in the draft PLA for your consideration today. I'll talk a little bit about the local workforce and hiring preference that we have embedded into the PLA. Talk about the apprenticeship programs to help support local workforce with education and training. Allowance for core employees for contractors, and a local small business preference for local small businesses and contractors within the County of Santa Cruz area. Included in the PLA draft are provisions that require local hiring for the workforce needed to complete the pilot projects. Contractors will be required to utilize the Associated Union Labor Hiring Hall for their workforce on the pilot projects. The Union Hiring Hall will dispatch and refer that workforce in order of preference with a Tier 1 local hire being referred first, which is consistent with Santa Cruz County resident. If there are no Tier 1 residents available from the local Union Hiring Hall, a Tier 2 workforce employee will be referred, which will be consistent of Monterey and San Benito counties. And if there are no Tier 1 or Tier 2 employees available or workforce available, then any and all other workforce can be referred to the project from the local Union Hiring Hall. The PLA also requires that the same dispatch would happen for apprentices for work done on a covered project. It also specifies that 20% of the labor can be done by apprentices if they are available for the work to be completed. In an effort to preserve existing employment relationships and operational efficiencies for non-signatory contractors, a provision was included in the PLA that allows that contractors to continue to use their existing workforce that are considered a local resident to Santa Cruz County, San Benito, or Monterey County area. They are identified as a core worker, and I'll refer to them talking forward as a core worker or a core employee. The use of these core employees will be done in an alternating style, with the first workforce member will be dispatched from the local Union Hiring Hall, and then a core employee of the actual contractor will be referred second, for a maximum of 3 core employees of that contractor to be used on for a non-signatory contractor may be used on a covered project. To help stimulate and maintain local economic growth and develop skilled and trained local workforce for small business contractors in Santa Cruz County, the core employee provision is expanded to allow up to 5 core employees for a local contractor. Local contractors were identified as 50% of the workforce coming from the Tri-County area, they having less than 20 total employees with an annual gross income of less than $7 million across the board. To help administer and monitor the actual project labor agreement, a project labor coordinator will be created that will help us monitor compliance with the actual PLA and collect data regarding its effectiveness to ensure that the PLA is including Tier 1 and Tier 2 referrals from the local union hiring halls, the increased use of local employees, the apprenticeship utilization, and the increase of education for our local workforce across the board, and to ensure that we are having our local small business participation into our covered pilot projects, as well as report back on the status of those covered projects. With the approval of the project labor agreement, the Monterey and Santa Cruz County's Building and Construction Trades Council will send the PLA to the North American Building Trades Union for review and approval. Upon approval, the Building Trades Council will route the PLA to the different building trade unions for signature, with the final signature being done by our board chair here in Santa Cruz County. Upon completion, the county departments will begin to include the PLA as a provision of our bidding documents for the covered projects moving forward. With that, we have the identified recommended actions on the board for your board's consideration to approve the project labor agreement as presented here today, authorize the board chair to execute that project labor agreement, direct the general services, to implement that project labor agreement and take related actions, and then return in November 2025 regarding an update on the use of the project labor agreement. With that, we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Assistant CEO Benson and Director Beaton, for the presentation, and thank you for all the staff for all year working on this. It really showed that it was really well thought out. With that, I'll turn over to my board members on the right. They have any questions or comments?
Not at this time. Thanks.
So I'm glad that you led off the presentation with that process that was asked about in public comment by Mr. Bruno. The meet and confer process, or I don't know what it's called when an item is pulled. But that's been already it's already on the PLA, obviously. So thank you for making that clear. I think that obviously this is a really well thought out PLA. Staff spent almost a year working on this, and I thank you guys for that. And I have to say that it's one of the things that I like about it is that it wasn't done hastily. It wasn't done. It brought in everybody, all the players, to the conversation. So I really appreciate all that work that went behind it. And it looked at some of the flaws that other PLAs had, whether it's local or from different parts of the state, to try to address some of those issues. And so it was really well thought out. But yeah, so thank you for all the work. If that's it for the comment, I'll take it out to public comment. Anyone would like to
Sean, I think your mic's off.
Can we start my clock? Okay, good. Sean Hebart, I'm the Southern District Manager for the NorCal Carpenters Union and a Santa Cruz resident. I'm not here speaking against the PLA, but we're not supporting the PLA, where we will not be signing on to it. And we're not affiliated with the building trades. I just wanted to get some clarification because there's some misinformation out there. Carpenters Union is not affiliated with the building trades, and they're not authorized to negotiate on our behalf. So therefore, the 11 apprenticeable crafts under the Carpenters Agreement will not be covered. That for these projects, that would include the pile driving and foundation work, the wood framing, the metal framing, the drywall, the lathing, the interior finishes, the insulation, modular furniture installation, and acoustical ceilings. And that's an incomplete list, but all of those crafts will be excluded from this agreement by virtue of the Carpenters Union not being signatory. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and I'm not recommending any action on the part of the board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Callaghan. I'm a local union iron worker. I'm here as a Monterey County resident who has worked both union or non-union and union. Speaking on experience from hiring union has put me in a place to buy a home, to start a family, and to make my mother proud, to give me another chance at being a positive role model in my family and in my community. The work we do as iron workers is some of the most dangerous jobs a human can do. The union provides my family and myself protections to make sure that I come home every day. And in case that I don't, that my family will be financially cared for. Thank you.
Board members, excuse me, my name is Kendall White. I started K&D Landscaping in 1986 with a rusty old truck and a Sears credit card, to be exact. A few years ago, the city of Watsonville implemented a PLA. The result has been less local contractor participation, less local workforce participation, and higher construction costs. I know the county, sorry if I get emotional, I know the county is in a fiscal crisis with a lot of projects that need to get done. It doesn't make sense to add barriers to the bidding process and increase construction costs by implementing PLA. If you're concerned about quality and hiring local workers, you can implement a scoring system based on those priorities. The PLA will only exclude local companies like K&D, MPE, and the Don Chapin Company, to name a few. We live and pay taxes here and support the local community. Please vote no on this PLA and keep an open and fair bidding to all qualified contractors. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jose Luis Rivera. I'm a resident in Santa Cruz County, live in Watsonville. For 17 years, I got to commute over the hill because the jobs here, they're not paying enough to support our families. I'm proud to say that I'm a union painter, support my family. My kids never suffer without medical and anything, thanks to the union. And it helps everybody. I got many friends that work for many different companies here. They don't have medical coverage for their family. They don't have a retirement plan. They don't have a pension. They get underpaid and cheat in the projects. With this PLA, you're going to help us to grow, create more opportunities for our new generations to come. I go to speak at high school. Many kids are looking to find a career with their apprenticeship programs, graduate, and continue doing what many of us do to support our families. So we encourage for you guys to think in us as residents and provide a benefit for our generations to come, that they can provide a decent living for their families and for the youth to have a decent wage. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name is Hector. I've been working for K&D for about 6 years now. They've given me the opportunity to grow, something I never thought was possible for me. I started with little to no experience, and now I'm in the process of becoming a foreman for them. And with that being said, it's given me the opportunity to support my parents, my family. They've really just supported me all the way. And even now, I can't really work as much, and they still want me at the office. It's still giving me the opportunity to go and work for them. So that being said, I want to say no to this because it's just going to affect me even more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ryan Burr. I'm Vice President of K&D Landscaping and proud member and born and raised here in Santa Cruz County. I just wanted to put a point out that we do a lot for this community. I'm a proud member of K&D, the team, the family, and why is that? It's because we give back to this community. A lot of community involvement. Recently, the Watsonville Animal Shelter, Rio Del Mar Elementary, Willowbrook, and Officer Gutzweiler's Memorial. We give back, and I'm proud to say that we give back, and I'm proud to work with this team. I urge you, please vote no on the PLA and keep it local as much as we can. Thank you.
Morning, board. My name is Liam McLaughlin. I'm the political organizer with SEIU 521. I'm here to speak on the PLA, but first I do want to acknowledge Supervisor McPherson and Supervisor Friend. You both always meet with frontline public workers. You always listen to them. I believe that you always took their concerns to heart. So just want to thank you for that. Appreciate you and for helping us pass together, a contract that will serve the public for the next 3 years. Still a lot of work to do, but that's a problem for your successors. I'm here to ask you to vote one last time on something that will support strong, local, quality, good jobs here for Santa Cruz that will serve the people of Santa Cruz. Here to ask you to support the PLA. All of labor, everyone who's a union worker, everyone who's a worker in general understands the value of being protected and being supported, and also the public. We've seen very clearly with SEIU that the public is behind labor. They want good, strong, protected local jobs that will serve them and they know will serve them. So we're here in strong support of a PLA. We stand with our brothers and sisters in the trades. And please join Monterey County, San Mateo County, Santa Clara County, Los Angeles County, the city of San Francisco, so many jurisdictions that have done this and they've seen it work. So thank you so much. Have a happy holidays.
My name is Mark Hudson. I work for K&D Landscape. I'm one of their newest employees. I've been there for 96 days today. I've been in the industry almost all my life, and I've never seen a company that wants you to further your education. And they give you an incentive, and they also get paid more money. And I love working there. And I think it'd be nice that we all can work on a level playing field. Have a good day. Urge you to vote no.
Good morning. My name's Peter Ziegler. I am the other side of that. I'm a recently retired 30-year member of the Iron Workers Union. 30 years ago, I turned my life around in this county, got a certificate of rehab from the court system here, been involved with the apprenticeship my entire career, worked on many, many PLA jobs over the hill, schools, hospitals, whatnot. And I always wondered why I didn't work in this area. The unions had afforded me the opportunity to buy a home here, raise a family, everything. I hear this talk like the union's evil, and I've been on both sides of the fence. I spent 15 years in the non-union sector. I came to the unions with nothing. I'm retired. I have an annuity. I have a pension. I have a home, and I plan on living my life here. And I urge you to vote yes on PLA. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chantel. I have worked for K&D Landscaping for 3 years as a part of our employee success team.
If I bring the mic down too.
I'm a little short, sorry. In my role, I get the chance to go out in the field and learn what our team members and our employees' needs are. I get the chance to help create growth plans for our team, help them move up in the company, and help them create more opportunities for their future. At K&D, we enjoy contributing to our community and want to continue to do so. So I encourage you to vote no, as we would like to continue to create more opportunities for our employees.
Morning, my name is Rafael. I've been working in K&D for 11 years. When I started in this company, I wasn't know anything about landscape. And then they gave me the opportunity to success. And now I'm the supervisor, and they almost promote me to be a senior supervisor. In these 11 years, also I've been working in many public works all around this area. And what I want to say is that all this public works has been helping me, my family, and all my workers to get food to their homes. So I say no on LPA. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Joshua Mondragon. I'm a painter out of Local 272, and I would like to say that thank you for allowing me to speak here. I am in favor of the PLA projects. I would like to say that help from the union and PLA projects, I have been able to support my family, my daughter, and cover her with medical bills and expenses. And right now I'm on track to being able to buy my first home out of my entire family generation that has been struggling. And I would like to be in favor of support. And for that, I say thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Panovich. I'm from Watsonville. I'm a Santa Cruz County resident. I'm a plumber. I would like to speak in support of the PLA. I'll hope you'll vote for it. I see a lot of growth happening in Santa Cruz County, a lot of much needed housing going up, but I also see a lot of the developers, a lot of the contractors, and a lot of the workers are from out of the area, and all that money is flowing out of the county with them. And I'm hoping that if you guys vote for this PLA, we'll see a big difference. We'll see a lot more local contractors, local workers, keeping that money, keeping our tax dollars here in the community. And without the PLA, I think if you take a close look at that juvenile hall that you guys are rightfully so proud of, and look at the contractors that are working on that, once that thing gets rolling, see where the workers are from, you'll see that this PLA will make a big positive difference for Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alex Sandoval. I'm a union pipe fitter, plumber. I started out in East Salinas, dirt poor, and I've seen my share of trouble, and college wasn't for me. But the trades provided a great outlet for my energy, and I've been a success. And the unions provide a great opportunity for many of your constituents, people that live in your area that college isn't for. And I have a pension. I own a home. I drive whatever kind of car I want to drive. I live in East Salinas. I still live in Salinas. I live amongst MPEs, people, and KD Landscapes employees. I see firsthand how they live and what they have to look forward to. It's not as nice as what I have. So PLA is a great thing. It's a great thing. Please vote for it.
Good morning, board. My name is Steve Belong, and I'm a regional director for the Union of Painters and Allied Trades. And we represent several hundred members that live here in Santa Cruz County. And we'd like for them to have the opportunity to work where they live. So many times, throughout the year, they have to travel over the hill just to get work. And we'd like to utilize our skills here in the county. So we urge that you support the PLA. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cole Davis. I'm a local resident. I'm from the Mount Herman community in Felton. I support this PLA. I'm a glazer by trade. My whole career, I had to travel over the hill. I only twice got to work locally over in the college and at Dominican. And I would like to work where I live. And I would appreciate if you support this PLA.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I have worked on both sides of the fence here. I've worked for union shops and I've worked for K&D Landscaping. And while I can appreciate that, yes, everybody in the union was brought up through the apprenticeship program and everybody has like great training up into a point, I feel like there's really no continuing education. And that's where we are so different, is that I feel like K&D, even though we're non-union, everybody cares about each other so much, and we care about the community a lot. And we really try to do a lot of community outreach, and we really care about everybody around. And we just don't want to be excluded from also doing work here, as we do like so much else for the community. It's so nice. And all of our workers are so amazing. So I hope you guys vote no, please.
Hello, my name is Jose Espinosa. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm the business representative for Local 507 Painters and Tapers, and I'm in here in support of the PLA. I represent over more than 1,000 members, and most of them live in this area. They have to drive over the hill, like everybody keeps saying, just to find work. And I'm just here to represent them and in the support of the PLA. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frank Hewitt. I'm a business representative for Local 507. My name is Frank Hewitt. I'm a business representative for Local 507. I represent the painters, and I have painters that live in the area here, and this would put them to work. So I support the bill. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I really hope you take in consideration of supporting the PLA. I am from the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, where we stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters. Just like the other company was here, so are my workers. The workers are here also took a day off, so I want to make sure you keep that in a note. Another point is that when it comes to bonds, our workers, our contractors are always in the front line to support these bonds. Why? Because it makes sure for fair wages, for our retirement one day. And also just stand in solidarity because when it came to the Cabrillo, I work with my organizations for the Cabrillo College Federation Teachers as well, AFT 4400. They were our front lines, making sure the measure are bonded, able to pass. Unfortunately did not. But it was not because people didn't like Cabrillo, it was because there was so much stigma about other people and back and forth. So moving forward, I support the PLA because it has done a lot for our community and it has done a lot for our people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Blanca. I'm here to support K&D Landscaping, and I want to say no to exclusion. Look, being in a union company has a lot of benefits, but how about when the project is done? My brothers work for a union company, and they're at home right now with no income because it's a long process when it's a union project. So no to exclusion.
Hello. My name is Jeremy Ross. I'm the Vice President of Construction at K&D Landscaping. You guys have seen a lot of the K&D employees, and I was thinking a lot about what I was going to say when I come up here, and it's interesting because there's so many different perspectives that are going on here, and I can't say anything negative about the union side of things. Like, I live in Santa Cruz County. I'm married to my wife is from Santa Cruz County. Both my kids go to school in Santa Cruz County. And I'm just trying to come up here and say no to the PLA because we don't want to take away our opportunity to give back to the community of Santa Cruz County. As Ryan said earlier, we do a lot of community outreach and a lot of work for the county of Santa Cruz. And all these projects that were listed up on that list are projects that we would bid on. And those are all projects that would be taken away from our ability to bid on if there was a PLA enacted. So we want to make sure that we can continue to give to our employees, continue to give to this community so that we have revenue that's coming in as well. That's my biggest concern as a Vice President of Construction, is make sure that we have work for our employees. And when I see a PLA in the county of Santa Cruz, I get really nervous because it's a threat to K&D and a threat to us as being able to work on projects in this county. We have over 130 employees employed by K&D. We provide insurance, we provide 401k, we provide all of the things that a union shop would provide for these people as well, and we're taking care of them. And there are other private companies that are doing the same thing. There is talented, good work in this county, and limiting it by putting a PLA on this will be a detriment to this county and to us at K&D, because then we're going to have to go outside to look for work. Please consider those things and do not vote for the PLA.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Rodriguez. I'm with the Central Labor Council and a member of Teamsters 856. I live in Watsonville. I am a retired teacher. One of those positions that I held as a teacher was as a vocational specialist, and a vocational specialist for students in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. And one of the go-to groups that I would always, make contact with was the building trades because of their apprenticeship program. By you supporting a PLA, you're not just supporting jobs, you're also supporting the future workers. You're also ensuring that wage theft will be dealt with and hopefully eradicated from Santa Cruz County. You will also be able to provide opportunities for young people that, as somebody else brought up, may not necessarily want to go to college. And having an apprenticeship, having those opportunities, starting with pre-apprenticeships, which, by the way, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District has already started. So where do we send all these students that we are preparing in apprenticeship programs. Let's get them into the apprenticeship programs with the building trades so that they can have jobs and can provide for their families. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Dodge Sr. I'm the president of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. I'm also with the American Federation of Teachers. First of all, I'd like to take a moment and thank Zach Friend for all the service and time and dedication that he's given to the County of Santa Cruz. Wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors. I'm here today to be able to stand in support of this in solidarity with our brothers, sisters, our siblings in the building trades for this project labor agreement. Let's move this county forward. Union jobs are an entrance to the middle class. They're also access to health care, which is dire. We're in dire need of for the public in our community. The apprenticeship programs and the workforce development programs are key to the future of our youth. Don't believe all the doom and gloom that you hear. Support this agenda item. Monterey Bay Central Labor Council offers to work with the building trades, the county on any issues that arrive early on in this pilot program. So please support this PLA pilot project. We appreciate your time and your dedication. Let's create a future here in Santa Cruz County where you can live and work. Thank you very much.
Morning, board. My name is Keith Silva. I'm a union sheet metal worker. I heard a word, exclusion. That's not what the union's about. We're about inclusion. We stand for all workers' rights so we can make a livable wage, have benefits such as healthcare, retirement, and training. And yes, our training goes beyond apprenticeship. Okay, any journeyman can come take upgrade classes at our training center. Prevailing wage is set by the highest wages during a determination period. These are union wages, and they should be getting paid to all workers working on prevailing wage projects. Unfortunately, prevailing wage often leads to wage theft violations. We have a whole department that runs compliance at our local 104. And when we find those violations, they're often through low road contractors coming in through prevailing wage projects. And when we find these, we help non-union workers get paid just as much as union workers get paid, because that's what the prevailing wage is. I sincerely believe that PLAs benefit all workers. They keep the low road contractors out, and with the core language, companies like KD can get their core workers to work, and it is inclusive, not exclusive. And I urge you to support this PLA. Thank you.
My name is Brad DeYoung. Thank you for letting me speak before you today. I'm the training coordinator that represents the sheet metal apprenticeship for Santa Cruz County. I'm here to support the PLA. To me, there's 4 things that are required for something to be a career: livable wages, healthcare, retirement, and a valuable skill. Apprenticeships offer that. Our apprenticeship is earn while you learn. There are no student loans to pay back. Our apprentices can even earn an AS degree through our training program if they choose to. At any time, any of our members can continue their training at no cost to them. I've been in the construction industry for going on 3 decades, and I've seen where projects that do not fall under a PLA, wage theft is very prevalent. What a PLA does is set a standard. We all understand there has to be a standard. If you want to drive on the road, you have to have a driver's license. You have to agree to have insurance. You have to agree to not drive while intoxicated. PLA is similar, where you're setting a standard that everyone agrees to abide by. I urge you, vote yes on the PLA. It will be a benefit to the community, long-term and short-term. It'll benefit the infrastructure of the community. Great presentation, by the way.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Steve MacArthur. I'm the business manager for the plumbers and steam fitters representing Monterey and Santa Cruz County. We have a apprenticeship training facility in Castroville, as close to the county line as we could get. It means we cover both counties. I encourage any of you to come visit us, tour our facility anytime you would like. I'm here in support of the PLA. I would also like to point out that I keep hearing the word exclusion. I encourage you to read this PLA. There's nothing that excludes any contractor from bidding any project. There's nothing in there written to exclude anybody. There's several examples in Santa Cruz County, the Santa Cruz Metro and the Sheriff's Facility that were awarded to non-union contractors under a PLA. So I don't know where this falsehood comes from, but I'd love to give these examples. I'd like to thank your staff. They did a wonderful job. They always kept focus on the community of Santa Cruz. They were very thorough to make sure that the language in this PLA benefited the people, the community here in Santa Cruz. Again, to echo my brother, as much as that needed a juvenile hall facility, there won't be any local plumbers or HVAC piping locally, and that's a pretty significant portion of that contract will not be local. So this PLA would fix that going forward in the future. So I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you for your time. Happy holidays.
How you doing, board? My name is Danny Rubio. I'm a Monterey County resident. I've been a sheet metal worker for over 20 years, most of that in the Bay Area, of course. My job now is I'm actually a compliance officer with our union. That's part of my job. And what I see on these job sites, you're not going to go no further than Pacific Station here, those two buildings there. A lot of the workers, 90% are from out of town. And when I ask them, hey, are you getting paid the prevailing wage? They look at me with a deer in the headlight look. They don't even know what a prevailing wage is because their employee doesn't inform them. The most common way contractors commit wage theft, they bid a job prevailing wage, which is a union wage. They'll pay their workers a fraction of that and pocket the rest. That is the most common way they take advantage of these workers. And when they speak up, unfortunately, most of them are, don't speak good English. And when they speak up, most of the time, they just let them go because they don't want to deal with the headache. I had a cousin that worked on a prevailing wage for over a year in Monterey County who got taken advantage of. When he spoke up, he was let go. Luckily, I steered him in the right direction, and he filed a complaint with the state of California and was able to recoup a lot of the money back. Before I leave, I want to point out 4 facts. A study of the Institute of Construction Economic Research found that PLA construction projects have a 14 to 25% lower rate serious injury compared to non-union projects. Local higher language has been shown by various studies to provide 10 to 50% higher representation of local and disadvantaged minority groups compared to contracts without such language. A study by the Institute of Construction Economic Research found that PLA construction projects have a 14 to 25% lower rate of serious injuries compared to non-union projects. And sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you. Please support the PLA.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sean Patrick, and I'm here kind of from the education standpoint. I am employed by the Santa Cruz County Office of Education as a construction tech and engineering lead instructor. For years before that, I was a non-union carpenter and supported myself that way, but it was hit and miss. I got involved in education and I decided, well, we really need to have some kind of pre-apprenticeship program here in Santa Cruz County that is viable and actually creates a portal for employers to come, non-union or union, to come and take, from our graduates from that program. So I looked into grants. The only way that I could get a grant to do this was the CHI grant, the California Apprenticeship Initiatives grant. And the stipulations for that grant was that we needed to teach the MC3 curriculum and have an MOU through the unions. Me being a non-union contractor, I was like, hey, I don't know much about this. So I brought it to the Building Trades Council and they embraced the idea. They supported my program and wrote the MOU. That was 4 years ago. We've graduated several students and I'm trying to take it to the next level of not just here's your education, here's your diploma, go have fun with it, but let's try to connect you to a job. The unions have done that for us. And now I got involved with Cabrillo College. I'm a consultant for them and helping them build their CTE programs there. And again, with the grant that got us to get to the point where we are is the High Roads Construction Grant. We needed to, partner with the unions again. So all the money that's coming down from the state is really, dictated like, hey, we've got to be tied with the unions. So whoever, I learned so much from the unions working with them. And when my students graduate, I want them to be put in positions where they are treated fairly with those fair wages and those benefits. And the union has checked all the boxes for me. My students are free to go wherever they want to go after that, but I do try to steer them in that direction. So thank you for your time today.
Good morning, supervisors, staff. My name's Ron Cheshire. I'm a government affairs director for IBW Local 234 in Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito counties. That's the electricians union. Let's get it straight. PLAs are not exclusionary, plain and simple. Okay, Boston Harbor Agreement, Supreme Court decision, early 1990s. We've heard it enough over all the years. Now let's talk a little bit about Watsonville. We did a PLA over there. Every construction project has its ups and downs. You ever see anything go smooth totally all the time? Right price, right time frame, the whole works. Staff likes to complain about stuff like that, but you know what they'll never tell you? They'll never tell you about the hundreds of individuals that we provided opportunities for to get into apprenticeship over there. The city of Watsonville contains somewhere between 20 and 25% population of Santa Cruz County, but they have 55% of the apprentices because we brought them in. We brought them in and gave them the opportunities to become good little citizens, good taxpayers. Now, the speaker before me, I'm sure he remembers me, Mr. Patrick. We gave him the runaround a little bit to be sure he was legitimate, and he was. He had talked to Ferris Sabah, who had had conversations with county staff, city staffs about the fact that they couldn't get any employees to work in construction and maintenance positions in the county of Santa Cruz. And we provided the opportunities to go ahead and get these individuals trained so they would learn about construction and they could get in there. This is what having a PLA will help do for you. It creates opportunities. And we are in support of staff recommendation in regards to this item. Thank you very much.
Hello, board. My name is John Wendt. As you can see, I'm also from K&D Landscaping, and a lot has been said in this room today. I don't believe this is a union, non-union issue, like many have painted it to be today. There's nothing negative to say about the unions. Anybody that has an interest in a future in the union, we would strongly urge them to pursue such. On the note of exclusion, I think it's been misused heavily in this room today. Union operations are not currently excluded from any opportunity with the county. They have the right to bid on all the same work that we do. Under a PLA, I would agree, it's not entirely exclusive. It does not eliminate our ability to bid on these jobs, but it is an unnecessary inefficiency that really adds no benefit. I think if we look around this room today, what we see is a very, very small representation of our community. You're hearing from very few of us. In the staff report that I read, the majority of the contractors in our community that were surveyed said this PLA would serve no benefit to them. I believe it's just an unnecessary cost and unnecessary inefficiency that is not in the county's best interest in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Viscuso, and I'm a business rep for Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators. And I'd like to tell you a little story about what happened at the refineries with the passing of SB 54. Before SB 54 passed, the refineries, anybody could work there. After the safety ordinance passed, and they said, hey, these need to be all done by a gradual acceleration of union or people that have been trained in proper apprenticeship and proper safety standards. There was one of our counterparts in there, Petrochem. They had roughly 200 members that worked for them. And they had been told over and over, if this thing passes, we're not going to have a job. Well, guess what? It passed, and every single one of those became union members. It opened the door for them to get prevailing wage on every single project they worked on, not just when they were at the refineries. Every single one of those members, that's one of our members today, said, oh my God, they've been lying to us for so long. We had no idea it was this much better. They received a 30% raise overnight and were able to keep that to this day. And then when the refinery work slowed down, we were able to put them to work doing other jobs because we don't just have one employer that just does one thing. Unions provide great opportunities for a career all the time. And one thing I'd like to point out, it's been pointed out by K&D today how much they care for their workers, but yet this morning we saw the guys who actually work on the tools all have to get shuffled out to go back to the job. They care about them so much they couldn't even pay them to take the day off. I don't understand that. Everybody here from K&D is talking on behalf of the company. We are here talking on behalf of the people that actually do the work. If you look at any contractor, the contractor themselves, the office, that's a small part. That's a small portion of the workforce. The majority of that workforce, if they really cared about their members, why aren't they already in the union? Why aren't they already a union contractor? That's what happened to Petrochem. They became a union contractor because they wanted to continue to do the work and their members were taken care of. So I ask you to please pass this PLA. Thank you.
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Dennis Macon. I'm a retired iron worker. I've been a Santa Cruz County resident since 1962. I speak in favor of the PLA. A couple of things I'd ask you to look into. Look at Dr. Peter Phillips' study on the effects of PLAs. You'll see that it does not do a lot of the negative things that people talk about. Also, I'd encourage you to look at some of the community-based organizations that we partnership with the building trades. We partnership with Goodwill Industries, recruiting people, the aged out foster youth, the juvenile justice system, the number of partners that we have out there, and it's all to bring young people into a career that will be a 30-year career with benefits. Another thing, if you really want to look at an example, because we do a lot of career fairs with high schools to try to expose the students to these type of careers, take a look at Hollister High School. If you haven't been there, you should go look. They've got a career tech education program down there that is a model for the state. And they have 3,200 students down there with really open eyes and looking where they're going to go, where they're going to do their career. And they're looking up towards this area. There's nothing south of Hollister for them really that pays any type of a living wage. So if you want to take a look at a good example, take a look at Hollister High School down there, because there's a whole lot of young people that are looking for careers. But I encourage you to support this PLL. Thank you.
If there's any speakers, if they can please line up.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Casey Van Hool. I'm the business representative of the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I am also the president of the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Trades Council. I am VP for the Central Labor Council for Santa Cruz. And thank you today. I'm also going to be joining the ranks of the Santa Cruz Workforce Development Board. I also sit on the Monterey County Workforce Development Board. Now I say all that because my passion is union rights and labor rights. These workers should have family health care and retirement benefits per the prevailing wage. PLAs protect workers' rights and guarantee that they are paid fairly under prevailing wage laws. In a time where wage theft and workers' misclassifications are too common,
PLAs establish a clear standard of accountability, ensuring that every worker receives the wages, benefits, and protections they earn. We heard from a couple of the non-union workers this morning. I did not hear them once say or brag about their health care or their retirement benefits. If they're paying the correct prevailing wage, they would have those. But moreover, PLAs prevent delays, cost overruns, and promoting harmony on the job site. They reduce labor disputes, enforce safety standards, and ensure that every contractor, union or non-union, is held to the same high standard. This means taxpayers receive the best value for their investment with projects delivered efficiently and responsibly. How many family members do you know, friends and acquaintances, that are looking for good careers that does not require a high school diploma? And actually, our program right now, after a 5-year apprenticeship program, you would receive your AA degree. So not only are you going to work and learn, but you also receive a degree. This is why it's so important. We have a pre-apprenticeship program here in this county, and we need to funnel those pre-apprentices into good paying careers. Stand with the value of your community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there's no one else, this will be the final speaker in public.
Good morning. My name is Tim Meekin. I'm born and raised here in Santa Cruz County. I'm a retired union iron worker of 37 years. At age 23, being a union iron worker, I was able to buy my first home. Since then, me and my wife, 40 years marriage. She is also born and raised here in Santa Cruz County. She's been able to be a stay-at-home mother for 3 children. Now, after 37 years of the union iron worker, I've purchased 4 different homes. And now we're retired comfortably, great pension, own our home free and clear in Wasella Beach, 2 acres. 2 of my sons are union iron workers. They're not raising their families. I support the PLA 100%.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone online that would like to address the board? If we could move this to 1 minute for the public comment on the phone. We do have a scheduled item for 10:45, so we're trying to.
Yes, we have 2 speakers online. Let me update the time. 1 moment. Daniel, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Daniel Villao. I'm CEO of Intelligent Partnerships. We are a management advisory firm and considered a national subject matter expert in procurement, workforce, and compliance design. We're here to encourage you to follow the staff's recommendation and implement the PLA pilot. Just wanted to take the few seconds that I do have to kind of level set a little bit. It's not a union versus non-union issue. PLAs are an administrative compliance reporting process. It's not a construction deliverable. It will not increase your costs. It'll actually ensure that the public gets what they're paying for, that local wages stay local, and that construction career access is brought to young people in a way that's meaningful so they can build juvenile facilities and not live in them. Happy to be available at any point.
Final speaker, Eric, your microphone is available now.
Eric Christen with the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. Question regarding 3 provisions in your PLAs. Why are non-union local contractors only limited to 5 of their local workers? Those workers have to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never invest in. People have been talking about wage theft. That's wage theft. If they choose to bid and work your projects, those workers will lose over $20 an hour to union pension plans they'll never vest in instead of keeping that money for themselves. And lastly, they explicitly discriminate against non-union state-approved apprenticeship programs. So the speakers that said that these aren't exclusionary, they're exactly exclusionary, number 1. Number 2, the cat was let out of the bag when the one union gentleman said, why aren't they union now if these companies care about their workers? Thus, you understand what PLAs are really all about. Saying no to this exclusion This is a solution in search of a problem. Watsonville epitomizes the disaster of the few entities in the local area that have used a PLA. What happens? That's what happens is the city of Watsonville. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to the Board of Supervisors for any questions or comments. I want to thank everybody as well that they kept their comments, almost everybody, to under a minute and 30 seconds.
Chair. Thank you. Well, as you know, Chair, you and myself brought this item forward back at the end of last year, and a lot of great work has been done. I want to applaud staff and the unions for negotiating the PLA before us here today. I mean, I think it should be really emphasized this is a pilot program, and we have 10 projects where we think this approach to compliance and to ensuring local hire and fair wages can be successful. And I think the contract itself, acknowledges that, yes, there is a cost, I think about half of 1%. But because these, by and large, are larger projects where we've seen success with PLAs in this county in the past, projects like the Watsonville Civic Center, like the Sheriff's Center in Live Oak, we know that PLAs can be successful in delivering projects on time and on budget. And we've identified 10 projects that look like where we've seen success before. So I really appreciate that. One of the big things that inspired me to bring forward this item a year ago, it was seeing the robustness of the training programs, of the apprenticeship programs at the training facilities down in Castroville. Those programs really are incredibly robust, and having the assurity of these projects in the future is going to allow more apprentices to start and more to come out of those programs knowing that they have work locally. So really, this is a joint commitment on the county side to say that we're going to hire local and have fair wages on these 10 projects. And it's a commitment on the union side to say that we are going to train and provide those workers. So I think, to the point about exclusion that we've heard over and over again, and first of all, these projects do require quite a bit of specialty skills. And so I don't see that by and large, we are excluding folks like Candy Landscaping just by the nature of the projects that we've selected here. As has also been pointed out, we do have provisions within this PLA for local companies. And I really appreciate that thinking and consideration from both sides. So, for all those reasons, I think that this is ultimately a great way forward. We'll have an opportunity for both sides to hold each other accountable in meeting the goals of having local hire, and I'm sure that we'll be successful in that.
Thank you, Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple questions that I'm hoping staff can address that were a little bit unclear to me in the item. And one of them just deals with, as Supervisor Koenig noted, this is a pilot program. It's not the creation of a permanent PLA in the county. And that's I think that should be the expectation of those folks that are here. And B, I'm interested in having an understanding of how is success measured? When we receive the reports back, the next board receives the reports back next year, how will the success in the pilot program be measured so that a future board can actually make a determination whether this is working for the community or not? I mean, and I'll just say why. This is a community that has gone through a lot in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Storms, fires, natural disasters. And I remember going to the White House, and one of the challenges that we were talking about after the 2017 storms was the lack of available contractors for even emergency repair projects and asking for time extensions for federal financing. I wouldn't want to do something that would limit certain repairs. I understand there's emergency provisions in here, but my point more broadly is, how will success be measured in this so that a future board can feel like this truly is a pilot project and this isn't just the creation of a long-term expectation for the county. And well, that's my first question. I have two additional questions on that, but how are you going to measure the success in these projects?
Thank you, Supervisor Friend. I think the first part of that is really around the standard project success measures that we look at, which are number of bids, what our numbers come in at. And so just tracking those things. But then it's actually project implementation. Are we on schedule? How does it go along the way? So sort of the standard metrics that we are trying to look at for all of our projects, and we'll be looking at those for PLAs as well, or PLA-based projects as well. But specifically for this is a little bit different in us introducing the local hire preference and how does that actually affect providing more local union members jobs here in community. So that's one of the things, given your direction, that is a goal, an objective for this pilot. I think the other aspect with this is how does our provisions affect the participation of smaller local contractors? That's been a concern that was expressed. I think the staff report survey was clear. We have a lot of local contractors who right now, based on the experience to date, don't anticipate this being a benefit to them, to their employees, or to county work. And our intention is to try and create a space where maybe some of those folks will try through the mechanisms we put in place to be part of these, and we'll be able to explore that concern, that fear. I think we'll be talking about data, but we'll also be having conversations about how this is working. So it's one of those things where we've got to be accountable, and we have to have an open conversation to learn what we learn.
Well, let me first say I appreciate that it's been thought about. I'll just state my concern. My concern is that sometimes pilot programs are agreed to be in pilot programs because they really are intending to be a permanent program, and once they're tough to undo. That shouldn't be the case here. I mean, there should be an understanding, as I said, that if everything that's been said has been true in my meetings with the unions in particular, that there should be relative cost parity and that there should be an expansion of job opportunities, then that should be what the metrics really are moving forward, that you should see an expansion of local folks working locally. You should see that there shouldn't be the 25% number I've got a real concern with, and I want to bring up in a second, but there shouldn't really be bids that are astronomically higher than an engineer's estimate when the county already doesn't. When the county's available funding to already fund these projects is already questionable, nonetheless, something that would be a quarter higher than the estimate of what we intend. And of equal importance, we shouldn't be impacting local employers that are doing good things in our community. And because of no fault of their own, then they're being pushed out of opportunities. So if those are truly the three metrics of evaluation, then it's a true pilot program. But I just need to be assured before moving forward on something like this that honest conversation is intending to come back to this future board. And is that what you believe to be the intention, that those would be a truthful, transparent look at the success of the program that way?
I have a couple points I want to make in response to that. I do believe that is the commitment. And if you look at the agreement itself, there's quite a bit of language around data collection that both anyone on these projects, whether there are contractors or labor partners, that they will be part of providing that data for those conversations. So, because that's the first part. Right now, we actually don't have that type of data because we haven't required it. So that's something that it will give us a basis for those conversations. In terms of the timeliness of those conversations, per our sort of standard conduct, we will come back in November of 2025 just with where we are in rolling this out. What is it looking like on the ground? What do those pre-bid conferences look like? When we have our first contracts, does the bidding environment look any different? And I'm going to pass it to Director Beaton in a moment. But the other thing about this is every time we go forward with the specs and bids for one of these 10 covered projects, we will be coming back to this board like we do with any of these RFPs. And there will be a moment to talk about where we are in this pilot, what's going on. We would welcome coming back on a standard cadence, but because of the nature of, we're looking at like 3-ish projects per year for the next 3 calendar years, there will be ample opportunity in that core part of the period to speak with the board about how it's going and have that public dialogue.
How was the 25% number determined?
Through negotiation.
The board, in our previous discussion, I had specifically made a comment and the direction I had felt, but I mean, I recognize that maybe there was a lack of clarity, but the commitment had been that this was would not increase costs, the county, for construction. 25%, if I saw a bid that was 24% over an engineer's estimate, I would be getting a recommendation for rejection from county staff. And in this construct, this allows it. I mean, that doesn't trigger something. And in fact, if there was a bid 300% above, not only would it be, while we would move to a non-PLA or a non-union component, we would then actually just substitute the project for another situation. So the cost component to me is a real concern. I mean, because it seems like every single presentation I receive from the county is that we don't have money to do something. So I would be more comfortable moving forward if that number was lower or that it doesn't trigger a 1-for-1, because I don't understand why we would do that. I mean, it doesn't make, either there's cost parity or there's not. And either if a project comes in, again, 24% over an engineer's estimate, I mean, these are huge, very important county projects. I'd be really concerned about that. So when you talk about a negotiation, to the degree that we can be transparent about it, was the county advocating for a lower number, and then this came back as a number that was agreed upon, just so I have an understanding where we go? Or
that's correct. And we started at a much lower number. Okay. And that's where we landed. I do want to say, though, I think part of our conversations, and this is with a PLA or without a PLA, when we get a bid back that is that high, and in the bidding environment, and we can bring Damon up to talk about it, has improved in the last couple of years. But as you referenced in 2020, 2021, we were lucky to get more than a single bid, and frequently our bids were higher than the engineer's estimates. And sometimes we move forward because that's what the market says. And sometimes we don't. We pull back and we say, we need to reconsider this. We need to do value engineering and go back out. This does not preclude us, if something comes in over the engineer's estimate, but under 25%, from still making a different choice.
I agree legally. I don't agree in practice. I mean, I just want to say that we've now put a percentage in there that functionally, if the number is 24, and this isn't questioning anybody's honesty, I'm just saying we put a number in there. It was literally a negotiated number. So what we're telling folks is that, well, if it's in that range, the board is going to have an expectation that they're going to support it. That's why I think the number should be, honestly, I think the number should be lower. And at least it still doesn't mean, on the flip side of that same argument, the board can still make a determination that if we were to say it's 10% and the number is 20%, the board can still make a decision at that time. It doesn't care and can still move forward with the project as was bid. But if the board's open to it, I think that that's something that I really think that we should show that we've heard our public works folks and others, that the numbers and our parks folks, that costs are a real concern. And we don't want to start cutting out. Basically, we don't want to start value engineering projects as a result. You don't want to take away from one to provide to another. And the degree is that it should be as much as possible a win across the board. And so I would be open to hearing what my colleagues say on that, but I would be interested in that. My last question deals with this element of and I spoke to some of the local contractors who have worked with the unions on one-off projects that are non-union shops. And I appreciated in reading the entire agreement multiple times to make sure that I fully understood what was being said, that there was a negotiated addendum here, D, and specifically D4, that I think starts to go down that road, but maybe doesn't fully go down that road. So I just had a question as to, in your opinion, whether it would allow a company like K&D's actually done this too. Triad's been one that's done this, that where they make an agreement with, and I know, by the way, that the entire trades are not necessarily in alignment on this, but there are individuals that are, that you make an agreement on a one-off that kind of allows you to, in essence, come in for this one project, showcase, as many of the union folks said today, what it looks like to be on the other side. But I don't know that this language fully gets there. Did you feel that the language fully gets there, or I had a thought of sort of maybe a modification that could, but I don't want to make a change. That my intention is to ensure that companies like that would have an opportunity. It doesn't mean the union has to agree, and it doesn't mean the company has to agree, but what we should be doing is expanding opportunity for everybody that's a Santa Cruz County resident. Like, we shouldn't be judging, period. We should be, this is the board made this similar discussion when we were talking about the gas leaf blower ban. At the end of the day, we want to rise all the boats in our community and not judging about whether someone works in a union shop or a non-union shop. If they're working on behalf of our community, we should be rising everybody up. Do you feel that the D4 language, I don't know if you know it that well, I apologize I'm doing this to you, but that language would allow one of these companies that's a non-union language to be able to participate now, or do you think that there could be an expansion of that?
Looking at the language in D4, this is under Addendum D that is fairly narrow in terms of who it would apply to, as it is really around our definition of small local business. That definition is what it is on the page. Okay. So definitely there would be an opportunity you could expand who D4 applies to, making it having a larger application than the small business definition, which is 20 employees and $7 million gross income. So yes, that could happen. I think as you referenced, the way it's drafted, this is not we can't require a union signatory to do this, but it does indicate the preference to make that possibility available to increase participation of local contractors.
Okay. I would be open to doing that too when it comes back time for a motion. I think the two things that I'm interested in are the three things were ensuring that the pilot program came back with a robust data analysis, which you're already doing. I just wanted to put that out for those that are remaining here, that when we engage in a pilot program, they have true analyses. They're not just a way to get towards permanence without true analyses. But the other two are the cost differential, and then this ability of expansion for participation. Because since it's voluntary anyway, I see it as a benefit to both unions and local businesses to be able to expand that language. If a union elects to not do it, then that's it. If the business elects to not bid on or want to come in, then that's. But at least we're being honest that this allows everybody an opportunity to participate, which could rise all those boats. So I'll have some language on that when it comes back, but I appreciate all of I recognize this was a challenge, and I recognize when the board just hands this over as a simple vote, how much work is put behind the scenes. And I want to acknowledge everybody here that sat at the table to do this over dozens and dozens of meetings. So both staff and everybody else that participated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, I too want to thank the county staff and the union representatives who've been talking about this for a year or more, and to try to get to this point. I thought that the response to the surveys was really interesting, though, that most contractors who participated did not believe that this would provide substantial benefits one way or the other. And I tend to agree with them, and I have concerns that this is a solution in search of a problem. And I do appreciate Supervisor Friend's suggestions for changing this, but I don't have a sense that there's a high demand among workers for this kind of arrangement. And I don't have a good sense of what success will look like when the future boards evaluate the data that comes in from the pilot. I do appreciate the aspect that there was attempts to encourage more local companies getting contracts there, and what you did in that regard. But we do have local preferences that can address that dynamic right now. So as presented, I would be voting no on this item today because I think there isn't enough justification for launching this program of this magnitude that will result in our contracting in a way that just isn't justified, in my opinion. That said, if there is a board support today, I would like to see the report back after the first PLA project is underway, if that is before November 2025. But I will be voting no against it as presented.
So again, I want to thank staff for all their work. There was several staff within the CEO's office that was meeting with all the groups. And I have to say that whenever I get calls from both sides complaining about things, I think it's a good negotiation that's happening. And I did get calls from folks from both sides, 3 sides actually. So thank you for all that work. Again, this is it's a pilot project. And I think that, I want to ask, right? This gives us further time to discuss any issues that still come up with all the parties, right? Whether it's the building trades, the folks from MBE or K&D or the carpenters even, right? I think it doesn't exclude that this is it and this is what we're going with. We still, even that during that 5-year process, still have time to negotiate additional items or make corrections.
Of course. I mean, as the agreement proposes, just in the question of covered projects and project substitutions, there would be obviously an opportunity to come back and make amendments to this agreement. In terms of larger scale changes to the proposal, we serve at your direction. And of course, we would engage with labor partners, non-labor partners about those opportunities, but those would be changes to an agreement that you would want to have full concurrence with our signatories to the agreement on. So, I mean, it would take the work to make those changes, and those would they couldn't be one-sided unilateral changes. They would have to be subject to a negotiation and then agreed upon amendments that would be approved by you and our signatories.
So the other thing is, I have to say that with Supervisor Friend's additional direction, I agree that we should have the data-driven analysis after the projects. And then maybe assessment of, after the pilot project as well. But also, I agree with the expansion and you already addressed this already, that the expansion be able to include non-union parties into these projects as well. I'm a little leery about doing things that were negotiated upon, the bigger items, to make changes on things that were already negotiated on between all 2 parties. So, it took a lot of work to get here. And I think that we had a lot of input from non-union, union. And so I think that we should really respect what was negotiated between the parties and the time that you guys took to do that. There's one more thing I wanted to say. I really appreciate the work that you guys did with this, because I have to say that the 2 projects in Watsonville, one was a water project, and eventually it went out to bid again and got, filled. The other one was a really very particular landfill project. And of course, both these were during the pandemic and after the CZU and Napa fires. And I think that had more to do with it than than what was brought up here today. But even though, regardless, I think that you guys addressed that, and you guys negotiated how to come to terms with things like that. And it's one step further than Watsonville that addresses that. So I want to thank you for all that work. Given that, that's all my comments and questions. I'll bring it back to Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand. Also, it was negotiated, and then ultimately, we make a decision. And I think that for me to move forward, feel comfortable with moving forward, I'm seeking two, what I think are actually relatively minor adjustments to what was already negotiated, but would open up the opportunity more broadly, is the question I had asked, for local businesses to participate with the union, should the union be willing to even do that, and the local business even be willing to do that. And also on the cost side, I mean, this was something I'd specifically asked for at the last board meeting that this board voted for. And so this is the first time when this item came back that I'm seeing the percentage. So I think it's fair, considering the board unanimously supported my commentary about there being cost parity, that we actually move forward with a lower number than the 25%. Now, at the end of the day, as I said earlier, the board can actually, it doesn't matter if something comes back, there can still be a recommendation to move forward with it, even if it's whatever percentage. That's the board's, within the board's purview for various reasons. The board can make findings of various things moving forward. So I'll move the recommended actions with two modifications. One is to lower the 25% to 10%. And the second is in D4 to just a small modification of the language, which will expand the opportunity out. It currently says a local small business, which is specifically defined, and instead just change that to say, allow a contractor with a principal place of business in Santa Cruz County that is performing work. That would allow a broader number of folks to be able to have those discussions with the unions, and or they have the contractors make the determination, as they have done. Right now, this actually, ironically, what the language currently does is actually preclude what's already happened in our county, which are some local contractors from having those negotiations of coming in on these one-off projects with the unions. I mean, that seems like the last thing, one of the last things that the board would want to do. And so I'm just replacing what has been practiced anyway and codifying it in language to have that opportunity for local contractors to be able to do that. So those are my it's recommended actions with those two modifications.
Supervisor Friend, I think that you've said on the RTC, and we've had bids that went out, and then we took them, and we ended up having to go out to find more money for these projects. A lot of times these engineer reports are under. We have to give it more play room, more wiggle room, or else we'll be stuck. I think,
Well, first of all, I'll second the motion. I have a friendly amendment to offer as well, to getting to the point of robust data analysis that on recommended action 4, when a report is brought back to us in November of 2025, that would include specifically data about local hire percentages, costs, and on-time delivery, not only for projects within the PLA, but also baseline projects that are not subject to the PLA, so that we have some basis of comparison. I would say, a couple of things why I'm willing to support the proposed changes that Supervisor Friend has suggested. The first is that the percentage as far as a cost increase. I mean, as you said, really the board maintains discretion to approve projects that come in greater or lower than that specific percentage. And really all it's doing is kind of setting some expectation. And so I understand that, we don't want to say advertise this idea that we're willing to accept any project that's, up to 24% over, right? It's just saying, it's setting a general framework. Doesn't mean that we can't approve a project that comes in more expensive for any number of reasons. The board retains that discretion. To the second piece, as far as a local business. I mean, again, this is discretionary ultimately with the union itself. I mean, there's very much a may in that clause. And so I don't see it as binding anyone one way or another. It's simply not excluding these businesses. So, I mean, and to the point, like, oh, we should just accept it because it's coming. I mean, I saw this agreement on Friday, right? I mean, I certainly respect that staff and the unions have negotiated the best possible contract with the information that they had, but our role as decision makers is ultimately to provide input as well. I think that these are relatively minor changes that get us to the point where we can get a great agreement and move forward today.
So I'd be comfortable, but I think that I wanted to ask, so if we run into the issue where it's 15% over cost, would that come back to us, or would that meet and confer with the bidder and the county come to play?
So I just want to remind everyone the provision we're talking about is for projects that are less than $3 million, right? So if we had what this provision as written allowed us was to enter a conversation with our union partners around subbing something out, taking it out of the covered projects and putting something else in. Now, arguably, we could do that. So that was, and let me walk through the thought pattern here. So we have other substitution language around the larger projects as well. The real and it doesn't really speak to cost percentages. It's really for any reason, we decide we're not funding it, we don't have it available. The real distinction between those provisions was in those smaller projects was that we would aim for, if we were subbing something out, putting something of equal value, because we have a lot more small projects than we have major projects. If something came, if we changed that percentage, and a project came in at 15% over, that technically under this provision, we could pull it out and start that substitute process, or
negotiate.
Well, it's a conversation, absolutely. Or we could say market conditions are such that we would still recommend to the board, because like any of these projects, we bring those awards back to you. We could come back and say, yeah, we could have subbed this out, but we think that this is what the market will bear on this project. So our recommendation is you accept the bid. Or we could say, no, this just doesn't make sense. We really think we should reevaluate it, and we could sub it out. It is a benchmark for us to start a conversation.
Okay. So if you can restate the motion, Supervisor Friend.
Well, it was for the recommended actions. It was a modification from 25% to 10%. Again, it's more expectation setting than anything else. A change in D4 from local small business to adding language that struck that to just simply say contractor with a principal place of business in Santa Cruz County that is, and then the rest is the same. And then there was a friendly amendment from Supervisor Koenig that I accepted.
Right, which is around the just general reporting framework, including for the November 2025 report, that it would include data about local hire percentage, costs, and on-time delivery, and including benchmarking against other projects that are not subject to the PLA.
That's all the comments from the supervisors. We have a motion from Supervisor Friend and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson.
No.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with Supervisor McPherson a no vote and the rest a yes vote. So we have a scheduled item for 10:45. It's a little late, right?
It's on top.
Yeah. What happens in case it comes back? No, I thought it was really my rap that says you. You have the agenda?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Okay, let me give it to you then.
All right, thank you. All right. Are you like yeah, it's been good. Yeah. All right, I will call to order the regular meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors Flood Control and Water Conservation District, Zone 5. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Certainly, Chair. Director Friend.
Here.
McPherson.
Here.
Balboni. Here. With Directors Brown, Cummings, and Hernandez absent.
All right, so we have a quorum. Yes. Are there any additions or deletions to consent or regular agendas today?
There are some corrections, and I read them into the record earlier.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. Those were stated at the beginning of the meeting. Then we'll move on to the oral communications. Any member of the public wish to address the Zone 5 Flood Control and Water Conservation District on anything that's not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to action on the consent agenda. So any public comment on the consent agenda? Any comment by any board members on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move consent.
Second.
All right, motion by Director Friend, second by Director McPherson for approval of the consent agenda. There's no further comment. Clerk, please call the vote.
Director Friend.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
Balboni. Aye. And Koenig.
Aye. That moves us on to, that passes unanimously. That moves us on to our regular agenda. Item 8, accept and file the third quarter report of fiscal year 23-24 Santa Cruz County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And for a report on this item, we have our own Carolyn Burke.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig, and greetings to all our board members. So this is just a report out on the third quarter revenue report for fiscal year 23-24 for Zone 5. And these revenues are primarily drainage fees, permit processing fees for new impervious areas. And so for the third quarter, our total revenue was $223,124. And that includes $14,040 in drainage fees, $66,847 in permit processing fees, and $13,953 in interest and other revenue. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions from directors? Seeing none. Any comments from members of the public? All right. This is an accepted file, so I don't believe.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Director Friend, second from Director McPherson. Clerk, could you please call the roll or the vote?
Certainly. Director Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
Balboni. Aye. And Koenig.
Aye. That passes unanimously by those present. Move on to item 9, accept and file the fourth quarter report of fiscal year 23-24 Santa Cruz County Flood Control and Water Conservation District.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. So I'll have a similarly brief presentation for the fourth quarter 23-24 numbers. Our total revenue was $318,000, and that's made up of $28,204 in drainage fees, $121,977 in permit processing fees, and $14,762 in interest and other revenue.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll return it to the board for action.
I'll move the action. Recommended actions.
I'll second.
All right, a motion from Director McPherson, second from Director Friend to accept and file the fourth quarter report for fiscal year 23-24. Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Director Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
Balboni. Aye. And Koenig.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to the end of our regular agenda. I'll adjourn the meeting and pass it back over to Supervisor Hernandez to continue the Board of Supervisors meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. Next on the agenda item is to consider the resolution reaffirming Santa Cruz County's commitment to protect and support members of the immigrant communities as a sanctuary county and take related actions. So this item was being brought by Supervisor Cummings and myself. In Supervisor Cummings' absence, I will give the presentation. So we're recommending that we adopt a resolution reaffirming the Santa Cruz County's commitment to protect and support members of the immigrant communities as a sanctuary county and ensure that the county is actively communicating this message in a manner that effectively reaches impacted communities. And two, direct the county administrative officer or their designee to work with community partners to identify opportunities to strengthen resources to help protect and support immigrant communities against policies that may be negatively impact the safety and well-being of the members of these communities. So in light of recent presidential election and threats to implement restrictive anti-immigrant policies once the incoming president assumes office in January 25, it is important for Santa Cruz County to reaffirm its commitment to support and protect the safety and well-being of immigrants in our community that may become victims of these discriminatory policies. The county's immigrant community is integral to the social and economic fabric in our region. This resolution builds upon a history of leadership, including prior sanctuary resolutions and the recent public reaffirmations of support for the immigrant communities on November 7th of 2024. In addition to the resolution, we are directing the county CAO or its designee to work with community partners to strengthen resources and partnerships with organizations that help protect members of these communities that may be target of such policies. By reaffirming our commitment and to protecting and supporting our immigrant community members and making a commitment to provide resources to these individuals, we hope to ensure and maintain the trust of these members of our community within the county. So with this, I'm going to switch it up and take public comment first. Okay. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item?
Yes, please. Thank you, friends. My name is Paul Johnston, and I was part of a small group of people who published a little letter to the editor in the paper this Sunday in support of this item. Since then, 62 people have signed on to the letter. So I brought a copy with all those 62 names, and I hope you'll treat it like a petition. And just to say, we deeply appreciate your intention to affirm the county's current policy of and the sheriff's current policy, really, of not collaborating with excessive immigration enforcement. And also, we appreciate your direction, hopefully today, to county leadership to look for ways in which to strengthen support for families. The reality is, I think you probably know that thousands and thousands of your constituents are panicking, are already traumatized by the threat of mass deportation. So we hope that the measures that you are recommending will be decided and moved on with alacrity, because we are in an emergency situation for many folks. It can't wait till after the holidays to begin to consult with the community. And we hope also that consultation will go down to the grassroots, to the folks who are actually affected, to determine what kinds of support and what kinds of need is most useful. But you have wonderful resources with the Latino Affairs Commission, with Heather Rogers, your public defender, but really it's the members of the community themselves who have the best information. I think our recommendation and what we hope comes out of the pipeline is support for families that are now traumatized, and especially in the event of deportation are thrown into crisis. And number two, legal aid, expanded access to representation. Those are the two items that we hope will be developed.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ray Cancino, and I lied to you, Bruce. I said I wouldn't bother you, but one last bother before you go out the door. So thank you, Supervisor Cummings and Hernandez, for bringing the resolution forward, affirming our immigrant community. I urge you that without clear action steps funding, or direction to staff. This is simply a prayer and a wishful thinking. So here are a couple of key things you can help to collaborate on. Write and communicate to ensure court administrators and the Self-Help Center to bring forward information about housing discrimination based on national origin. That was a key issue in 2017. To direct the PIO and county departments to focus on key messages to ensure continued enrollment in social service programs across the county. In 2017, we saw a 30% reduction in enrollment to Medi-Cal, TANF, and SNAP. Clear communication to our community about public charge, promote family safety plans, including something we helped start, the child care safety plan in our community, and ensure that there's a clear established service for deportation defense, as our prior speaker spoke. There's partners in San Francisco, which is where the detainment arraignments will occur, that we can collaborate on and provide some level of support to take on any clients in our county that could potentially be impacted. Additionally, be proactive about our mental health education to ensure that, one, A, families can reassure their children around deportation and separation. B, families can address anxiety and depression resources as quickly as possible to ensure the mental health of our community. And 3, allocate resources for key public messages, key partner agencies and agreements for the support of the ongoing work of the next 4 years. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Sandy Brown. I'm here with Trina Barton. We are staff to Supervisor Cummings, who couldn't be here today due to an emergency. Wanted to just thank you for considering this item. I'm also speaking as a member of this community, a longtime member. I'm proud to live in a community that has declared itself a sanctuary against the really vitriolic, hateful, anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies that have pervaded our national discourse. And we're very concerned in the 3rd District office about what is to come. So we really appreciate you hearing this today and, believe that immigrants are so important to the social, economic, cultural fabric of our community. And we know that that safety, the public safety, is critical. And that happens when everybody in our community feels safe, secure, when we have stability. And so we want to do everything we can. We stand ready to work with immigrant communities and allies. We've already begun to have those conversations, and we will be here to work in the coming administration to support our community. So thank you. I'll give Trina a few moments. Sorry.
I think Sandy captured it really well, but hoping that this resolution will provide a way to nimbly work with community-based organizations already working with folks to really understand what's happening in real time, to nimbly respond, and to engage in that kind of deep partnership. So thank you for your consideration of this.
Hi there, I'm Carol Barton. I consider it a privilege to live in this culturally rich, inclusive community. And these times are truly remarkable, incredible, and yet so real to so many. And we need to protect those who are most vulnerable to the threats of the incoming administration. I urge you to adopt this proposal and to consider the specifics that were recommended, particularly by Ray Cancino. Thank you.
Hello, today I want to speak about why keeping Santa Cruz a sanctuary city for immigrants is so critical, especially for our immigrant students who face unique challenges every day. I'm here speaking on behalf of the school social workers at Santa Cruz City School District and those unable to speak out today. We witness firsthand the trauma and fear these students endure. For many, going to school isn't just about education, it's about surviving in a climate of uncertainty and danger. Imagine that constant fear of a parent being detained or of not knowing how to respond if ICE shows up at your door. This fear is real for our students. They carry the weight of their family's safety, and often that burden is too heavy for a child to bear. What we are asking for today are 3 key actions. We will not use our county jail to hold individuals for ICE. We will provide legal aid to those detained, and we will offer support and help to families affected by deportation. By keeping Santa Cruz a sanctuary city, we are sending a message of safety, hope, and belonging to all our immigrants, especially to our students who need to feel secure in their schools and communities. Let's stand together and make sure that they have that security. Thank you so much.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jim Weller. I forgot to put on my Coupa button and my Peace United Church of Christ button, but I'm here with you in person, and I'm here to speak with the rest of my friends here about the importance of the spirit of sanctuary in our community. My church, under the leadership of our former pastor and me and others, became 8 years ago the first major religious institution in this county to declare ourselves a sanctuary church. We still take that position. We are in the process of figuring out what that means this time around as we await the regime change in Washington, and without knowing what we can expect to come down, but knowing that it's likely to be bad, maybe very bad. And so for my part, I simply want to urge the entire public sector, all elected officials, to take the opportunity now to revisit the public policies that were put into place before, to consolidate across jurisdictions the key policies for non-cooperation with immigration enforcement. We plan to work to coordinate among all the law enforcement agencies, starting with the sheriff's office, a mutual and consolidated plan for law enforcement in a way that will allow the members of our immigrant communities to not fear that local police will help to deport them. That's the most important thing from our perspective. We're working on that now. We're hoping for a wide scale and broad and deep community response to the threats that the president-elect and his administration have been making against our communities. Thank you. Thank you. I support it.
Good morning, board. For the record, Monica Morales, Health Services Agency Director. I just wanted to highlight, how proud I am to be of service to this county and to the board, and the fact that you guys are taking this stance. Not many boards are doing this across our state or across our nation. So very grateful for your support. I also wanted to emphasize that under your leadership, Health Services Agency has also been meeting with various CBOs across the county to align with them, specifically meeting with our county Office of Education and our Alliance or Managed Care Plan to really increase services for youth when it comes to trauma and mental health services and coordination around that, and also around the communication and ensuring that we continue to emphasize that access is available for our community. We also have plans to continue the coordination with our sheriff and our different county organizations to be in alignment with some of the work that you have seen some of the CBOs talking about today. So through your leadership, I just want to thank you and really let you know that Health Services Agency is here and ready to also be in alignment with the work that we're doing across the county to ensure that we support all our community members. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Lee, and I'm a member of the Welcoming Network. I live in the 1st District, and I rode my bike. So I'm here primarily, everyone has said all that needs to be said. We're worried about the children. We're worried about the families. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you for thinking about this. Thank you for considering this. And thank you for having acted in the past along these same lines. So please continue. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon. My name's James Ewing Whitman. I suppose I can at least agree with folks here about what the potential is for the next 4 years. If it couldn't have been any worse than the last 0 to 4 years or 4 to 8, we're really into something crazy. So all these individuals that are standing up for stuff. I think that's great. In my professional career, I have a certain fondness for most of the men I've worked with that English is a second language. They're very forgiving, and we have a lot of fun. They tend to be a lot smarter than people that look like me. So all this stuff, Santa Cruz, California being a sanctuary city, that's going to be a huge initial amount of more effort for law enforcement. How do you distinguish between the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been let into the United States over the past 4 years? It's going to be really challenging. I invite you folks behind me and the ones speaking here to put your money where your mouth is and to help your friends stay in this community and to help law enforcement do what is actually right and to stand up for what is right. You know, with all the fraud going on in here, it's just crazy. We've been under soft martial law since March 13th, 2020. It's a snap of the fingers. So if the last 4 years were horrific with what's going on, a mix of Humpty Dumpty, you know, just more Zionist Nazis like himself, it's just going to be really challenging to see what happens when problems really start to occur in this country. There's a lot of issues going on that are important, like this one, that are just being swept under the rug. Anyway, we're going to see what's going to happen. Hope everybody's well.
Thank you. Seeing there's no public comment in here, we'll go out to see if there's anyone online.
Yes, Chair, we have callers online. Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available. Call-in user 2, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Kate, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Kate Hinnenkamp, Program Director at the Santa Cruz County Immigration Project. We're a program of the Community Action Board. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for considering this resolution reaffirming Santa Cruz County's commitment to protect and support members of the immigrant community. Here in our county, immigrants are our neighbors, our coworkers, our children's classmates at school. Often, immigrants are members of our own families. The only way for us to move forward as a community, the only way for us to prosper and thrive, is to do so together, acknowledging our interconnectedness. Right now is a time of uncertainty for many, including our immigrant neighbors. At CAB and our partner organizations, including Catholic Charities, Watsonville Law Center, and many more, we're working hard to educate and inform the immigrant community, encouraging them to act based on facts, not on fear. Santa Cruz County's bold decision to state out loud its intent to give sanctuary helps calm these fears, assuring our immigrant neighbors that the county will do all it can to protect and support them. Approving this resolution will make the next 4 years safer and more hopeful for all of us. Thank you, and please vote yes on the resolution.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak again today. I just wanted to point out my support of the concepts of Santa Cruz County being a sanctuary region. So I look at this from a cost perspective. It doesn't make sense for the United States of America to expend enormous amounts of human resource and money to remove millions of people that are already here, that have been here for an exceedingly long time, that contribute to our communities and our economy. It makes no sense, Republicans. You're only hurting yourselves. And for myself personally, just so you know, the 4 things that helped get me out of poverty and out of my terrible situations as a child, a teen, and a young adult were Pell Grant, FDIC, vaccines, and immigrants. The thing is I worked with all these immigrants when I was younger, doing all sorts of hard labor jobs. And I remember when I was a 12 and 13-year-old boy, federal agents raiding my restaurants and everything and taking some Mexican guy away that they thought didn't belong in our community. The stuff, I think about this, it's outrageous after a while. And when you consider what Mitch McConnell said a few days ago regarding the polio vaccine, I'm starting to wonder a lot about Republicans, that Republicans today are behaving a lot more like a Jonestown religious cult or something. It's completely ridiculous, these ideas that they have come up with. So, I cannot be supportive of this. It's outrageous. It hurts a lot of people and does absolutely nothing for the United States of America. Anyways, thank you so much. You folks have a fine day.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Call in user 2. Your microphone's now available.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lors, and I was thinking about when I first moved here in 1990, and I lived in Beach Flats, and it was a cruel official policy from what I witnessed. And it was horrible how many people and families were getting just in a traumatic, phenomenal, inhumane way. The county was not, and the city of Santa Cruz was not standing up to stop the feds and stop ICE from what I saw and witnessed in my 20s when I first moved here. So now in my late 50s, I'm seeing that homelessness is going to be a new branch. There's going to be a new branch of homelessness, and that's going to be in all these deportations. And these families deserve the right to be treated with dignity. I'm going to just read for one moment from Keith McHenry's writing. He's co-founder of the global movement of Food Not Bombs. As we go into winter here, and as we now may have another branch of homelessness coming in late winter, I want to read a little bit about what's going on right now. It's my understanding that the San Lorenzo Redwood Hunchers were driven away by a call from a house person, maybe offended by the view of those less fortunate outside their warm, dry apartment. Of course, that municipal law restricting motorists to 15 minutes in our city's 2- and 3-story garages is aggressively enforced against those who have no other place to escape the rains. You might be ignored till 3 a.m. in the morning when the rain is at its heaviest before a gang of Santa Cruz police forces you and your friends into the cold, drenching showers. You rush to pack your belongings, but it won't be long before most of what you own will be sopping wet. This is cruelty as official policy. These policies are about to get much more brutal. Biden's government admits to an increase in homelessness. Housing and Urban Development reported that there's an 11% increase in the number of people who had become homeless in 2023 over the number of unhoused people counted in 2022. The first in a number of cruel policy changes as
We have no further speakers, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments or proper motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hernandez today and Cummings for bringing this to. I did vote to support the county being a sanctuary county in 2017, and will repeat what I said then, which is that the immigration policy and enforcement is the role of the federal government, for better or for worse. We do not have a good comprehensive immigration policy in the United States. Our strategies now, and I hope that to confront it or to deal with it, and I hope the incoming administration in Washington understands that whatever policies they do impose must be humane and sensitive. But also to recognize that elected representatives from New York to California have expressed real concerns about what this immense influx of immigrants has caused them and providing adequate services to the United States citizens and housing, education, healthcare, public safety, whatever. So that's a problem we can't, I don't think, can let open borders just continue forever. But we do have to deal with it in the best way we can, and it is up to the federal government. I'm concerned of what's been happening recently, but I'm afraid of what might happen in the future. So there has to be a middle ground, and I really hope and pray that we find it. But the federal government is the one that's responsible to resolve this issue.
Thank you, Supervisor Friend.
No, I think I'd be prepared. Well, let me first also say that it's important that the county both express its values, and it's also important that the county not create undue fear in the community with some of its actions. And so what I view today is an attempt to just showcase what we already do, which is that it's a county that welcomes the broader community, that provides services, and will continue to do that irrespective of who the administration is. But I also think it's important for the community to be careful about some of the language that we use moving forward, because we do, when you're in positions of influence, you have the ability to also stoke fear in communities that would be additionally sensitive to it. And so we have to just make sure that we're responding to something real and not just something potential moving forward. And but I'm supportive of the proposal.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank you and Vice Chair Hernandez and Chair Cummings for bringing this resolution forward today. I think the turn against immigrants and the general dialogue within our country is extremely unfortunate. This country was built by immigrants. We're all, unless you trace your heritage to a Native American tribe, we're all immigrants here. And I think that even in past world conflicts, we've seen that the countries that accepted immigrants and really triumphed because of that, because of the sheer power and ingenuity of that those immigrants brought to our country and enriched it with. So I'm glad that we are really reaffirming our commitment to be a sanctuary county today and to support immigrants. I would point out that we're basically saying we're not going to spend any county money or staff time to support cruel policies or I say cruel programs that are being carried out by the federal government. But at the same time, we do have to follow state and federal law. I mean, we all, as elected officials, took an oath to do so. And so we cannot pick and choose. And if there were statutes at the state or federal level, I assume we're not going to see any at the state level, but at the federal level that required some greater level of information sharing, it makes me, wary of doing anything that is going to hold records, which we could ultimately be required to share. And we want to make sure that as we proceed with ways to help everyone in our community, we're not creating vulnerabilities that we're haven't thought about. But of course, happy to support the resolution today.
Thank you. So I also too was part of a board of a city council that passed a ordinance, sanctuary ordinance, and one of the things that some of the members there thought was important was just the economic aspect, right? California's economy majority of their economy is agriculture, and the backbone is the workforce, and that workforce is immigrants. And so, it's imperative that we also protect our economy as well, because that's the backbone of our economy, the immigrant workers in California. People think it's Hollywood, Silicon Valley. It's actually agriculture. Mr. Ray Cancino mentioned several of the issues that arose during 2016, 2017. And I have to agree that those are some of the issues that came up, from public charge to working with folks from different areas, Bay Area. We had to call Santa Clara on issues, and we had to call different folks. So I think that this committee or this action is going to allow for that. This is only the beginning. I think those networks and connections are going to happen. I also have to say that when I met in Sacramento with HPE, our lobbyists, they had mentioned that they're in connection with a lot of the counties are talking about this issue, and that we should stay connected with these counties through them because they're going to relay information. So with that, I would support a motion if someone would entertain a motion. We get back to
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second. Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Person. And Hernandez.
Aye. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to the next item. So the next item is I'm passing up this one. To consider adopting Board of Supervisors guideline of procedures as prepared by the Ad Hoc Committee, District 2, Supervisor Friend, and District 3, Supervisor Cummings.
I'll briefly introduce this item. It's kind of a procedural item. You may remember that the board had voted to create an ad hoc committee in regards to creating some guidelines and procedures. The chair and I were appointed to that, and we held multiple meetings with county leadership, both the CAO's office and county council, to come up with what is before you today. And really the main focus is that, when Supervisor McPherson and I were elected, it was the first time since 1980 that two new board members were elected at the same time. And now there's been a complete turnover of the entire board in just the last 5 years. So we thought it would make sense to afford an opportunity moving forward that would memorialize just some basic policies and procedures. By the way, this doesn't bind any future boards. Boards can modify or change anything. Really, it's just to help the new board members coming on from an onboarding perspective. And since we have a process of circulating the chair, just to have the chair understand what the roles are. It's open for future amendments or changes, but we thought that it was a good first step of just creating a very simple to use document of what the board policies and procedures are of turning in board items, the roles of the chair, et cetera. So that's what is before you today.
Thank you, Supervisor Friend. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I might just ask one. On part 2, and I think this is good to have guidelines. You may want to change them in the future, but I think it's been working well what we have. But I think on the related, the 2.3.2 related to ordinances, the second paragraph indicates that items related to a proposed ordinance must be placed on the regular agenda. But what about proposed direction to staff to explore the creation of an ordinance? Can't that be on consent? Because it doesn't require drafting an ordinance, only studying what it might involve.
Yes, it can be.
It can be. Okay. Okay. Well, that's fine.
And I did realize there was one error actually in this. I forgot to mention there was just a minor date error. It says that we make appointments to commissions at the first meeting in January. It's actually the second meeting in January. So we just need to make that minor modification in here.
Okay. Good.
Any other comments, Supervisor Friend? Supervisor Koenig?
I appreciate the work of Supervisor Friend and your final time with the board, helping to clarify some of what you've seen work well, and so that we can pass that on to the incoming board members and even help clarify for us as who will continue on in this role how to keep the ship moving forward smoothly.
And I'll just note for the record that the change that we'll make on that second board meeting issue is to item 3.2.B.1E on the fourth page.
Thank you, Supervisor Friend. I also appreciate having these guidelines. It's kind of, I thought we already had these actually for some reason, but apparently you worked it out there. So with that, we'll take it out to the public. If anyone in the public would like to make a comment.
Yeah, hello, my name is still James Ewing Whitman. I was quite curious what this could entail, so I read it out in the hallway. It doesn't seem to be as similar as what the County of San Diego was passing. I was just kind of curious what was going to be railroaded through here. I mean, I wish people would actually understand the differences of our legal system and how the people who elected the 4 or 5 of you have been defrauded because you're being controlled by an unelected county manager, and that's you, Mr. Carlos Palacios. So it's just kind of really tragic what's going on. You know, got clients calling me, where am I? I told them last night I was going to be here until about noon. So anyway, great send off to you, Mr. Bruce McPherson. Hope that, you know, you do all kinds of wonderful, good things. And same for you, Zach, friend. I hope that you're off to do all kinds of wonderful, good things. Enough for now. Enjoy.
Thank you. Seeing there's no more public comment here in the chambers. Anybody online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
No speakers. I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions with the modification on the date. Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Friend and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item 10, hold a public hearing to consider accomplishments of Community Development Block Grant Awards 20 CBDG and take related actions. Good morning.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess. Sorry. Today's public hearing is to close out the county's Community Development Block Grant, or the CDBG, CV. In 2020, HCD allocated $2.1 million to the county to target, prevent, and prepare for and respond to coronavirus. Funding was used for 4 different activities. The program provided a Meals on Wheels breakfast packet program that was closed out last year. Today, we're going to close out the remaining 3 programs. The first of these last 3 programs is the North Coast COVID-19 Support Services. These targeted the northern area of Santa Cruz County, around the Davenport area, and served 212 lower income North Coast residents. Services included pop-up COVID-19 clinics that were held in collaboration with Santa Cruz County's Human Services Department. Davenport Resource Center distributed over 100 antigen tests to community members and helped by providing over 1,000 masks and PPE to help mitigate the spread of the virus. In addition, over 500 instances of vaccination were including assistance with scheduling boosters, appointments, and offered up-to-date information and vaccines. The next activity is the Live Oak Schools COVID-19 Support Services. This was a collaboration with the Santa Cruz Community Health Clinic and the Live Oak Schools. Through a partnership, 2 social workers were hired, where they were able to provide 272 low-income students who were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic with behavioral health linkages. The social workers had regular school-based meetings to address services and assess students' needs by creating a rotation schedule through all the schools in the Live Oak area. On average, an additional 50 additional interactions occurred weekly with students through school clubs, sports activities, and campus throughout the day. The final activity was our COVID-19 Project Room Key Extension and Transition. This was a collaboration between the Housing Matters and Community Action Board, who helped connect persons to shelter and continued assistance through a rehousing wave to find permanent housing. This was an extension of the Project Room Key, which booked hotels and motels throughout the county and helped shelter persons experiencing homelessness who are at risk of COVID-19. A total of 254 people experiencing homelessness were provided these rooms. So our recommended actions today is that you hold a public hearing on the accomplishments of the 2020 Community Development Block Grant received by the county. The first for the North Coast COVID-19 Support Services, Second, Live Oak Schools COVID-19 support services. Third, for the COVID-19 Project Roomkey Extension and Transition Program, and that you accept and file this report on accomplishments for the 2020 CDBG CV grant activities as listed above, and that you authorize the Director of Community Development and Infrastructure to execute and submit the final CDBG grant completion reports to HCD for these grants. And Suzanne, and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. And if there's any comments from the board, questions?
I just want to thank all the organizations that provided the services funded by the grants. It's really terrific, much needed. It really gets down literally to the home or the school. We're all walking with faith into how to deliver these vital services during pandemic. Excuse me. And I'm appreciative of the commitment that so many people have made collectively to serve the community during these crises that we face. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor McPherson. I echo the same sentiment. Folks in the community really appreciate the meals and the delivered and the room key project. With that, I'll take it out to the public for public comment. Seeing none, we'll check if there's anyone online.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Isai, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Isai Ambrosio. I'm the program director for Community Action Board's Davenport Research Center. And before I talk about CDBG, I wanted to thank you first for reaffirming Santa Cruz County's commitment to protecting our immigrant communities. Being an immigrant myself and married to an immigrant, we came to this country as teenagers, and we really benefited from living in a welcoming community, going to local schools. And now my wife has been a teacher for 20 years in Watsonville, teaching first grade, and now I serve this community, so I really have seen the benefits of a welcoming community. So I want to thank you for that. And I also want to thank you now for supporting this grant, the CDBG grant. The Davenport Resource Center received this grant in 2021, and it was a really flexible grant, and we were able to provide a lot of different services related to COVID, education and outreach, like Priscilla was sharing, pop-up clinics, PPE, education and outreach, and support to the North Coast low-income community. So we are very thankful for that, and thank you, Priscilla, for all your support, and thank you to your team as well.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hi, I just wanted to convey my appreciation for these programs, and that it's duly noted that on the West Coast and in Santa Cruz County, death rates were lower when it comes to COVID, and the uptake of the vaccine was higher. Compared to red states, the uptake was lower and death rates were higher. So we had friends that have died in other states because of this virus. Now, they were older. So just so you know, I'm real concerned about our new administration coming into power and the appointments that they have made and these statements regarding the polio vaccine and all that sort of stuff. So just so everyone knows, sometimes what comes around goes around. With COVID, older people were primarily in the firing line, okay? With these other diseases, things like polio, that could be a bitter pill to swallow for Republicans and religious folks in the Deep South when you have a 30 or 40-year-old parent here confronted with a child that is horribly paralyzed and ruined for their entire life at the start of life. So, that would be pretty bad, I think. You don't want to come into this world in a condition and end up like FDR or a lot of other folks, just plain dead. So anyways, I'm appreciative of these programs. And I think Santa Cruz County did a very fine job at looking out for the health of their constituents. Thank you so much.
You have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
We have a motion from Supervisor Friend and a second from Supervisor McPherson. Madam Clerk, could we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Friend,
Aye.
McPherson, and Hernandez.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, the last item before closed session and our scheduled item for 1:30. The next item on the agenda is item number 11, to hold a public hearing on proposed amendments to the United Fee Schedule for fiscal year 24-25 and adopt a resolution confirming the amendments. I will turn over to Marcus for detail.
Actually, I'll just keep it brief. I'll introduce you to Gina. Gina de Kuntis. I'm having a moment. So age thing. She's been the lead on this, and she's our senior administrative analyst here in the CEO's office.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. I'm Gina DeMartini-Coons, Senior Administrative Analyst from the County Administrative Office, joined by Marcus Pimentel, the County Budget Manager, this afternoon. Twice each year in June and December, the board adopts amendments to the Unified Fee Schedule. On November 19th this year, 2024, the board set a public hearing for today for the latest proposed amendments. There are revisions from the following departments: the District Attorney's Office, the General Services Department, Health Services Agency, Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services Department, and Sanitation District in the Community Development, Community Infrastructure Department, Public Works Division. It is recommended that the board open the public hearing, hear protests and objections, if any, close the public hearing if appropriate, and if appropriate, adopt the resolution revising the Unified Fee Schedule. Representatives from the departments are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll also bring it out to the public for any public comments. Seeing none, we'll check if there's anyone online.
We have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board.
I appreciate the updates brought forward by the various departments. I particularly like that we are increasing the fee for non-patient health record requests. I think that has to do with insurance in general, but with that, I'm happy to move the recommended actions.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Friend. Madam Clerk, if we take a roll call vote.
Mr. Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson. And Hernandez.
Aye. That passes unanimously. So I actually stand corrected. There is one more item that we have to do. We pulled one of the items from consent, and let me read it. Here we go. It's item 21, which is now item 7.1. Adopt the ordinance amending chapter 7.7 of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to wells and borings, and an ordinance amending chapter 7.73 of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to individual water systems, approved in concept in December 10th, 2024.
Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Chair, I mean, understand you might have some questions on this item. I know I've been going back and forth with a couple of constituents on this, and as well as staff, to try to work through some concerns. What I would suggest here is maybe we just continue this second read to the second meeting in January. That would provide us more time to work through those issues. I mean, acknowledging that because we've had these back-to-back meetings one week after the next, this is just fairly quick for a second read to come up, and so we haven't had the typical time to dig into the details. But I would suggest that we just continue this item to the second meeting in January.
Is that a motion? Or we have to take it out to the public first. So my concern was that we never talked to the Farm Bureau like I talked about last week. They said they invited them on November, but they weren't able to make it because of the celebration we had here, ceremonial stuff that they had to do, and their next meeting is the second Thursday of, same as RTC, the second Thursday of the month. So check. If that second Thursday falls after, that's perfect. I will.
Chair Hernandez, the first point of clarification, I wanted to be sure for the record. This item, we have our record showing that item 21 was pulled and added as item 15.1.
Oh,
is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And then regarding the timing, the meetings in January are on the 14th and on the 28th, I believe.
28th? Okay. So with that, I'll take it out to the public for any public comment. Seeing none, any online?
We have no speakers online.
No speakers. I'll bring it back to.
I'll move that we continue this item until the January 28th, 2025 meeting.
Second. We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and seconded by me.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson. And Hernandez.
Aye. So that concludes our regular agenda. We're going to, closed session.
There's nothing reportable. So we'll come back at 1:30.
We'll come back at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
As everyone gets settled down, we're going to begin the 1:30 scheduled item. Ready? Okay. So we'll begin the scheduled item for 1:30. Number 13, consider authorizing the issuance. It's on. Item 13, consider authorizing the issuance of proclamation honoring Child Support Services Department Director Jamie Murray on her retirement, to be signed by all members of the board. We will now move. Well, Jamie. We'll now move to the issuance of the proclamation honoring Child Support Services Department Director Jamie Murray on her retirement. Proclamation is up there. Where is it at? Proclamation?
We'll get it, Jamie. We promise we signed it.
Thank you. Hey, Chairman. I just wanted to about 11 years. I want to thank Carlos. Thank you. I want to thank Carlos and Nicole for their support and leadership. I have a strong team in place that's going to continue the excellent work that the department does. I have committed staff that are continuing to engage with our parents to ensure that all children in our caseload have emotional and financial support so that they can be successful. I would also like to quickly thank my husband, Ruben, of 38 years, and my mother, Doris, who's 90, for their continued support of my 32-year career. They helped me raise 4 children. I had many years when I had a long commute, and I had evening and Saturday classes that they helped me get through, and so I'm grateful for their support. I plan to continue my work with the Youth Resource Bank here in Santa Cruz, and I'm hoping to find something additional in my retirement to be able to contribute more to the community. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got the proclamation, and let me read it though. Jamie Murray will officially retire on December 31st, 2024, over 32 years of commendable and meritorious service to the state, federal programming, providing child support services, including her last 11 years with the County of Santa Cruz as Regional Director of Child Support Services for Santa Cruz and San Benito counties. In June 2000, Jamie obtained her bachelor's degree in industrial psychology from California State University, Hayward. And on September 1st, 2006, she obtained her master's degree in public administration from Cal State East Bay, Hayward. Whereas prior to her service to Santa Cruz County, Jamie served as the County of Contra Costa for over 8 years as a child support ombudsman, then worked for 4 years as a senior program systems analyst for the Franchise Tax Board, and assisted developing and implementing the CCSAS project. Jamie then spent approximately 4 years with the California Department of Child Services as a consortia oversight manager, project manager, and manager of the Change Management Coordination Committee. And on June 1st, 2009, she became Director of Child Support Services for Sutter County and served there for over 4 years. On December 9th, 2013, Jamie joined employment with the County of Santa Cruz Department of Child Support Services with the highest position of Director of Child Support Services, and has served Santa Cruz County for over 11 years. During this time, Jamie served 2 terms as Child Support Director Association Board of Directors and held the position of Treasurer, Vice President, and President of the association, and also co-chaired the CSDA Annual Conference Planning Committee for over 8 years. Whereas Jamie exhibited impressive work ethic and dedication during her long-standing career with DCSS and provided an admirable work conducted with exemplary dedication to duty, operation excellence, and heart, serving to ensure children and families receive court-ordered financial and medical support. Jamie has always worked alongside the DCSS team members with caring professionalism, and Jamie's coworkers have enjoyed working with her and have appreciated her ability to improve program processes for staff and customers. With much appreciation and care, the fellow employees of DCSS congratulate Jamie and wish her the very best in this new chapter of her life as she moves to enjoy her family and find new adventures to experience. Now, therefore, I, the members of the Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors, hereby commend Jamie Murray at the end of her distinguished career in the Department of Child Support Services and extend our deepest appreciation, respect, and gratitude for her public service as part of the county.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This is a public action item. Is there any member of the community that would like to address us on that item? Is there anybody online?
You have a speaker online. Hey, phone, your microphone's now available. It's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Seems they're unable to connect.
I'll move the recommended actions for authorizing the issuance of the proclamation.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Friend and Supervisor Koenig with a second. Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I'm an old guy. I have to wear these readers. We'll now move on to item 14. Consider the authorizing the issuance of proclamation honoring Supervisor Friend to be signed by the board members. We'll now move to honor Supervisor Friend to be signed by the members of the board. Where's the plaque again? Let's just bring both of them, so we don't have to go through this again. The Supervisor McPherson's too. Honoring Supervisor Zach Friend after 3 terms of exemplary leadership and dedicated service to our county. Supervisor Zach Friend is concluding his representation of the 2nd District. A native of San Diego, Zach moved to Santa Cruz County to attend the University of California at Santa Cruz, where he obtained his Bachelor's of History and continued his education in Washington, D.C. at Georgetown University, where he received his master's in public policy and had the honor of working for both Barack Obama, that's a typo, and John Kerry's presidential campaigns, as well as working in both houses of Congress and the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Upon his return to Santa Cruz, Zach held the position of crime analyst and spokesperson for the Santa Cruz Police Department, and authorized on message how a compelling narrative will make your organization succeed, which became an Amazon.com bestseller in the marketing category. Throughout his 12 years as supervisor for District 2, Zach has prioritized expanding access to services for South County residents, championing initiatives and lasting benefits for his constituents of all Santa Cruz County, and demonstrated his efforts to establish the new Mid-County Public Safety Service Center in Aptos, secure the preservation of Watsonville Hospital, and advocate for the development of the South County Government Center. Zach has also been involved with numerous efforts to invest in parks, youth activities in South County, such as the remodel of the Seascape Park, the Hidden Beach Park, and the development of the bike and skate facilities at Seacliff and Pinot Lake Park, and the inclusion of fully accessible features in multiple parks across the district. Zach has led initiatives that will leave a lasting impact for current and future generations, such as the remodeling of the Aptos and La Salva and Capitola libraries, as well as the establishment of Seacliff Village Park and the renovation of Willowbrook Park in honor of late Sergeant Damon Gutzwiller. Zach also spearheaded the efforts to create the county's mobile app and expand broadband by making it easier to deploy high-speed internet infrastructure, and his advocacy helped secure millions of funding for ongoing broadband expansion in rural areas of the county. Zach's work elevated the profile of Santa Cruz County by serving on several state and federal initiatives, including the National Association of Counties Board of Directors, NACO Artificial Intelligence Exploratory Committee, chairing the California State Association of Counties Health and Human Services Committee, and California Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Act Work Group, among others. Perhaps the most significantly, Zach's advocacy at the federal level helped secure over $400 million for the Pajaro River flood risk management and facilitated visits from top federal officials, including the White House during the atmospheric rain river storms. Zach brought quick wit and level of decorum to the board that is often hard to find and will be missed in his absence. Now, therefore, the members of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulate Supervisor Zach Friend on his distinguished career and thank him for all that he has done for the 2nd District and the County of Santa Cruz, and wish him all the best in his next chapter. So we're going to turn it to the public. If anybody would like to speak from the public, please come up.
Thank you very much. Zach, it's a delight to be here today to celebrate your spectacular 3 terms on the Board of Supervisors. And you deserve all our plaudits and thanks. I too served 3 terms on the board. My name is Rob Lee Levy. And I know the challenges you have faced in this unique district. The natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, and fires, that's the 2nd District, right? The vast majority of your constituents live in the unincorporated area of the county, and you have had to respond and solve their problems that in other districts fall on the shoulders of the city councilmen. And this comes without the revenue that flows to cities for local services. So you've got double problems there. Thousands of phone calls I know you've fielded during the last 12 years and at all hours of night, and you have responded so well to those requests for help and service. I would just say, phew, it's a lot of work. You have been a force for civil and collegiate government, so important in this day. Your work at the local, state, and federal level has been highly effective on the issues that are important both to our district and the county as a whole. I love it that you have championed causes that are also dear to my heart. Environmental protection for our coast, our agricultural lands, and the importance of parks and libraries that you've built. You built the Aptos Library. It's fantastic. Thank you very much. And this is what binds our community together. We're a small district. We're a smaller district. I mean, we're a small county, smallest, I think, in the nation, perhaps. And as a community, we're rich. And we're rich because of this kind of public service. As I said, this is what binds our community together. And you have done just that. Your connection with the people in the district has been fantastic. For your fine service, Zach, many, many thanks. Now, a time for a shift. Enjoy your time with your family, with your son. Take this break from responding to the greater world. You can reflect, you can enjoy, and I know that your path forward will surely be at the service, will be of great service to your communities, and fascinating accomplishments will follow. Thank you so much for the last 12 years.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and honorable supervisors. My name is Gail Pellerin, and I represent the 28th Assembly District. I'm honored to be here with Alexis Garcia, I forgot your name, Arizola, who is with Assemblymember Don Addis's office. And we have here as well, Khalida Zaware, who is with Senator Laird's office. And I just want to be here today to just thank you, Supervisor Friend, for being a public service pro. From Capitol Hill to Santa Cruz PD to our county supervisor, you have always put community first. You're a public safety champion. You launched predictive policing, National Night Out, and the nation's first law enforcement iPhone app. You're a White House influencer, and I'm not talking TikTok, but the work you did to shape our national policy during the Obama's Council on Economic Advisors is having impact today. You are a strategist. You are the one that helped deliver that winning campaign message to elect Obama as president. In your addition, I don't know how you find the time, but you're a best-selling author with your book On Message, proves the power of a good story. And Zach, you are exceptional at telling stories. And you were responsible for bringing President Biden here to Santa Cruz County during our disasters and securing that necessary federal recovery aid and support, and helped out our flood victims, helping to secure $400 million for Pajaro Valley Levee Project. You have an amazing staff that are here today. Your Chief of Staff, Allison Violante, Forrest Revere, Kieran Kelly, Patrick Mulhern, all are just incredible servants here and public servants in our community. So I just want to thank you for always having an amazing team, and you are an incredible father and husband as well. And I wish you well in your next endeavor. And we have with you today a resolution. I'm not going to read it word for word, but consider this a love letter to you from your elected representatives here, Don Abbott, myself, Senator Laird, and Speaker Robert. I know, we got the best stuff.
All right, the line's long, so I'm going to get started. I want to take a moment to recognize and congratulate Supervisor Zach Friend for his years of dedicated service to Santa Cruz County, and in particular for his commitment to the city of Capitola. Zach, you've been a pivotal ally to Capitola, standing with us through some of the most challenging years in our city's history. Whether it was navigating crises or finding opportunities to strengthen our community, Zach, you were always there, dependable, thoughtful, and ready to help. And let us not forget that you were able to do so with thanks to your outstanding staff, especially Allison. But Zach, your impact goes beyond policy and partnership. You have always been an ally to so many of us here,
always offering support, sound advice, or when needed, a well-timed joke to lighten the mood. Zach, on behalf of the city of Capitola and everyone here this afternoon, alongside with me, Chief Ryan, thank you for your leadership, your commitment, and for simply being a great friend to us all. You will be missed in this role, but we know your impact will continue far beyond it. And since you're an AI expert now, ChatGPT wants to know if this feels more sincere, if this speech sounds sincere enough. So congratulations. Here's your proclamation. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm joining in the accolades of our outgoing supervisor, Zach Friend. I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. On behalf of our board, on behalf of the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency and Dr. Strudley, who couldn't be here to join you, and also as the new Vice President of the California State Association of Counties, we want to commend Zach for 12 amazing years of exemplary service. I met Zach 20 years ago this year when we were much younger, and I was recruited by the late Darrell Darling to join the Democratic Central Committee. And then since then, we've been able to see Zach in many different roles. But we certainly want to commend Zach for his many years of serving as the chair of the CSAC, Health and Human Services Committee, and always willing to come and testify in Sacramento on legislation or on budgetary matters that impact counties all across California. But I especially want to be here to give a personal thanks on behalf of many residents of my hometown in Watsonville. Many Latino leaders in South Santa Cruz County have given Zach Friend the name of Zach Amigo. So when you're down there, he has his bilingual name, but mostly though, we want to thank and commend Zach, because a true test of an elected official is what you do when there's nobody looking, when there's no cameras, and you look out for the least among us, the poor, the immigrants, the farm workers who have suffered so much as a result of that levee on the Watsonville side and on the Pajaro side in North Monterey County. So we want to really commend Zach for his leadership, that even before there was this flood in 2023, he knew how important it was, how much it damages the investments of our local families and our businesses, that he took it upon himself to go to many meetings and advocate and spearhead this effort that resulted in the creation of the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. And for that, Zach, you have left a legacy. This project, when we get it done, we're going to get it across the finish line, but know that you were such a key part of making that happen. So on behalf of all our working families in the Pajaro Valley, we want to give you this proclamation commending you for your tremendous leadership. Muchas gracias, amigo. He'll upgrade me.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the council. My name is Sarah Newkirk, and I represent the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. And I'm here on behalf of the Land Trust and all of the natural and working lands of Santa Cruz County to thank Supervisor Friend for your years of service. You have had a tremendous impact on not only protecting and conserving the Watsonville Slough Farm, the Beach Ranch, and the Burn Mill Iron Forest, to which we provide public access and hopefully easier access as you've helped facilitated the Lee Road Trail that will be soon under construction, connecting the Pajaro Valley High School to Watsonville Slough Farm and providing more access to more children. I don't have a proclamation or anything like that to give you, but I am here to give you my thanks and the thanks of the natural and working lands and all the people that you're helping to connect to those. And that will be your legacy as you leave us. And hopefully we'll have a trail from Watsonville to the sea to show for it. So thank you very much, Supervisor.
Good afternoon. Zach, I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart how much you've meant to our office and me personally. I could tell you, go into countless different times and stories about how much you prioritize public safety, and it's completely evident. Frankly, your commitment and really just advocating for just the needs of your constituents, those are just things that are going to live well beyond your time here. And I just want to thank you. Thank you so much for everything you've done for us as an office and just, us as an office and me personally. So thank you and congratulations, and look forward to seeing what you do next.
Hi, my name is Andy Schifrin. I work for Supervisor Cummings, who is very sorry he couldn't be here today. He really wanted to be here to express his appreciation to the work that you've done and the service that you've provided. He asked me to express that appreciation. He also asked me to emphasize two aspects of the work that you've done. One is aligning police policy regionally, which was the first in the nation and done in 2020. That was a major accomplishment that he really appreciated your work on, and also for, as others have said, your work in securing funds for the Pajaro levy. So again, his apologies for not being here today and his appreciation for all your service.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Dennis Webb, president of the Santa Cruz County Farm Bureau. Zach, this is the first time a Farm Bureau president has had the privilege to recognize the same public official twice in 1 year. First, you were named the 2024 Al Smith Friend of Agriculture recipient. And now we're here to recognize your incredible service to Santa Cruz County. Our award was given to you for numerous reasons, including your leadership on the Pajaro River Flood Control Project, and for bringing agriculture and the county health department together at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Agriculture will forever be indebted to you for the multitude of things you have done to support local farmers. And I'd like to say that there's nothing more that we're asking of you, but we do hope you'll attend our 2025 Ag Day luncheon to present the award to our 2025 recipient. Zach, nicely done in all the things that you have done for our county, and thank you very much for all of your efforts.
Thank you. Truly appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, fellow board members, Jeff Gaffney, County Parks Director. I know you were stuck with me because I was the only parks director you had in the last 15 years, but you did your best to try to get me straightened up and flying right. But I do appreciate, and including helping me with my dress. So I appreciate all the advice on suits. All joking aside.
Hold on. We got to clarify this because this is true. And at this point, you'll probably be doing some payout from HR. But when I first found this guy, he didn't dress like this. And I saw real potential in him, and it was very important. And so I did an intervention, and I think I did pretty well. Right? So, I just, yeah. Yeah. Carry on, please.
Yeah. And you even showed me the value sites I could go to find the right dollar. Anyway, thank you. As was highlighted and has been shared, all the investment you've had in our county park system. And the investment hasn't just been in your district. You've thought outside of that. You've thought about your community as a whole. You've continued to invest in our parks department and for the better good of our community. And so I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough for the people in this community. All joking aside, your mentoring of me, helping me become a better department head, holding me accountable at times, probably more than a couple of times when I deserved it. And much appreciated all along, the kindness and, for all, everybody talks about your sharp wit. It at times is also, I think, very helpful to hear the truth and have that candor. So I just want to thank you for that. And I know you couldn't have done it without Allison and your amazing staff, but Allison Violante, thank you so much. And thank you from Parks.
Hello to the esteemed Board of Supervisors. It's almost 20 years, Zach, when I first had the opportunity to meet you. Just as a newbie, quiet person in my neighborhood, just hoping to do the best I could to help our neighbors be connected to the fire department, the police department, public works, whatever it could be that would help them out, whatever their problem might be. It grew a little bit, and you were one of my guiding lights from the very beginning, because connecting with public safety was a big piece of what neighborhoods were asking about. And you were there to show me how you do it right when you're doing public service and when you're reaching out and getting all the right components. Through all of these years, Zach, for me, I've been able to, you're a mentor for me. I ended up on the city council. I ended up being, when I look at the trajectory of what you did for those around you so that they could do their roles well, you're one of those people. And I think that forever, you're always going to be that. It's just in your DNA. You do it with kindness, you do it with thoughtfulness, you do it with real deliberate understanding of what's ahead of you, what's the issue, how do you look at it, how do you solve it, how do you let the people around you be a part of solving the things that your community needs. You do it with humor, you do it with laughter. I don't think there's ever been a time I've been in your presence where there isn't something hilarious that takes place, and it usually comes from you in the best of ways. So we're going to miss having you here. I consider you such a special person in my life, and I'm just so excited about what will come forward for you. How lucky was I, and how gratitude I feel for everything that you've done, what you did for us in our time of need in the city of Santa Cruz when Hillary was mayor and I was vice mayor. I'll never forget. And I know that you'll continue to do that in your community wherever you do your next big journey to be revealed.
Thank you, Lynn.
Excuse me, Chair Hernandez. We have a special guest online, and if we could bring them on right now and
see, Ryan. Do you remember when you were relevant, Supervisor?
Where, yeah, Carlos.
I'm seeing my future right now.
Graham, your microphone is now available.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
That is fantastic. Hey, thanks very much. I really appreciate it. I'm Graham Canals. I'm the CEO of the California State Association of Counties, and really delighted to have this opportunity to share a few words about Supervisor Friend, who's been a driver of our Health and Human Services Policy Committee as chair. He sat as chair for 3 years. He represented 80 suburban supervisors in the state of California on the National Association of Counties board, and was a leader nationally there, and has been a leader with us on fire issues, flood issues, behavioral health issues, ensuring that the safety net in Santa Cruz and broadly across California is protected, and is someone that brings a vast network of state and federal relationships that has really served the community well, and has served many of us well in trying to bring issues forward. I am thankful for having the opportunity to have him as a thought partner on a number of different issues, and watching him model what is respectful public service, understanding what civil discourse should be, and showing that to the world. It served the community well, and it certainly served our organization well. And you're a welcome friend whenever we next connect. I have no doubt that that will happen in the not too distant future. And appreciate your friendship, and look forward to connecting with you in the future. Thank you for your service to Santa Cruz County. Appreciate it.
That's a metaphor for your future career. I'm here, Ryan Coonerty, former 3rd District Supervisor. I'm here to tell you life's pretty good on the other side. If you ever feel a need or feel like you missed it, I'm happy to yell at you on a Tuesday morning about electromagnetic waves of radiation or too much or too little cannabis and Aptos, you let me know. I appreciate everything that you accomplished, that we were able to work together, and everything you worked with my dad on. You did the first important job of a supervisor and the most important job of a supervisor, which is to hire excellent staff who can represent you and really deliver services for your district. I want to say we came on the board as sort of without children, and then we were young fathers, and having that experience with you of talking through balancing being on the board with demands at home with the realities of being a parent in Santa Cruz County, we were able to create a lot of great policies for the kids of our county that will pay off for many years to come. And I hope you enjoy, now that we're no longer young fathers and now middle-aged fathers, you get to enjoy that part of your life. And it was an absolute honor to serve with you and to work with you. And I wish you all the best.
Thanks, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hernandez and supervisors. Jolie Onadera with the California State Association of Counties, or CSAC. We represent all 58 counties of the state. I really don't have too much more to add that our executive director just alluded to on the phone, but really just wanted to thank you, Supervisor, for your incredible leadership, commitment, and service to actually all counties of the state. Especially want to thank you for your efforts leading both as vice chair and chair over the past 2 years of the CSAC Health and Human Services Policy Committee. You've been a true champion for the voices of all counties, lifting them up, especially the work that counties do on a daily basis, and really speaking truth to the issues that impact counties and the communities that we serve. Want to thank you so much for being so gracious and generous with your time, making multiple trips up to Sacramento to testify in legislative hearings and to share your expertise in meetings with legislators, their staff, and with the administration. On a personal note, it's just been an absolute pleasure working with you, learning from you, and very much appreciate your wit, humor, and of course, heart that you bring to the work and everything that you do, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Jolie.
Good afternoon, board. Jim Hart, recently retired.
Is this how I'm going to have to start dressing now?
Yeah.
First time I see him in civilian.
No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Recently retired sheriff, and we knew each other long before you became the second district board member. And I remember when the first times we first met, I tried to verbally spar with you, joking around, and you are so sharp and you're such a good wit that afterwards I said, I'll never do that again because I cannot compete with this guy. And such a sharp guy. But all of us watched you grow from your role over at the city of Santa Cruz into this board member that is a force. And during my initial election in 2014, you helped me a ton. You were counseling me in certain areas, coached me, oftentimes critiqued me on my public speaking, but you were a great help to help me get elected. And then watching you on the Criminal Justice Council, the work that a lot of people don't know that you did, but you led a council that actually developed policy and that was actionable by local law enforcement. And I really appreciated that, including the implementation of our Inspector General program. So thank you for that. And then finally, during the Damon Gutzwiller murder, your assistance, your counseling, your therapy sessions sometimes, but your assistance during that will never be something I will never forget. And then to turn that huge negative into a positive, to work with Jeff Gaffney at County Parks and Friends of County Parks and the Deputy Sheriff's Association to recreate Willowbrook Park. It was an amazing effort that you did. I want to thank you. So thank you so much for your service and your friendship.
Thank you, Jim.
Good afternoon. Whoops.
Sorry.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Tanner Rowland from the office of Congressman Jimmy Panetta. And while Congressman Panetta is in DC today and unfortunately cannot be here, I have the honor to be here on his behalf and recognize Supervisor Friend for his service to our community. You know, I can confidently say on behalf of Congressman Panetta and his entire team that we're very grateful for your service to this community and unwavering dedication to it. So we thank you, wish you well in your next chapter with you and your family, and wish all the best to you. Thank you very much.
Chair Hernandez and distinguished board members. I know it's overwhelming for you to hear this many positive comments because that's normally what you hear from this stage right here. But I guarantee you your day will come, some sooner than others, but your day will come when people say nice things about you. I have to agree with everything that's been said about Zach. What we do is in meetings, we always have to figure out a way to find a solution, to get the facts and come up with a good decision. And I know that every time Zach came into the room, he was not only the person that brought light to the meeting, but high beams. Everything became easier when he contributed to the conversation. And that's my takeaway from working with him for years. And I just wish him the best in his next endeavors. And I always want to thank you for saying my name right.
Good afternoon, board. Eduardo Montesino. Just since I met you, Zach, over coffee at the West Side, you've always been thoughtful, pragmatic, but most of all, a great listener. Whatever the issue was between it was transit roads, levy, union issues, and then we catch up on family. So you always be a great friend, and Supervisor Alejo said, for us is Zach Amigo in South County. So congratulations. Hopefully your endeavor is fruitful and whatever your endeavors are. But I also want to give you a nice jacket. I didn't bring a proclamation. I brought you something you can wear on behalf of our community, on behalf of our working families in our part of the world. We want to thank you for all you've done. It's a bit bucks, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Watsonville, brother.
Yeah, just stick around. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Zach, my name is Erica Padilla Chavez. I get the honor and the pleasure of serving as CEO of our food bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, Santa Cruz County. Zach, there's a lot that's already been said, and I know you and I have had conversations about what I think you should be doing in your future. But before I remind you of that, one of the things that I really want to call out that I'm hearing that is true about the work that you and I have done as we're talking about the needs of our food insecure community, which we know a lot of us in this room are representing those same individuals in different facets. The focus on the dignity of every person is really what I'm going to remember you the most about, that you led with the understanding that we have an opportunity to allow every member of this community to be seen and to be to feel valuable as an asset to this community. So on all of the issues that I'm sure you've deliberated on, I have felt like that's been the foundation of the values that you have espoused in your leadership. So I want to thank you. Because the people of this community, our food insecure community, which unfortunately accounts for about 70,000 people per month, understand that leaders like you will always put them at the center of the conversation. So thank you for that. And you've got 25 seconds.
Oh, thanks. And my name is Michelle Bassi. I'm the Chief Development Officer at Second Harvest Food Bank. And Zach and I go back many, many years with my Rotary Club, and as does Bruce. We'll talk about that later. But we appreciate the fact you're always a good sport. You're always up for anything, and you're always about the people of your community. So thank you so much on behalf of all of us.
And you get Annie Glass from Watsonville.
Okay. You gotta forward that.
Yeah, I will. Do I shake it?
No. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I got it. 149.
Good afternoon, esteemed supervisors and Chair Hernandez. I'm Kristen Fabos. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications and Public Information Officer at Cabrillo College. I am here representing Cabrillo and also our President, Matt Wettstein, who is on a well-deserved vacation. So to the esteemed supervisor friend, representing the trustees, administrators, faculty, staff, and students of Cabrillo College, we wish to extend our heartfelt thanks to you for being a true friend and supporter to Cabrillo College throughout the years. From your support and advocacy on behalf of the Small Business Development Center, your listening ear and guidance in our recent bond measure efforts, your help in generating enrollments as an early morning student of our Wellness Education Center, your collaboration in working with us for county fire and flood relief during our recent natural disasters, your support of our upcoming student housing project with UCSC, and much, much more. Your support of the college and your advocacy on behalf of our county has been widely felt and greatly appreciated. We're so fortunate to have our county's community college within your district, and we have some items that we hope you, Tina, and Elliot will wear proudly as honorary Seahawks. We kept the C just in case the name would change in the future. But as you come visit your Aptos home, we would be totally honored if Elliot would consider coming to play baseball when you come home at Cabrillo College. And on a personal note, I'm really grateful to you as your guidance when I started out in the PIO role almost 15 years ago. Thank you for all you've done for Cabrillo, for our county, and for our community, and for your incredible service during your tenure as supervisor. Thanks, Zach.
Zach, Randy Johnson, Mayor of Scotts Valley, along with Derek Jim, our Vice Mayor. Really happy to be here today. And, you know, you have the kind of personality of a little bit of cynicism here and there, but what a great personality. And also savvy. And every organization needs people like you. We didn't come with a gift or a proclamation. We save that for the more important supervisors. And we gave one to Bruce last meeting, just so you know. But just want to thank you for your service and really appreciate your friendship as well. It's meant a lot to me personally.
And I'll just add on, you know, Zach, your leadership, you represent what it is to be a true leader. When disaster struck this weekend, you were one of the first people to reach out, asking what we needed as a community. And that kind of summarizes everything you've done throughout your tenure here. Even before you were on the board, you were always here to help people through it. I really, you know, listening to everything everyone has to say, you touch people on a really personal level. And we're grateful for that. This is a great day for your family. I'm excited for all of you. And but it's a sad day for our community because, you know, you both represented just such great leadership for our entire town. And having you on to the next stage, I mean, it's a gift, but the gift you left us and the leadership you provided and the lives you've touched, I just want to thank you for that. And that's very, very sincere. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Randy. And also, Tina, in advance, I think, let me know that you guys are given one proclamation a year as your budget. So I wasn't surprised to only have, I know your budget.
The rest were swept away in the tornado. I mean, we lost it on snap.
So fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Hi, I'm Casey Palaschek, and I was Zach's first planning commissioner. So I don't think I've been in this room since I was your planning commissioner, and it's actually really warm. I don't know how y'all deal with it in your suits, but anyway, Zach, I had to come back and make sure I was here to thank you for your service and thank Allison as well and Patrick, and I'm sure there's somebody else who I haven't had the chance to work with, but for their outstanding service. And you and Tina have been such a big part of my life here in Santa Cruz County. I think we all moved back from the DC area around the same time. And through your public service and Tina's, I got to participate in the county and the cities of Scotts Valley and Santa Cruz, serve those communities as well. So I want to thank you and thank Tina. And I'm really excited for you and Tina and Elliot and the guinea pigs to have many wonderful memories together down south. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Mr. Chairman and supervisors, I come representing one of the small parts of this county, which I don't want to mention. No, we try to keep it that way. I'm the president of the La Selva Beach Improvement Association, which we try to keep really quiet down there, as Zach knows. Over the 7 years I've been president, Zach has always been there for us and for our association. He attends our events. We see him and his kids at our Easter egg hunt. We've seen him at some of our Christmas parties. We've seen him at 4th of July. He's attended our quarterly membership meetings whenever we needed him to answer questions about eucalyptus trees, traffic in the area, fire department moving, a lot of things in our neighborhood that are just a small part of our association. Zach's also been there for me when I've had other questions about a few things, such as the housing that's going on at Cabrillo, because I run the motorcycle training site at Cabrillo, and I was asking Zach if he knew of any parking lots I could move to when they build the housing, because we're going to lose it. So anyway, I wish you all the luck in San Diego. My only problem with you going to San Diego is it unfortunately doesn't look like it did when I was in the Navy in the 60s. It's changed a lot, and it's unfortunate for that part of it, but I wish you all the luck. I know you've been commuting for a long time, and it'll be really great. We will miss your articles in our Beachcomber, and hopefully you can convince your successor to continue those articles, because our membership really enjoys hearing from the county representation about what's happening in our area. So thank you and good luck in San Diego.
Thank you, Doc.
Zach, Marcus Pimentel. I'm speaking on behalf of the new Power Valley Healthcare Management District agency, and I wanted to just reflect on 2022, very recent in echoing some of the things that have been said today. We're not for your role as a manager at times, being like a Bruce Bochy type role and helping guide our agency to becoming what it is, guiding our board chair into becoming what it should be, stepping in and maybe like Tony Gwynn, knocking one out of the park, or late inning closing to help us with our CEO transition. And then just serving through our loss of our board chair and mentoring you and your staff, mentoring our new chair, and coming in as a closer and helping us through that process. I just want to speak from the heart that you and your service and your team has been phenomenal to the whole your whole district. And were it not for you and your team's leadership and guidance and support throughout all of that, I'm not sure our hospital would be here. So I just want to say thank you very much to all that. And there's tens of thousands of people now who are being served and generations that are going to be benefited from that. So thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, Zach. I wanted to speak. My name is Dave Reed. I'm the Director of the Office of Response, Recovery, Resilience. I had the unique opportunity to serve beside you and your staff for 8 years in the 1st District office. So I know how hard you and your staff have worked over the years on behalf of the county. And it goes without saying, as people have said, there's going to be a physical manifestation of your effort and that of your staff with the levee reconstruction. But there's also a policy legacy that I take every advantage to highlight, which is the benefit cost analysis ratio that our federal government uses to justify building things, and how you worked tirelessly and your staff worked tirelessly to break that mold for our project. But we need to do that elsewhere. So I take every opportunity to use your work and that of your staff to mention that at every opportunity with state and federal leaders,
because it's a model and it will live on. And until we change that rule nationwide, I will continue to heap praises on the efforts that you both did to make that project come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. iPhone, your microphone is now available.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Zach, this is Sam Farr. I'm so pleased to be able to see so many elected officials there and everybody honoring you. I just want you to know you're about to go from who's who to who's he. What's so interesting about it, everybody's saying such great things about you and you don't even have a vote anymore. That's just amazing. It means it's really sincere. And one of the things that I've noticed, I mean, I've been in elected office for 42 years and met a lot of politicians all the way from local government to the White House. You're one of the best. You're truly a great public servant because you're a policy wonk. You understand how government works. I just looked up the state controller's figures for Santa Cruz County. Your county spends $1 billion, school districts $500 million, the special districts about $300 million. And you have about $2.3 billion invested in public money, where everybody else is talking about is government expenditures. You're talking about it as government investment. You're bringing the ability to understand that government is not a waste of money. It's absolutely essential for local economies. Just think what Santa Cruz County would be like if you didn't have that kind of expenditures. Up there is one of the biggest part of your economy. You understand that so well. And I mean, I love you as a friend and as a public servant. You're one of the best. I just hope that all those people who love you will find a great job for you. And I hope that job is continuing to advocate for local government. You're the only one that understands all those silos. You've been on over 20 boards, commissions, agencies. So what? You understand it, and we need to keep that information and keep that knowledge working for us. So congratulations on retirement. It's a wonderful and it's just beginning another career. And most of all, I really look forward to you having an exciting Christmas for the first time without the phone ringing and being with your family. But we need you in public life, and so I hope you'll continue to be so. So please, all you people that love him, find him a job. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Tina, your microphone is now available.
Hi, everyone. This is Tina calling down from Coronado. And I have to say, it has been just amazing to see this room full of people touch so many of our lives. And it's wonderful to see you. And thanks for coming and speaking so much. So I first wanted to thank the room. We've been in Santa Cruz County for a long time. I'm emotional, you can tell, and touched so many lives. And Zach has touched so many lives. And so thank you for letting us be a part of your lives. It's just been incredible. To the 2nd District staff, especially to Allison, the OG, you're amazing. Thank you so much. You inspire me. I want to be you when I grow up. You're just incredible. And to Patrick, Kieran, and Forrest, thank you for working so hard to keep the 2nd District and the entire county working so well. To Carlos and Nicole and Elise and the county team, I always joke with Zach that he's actually unmanageable, and you've had to, work and manage with him for a while. So well done on that. And Supervisor McPherson, I won't be able to stick around for your recognition, but I want to say thank you so much. You're an incredible leader. It's been such a joy to have you and Zach have your terms concurrent, and I wish you the very best. You and Mary are just the best. And so to you, Zach, I'm so proud of you. You've changed lives in the past, the present, and the future. You've fought so hard for the 2nd District and the entire county. And as people heard, responding to disasters has been one thing, but also really working for the future. You've done so much. The Aptos Village project, the library, the levee, you've advocated so hard and to make this place a better place. You elevate everything you're a part of. You're fun. Your zingers are legendary. And finally, you're just an absolutely wonderful dad to Elliot. He looks up to you. His whole life, you've been in this role, and it's just tremendous. So I'm out of time, and I love you, and I wish you well. I'll see you soon.
Call-in user 0993, your microphone is now available. *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Okay, moving on. Michael, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Hey, Zach, this is Michael Watkins. I would have to follow Tina, but the way it worked out. Anyway, I want to thank you for helping me begin my career as a county superintendent of schools. I don't think that I would have achieved that success without you and your support. I first met you on the CJC, and you've thought about school safety then, and you think about it now. You know, I think one of the biggest losses with Kamala Harris this time is that I know you would be in D.C. if she were president. I think that's a huge loss for not only the county, but the country as well. I want to thank you for being a friend, and thank you for everything you do for the county. Everything's been said, but I also want to thank you for your strong character. You don't back down. You always treat everyone fairly all the time. So anyway, with that, you're going to probably have to get a new room for all the plaques you got, Zach, but I want to thank you for your support. I think I'm going to get you a black suit as a gift. Those blue suits, Zach, are, I'm going to change it up a bit. I don't know if it's the same blue suit, but anyway, it's a pleasure having you as a friend, and I echo what everyone else has said. Thank you so much.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
So I'm going to bring it back to the. Oh.
Yeah, now Jason and I get our turn now. So, Zach, I just wanted to thank you. You were on the board. You and Supervisor McPherson are the last members of the board that originally hired me. I really appreciate the opportunity that you have given me. I appreciate your partnership all the years that we have worked together. And in particular, I know that for years I worked on the Pajaro River since I was in Watsonville over 30 years ago. And there were many people who have been working on that project for decades, literally. And I was the city manager in 1995 when the floods happened then. And then I was a CAO in 2023 when the floods happened again here. But I will say that you should be really proud because you actually indisputably were the key person to get that project built. And you made the difference. You were the key person. And a lot of people tried and you took it over the goal line. So I really want to thank you for that. It was a tremendous achievement. It's going to be there, a legacy for you forever. And I want to thank you on behalf of Watsonville and the community in South County. Also, your leadership on Watsonville Hospital with us and in South County Government Center in particular. And then at the League of People don't understand the role you played with the League of Cities and how important you played being the chair of the important Human Services, Health Services Committee, because of all of the initiatives happening at the state at this time. And you were in a leadership role and really played a key role statewide as well in that. So I want to thank you. You've been a tremendous partner, and I've always been somebody I could rely on the board to help me think through things. And so for that, I appreciate it. Definitely want you to know how much all of our staff will miss you this coming year.
So as usual, I'm the last one, right? I get to go after every single person in the room, and I can't. It's very difficult, Zach, to try to sum up, a 12-year relationship, a close relationship, a client relationship, a boss relationship, a friendship relationship. I'm not even going to try to do that. But one thing that comes out so clear to me in hearing everyone is the amount of love and caring that you have given to your community over the last 12 years. It seeps out in so many ways. It is truly remarkable. And I hope that you are satisfied with what you've done here, because you've done an amazing amount of work and an amazing job in your community. Everything you touch, the dedication, the tenacity, you were like a bulldog. You were like a dog with a bone when you get a hold of an issue or you get a hold of a problem. And I'm going to miss you as a boss and as a friend, and as a client, and all those things together. And I truly wish you the best. And I'm going to miss seeing you in the halls. I'm going to miss interacting with you like we do. And I just wish you the very, very best in your next chapter.
So I'm going to bring it back to the board. And before Zach speaks at the end, we're going to have Allison Yolanta, the chief of staff, come up here on behalf of the board and all the county. Zach is going last. I think I'll go first, right? So I first met Zach on the DCC. He was chair of the DCC. It was back in 2010 or 11. I remember both years, I think. And, you know, he's always exemplified leadership and always reaches out to new electeds and used up electeds as well, to mentor them. The number of electeds that are here, both past electeds and current electeds, clearly demonstrates this. One of the things that I found really interesting that I learned today is that he was a lead guitarist in a punk rock band. Who would have thought that, right? But in all seriousness, I really want to thank, you know, all the work behind saving the Watsonville Community Hospital. It's an asset not just to South County, but to the entire county. That really put the community in Watsonville Community Hospital, so I thank him for that. I also want to thank Zach on all the work that he did on the Pajaro levee. You know, I've seen him since 2012, I believe, when it was they went from was it Zone 7 and then the Finance Authority, the transition to PERVMA now. And that's 10, 12, 13, 14 years that he's been working on this. And he's been working on that before that too. So it really shows his commitment to the county, to the district. And someone mentioned that his work is about long-term work. And I think that the Pajaro River levee demonstrates the commitment that he has and the long-term vision that he has. So I want to thank him for that as well. You know, I know you're going to miss all the public comment that we have. So the question is, who are you going to place on the Agenda 21 committee, the Trilateral Committee, the Bohemian Society? So, but in all seriousness, our county is really going to truly miss you. We'll appoint Supervisor Koenig to those commissions. But in all seriousness, our county is really, truly going to miss you. And thank you for all the work that you've done.
Yeah. Thank you. As much as, you know, serving with as a colleague, what's been special for me is to have Zach Friend as a friend, an amigo. Really, he is the greatest guy, and you really learn early that you don't want to put a jab in there with a comment, because he's coming back over with a hard right, and he's going to knock you to the floor. But his instincts are just phenomenal about what to do and how to get to the answer, to the solution. And he's been so effective in really creating some really great things for this county. The hospital's been mentioned. The river, of course, in this benefit cost ratio, I don't think anybody realize. I don't understand it either, but in essence, it changed the formula, the way the federal government's going to address some of these disaster areas. I mean, he changed the law of the federal government, really, to really address issues like the Pajaro River levee was facing. And he went back there, I don't know how many times. It seemed like every week he was back there. We hardly saw him at a board meeting, I think. But what he did, and then the public safety aspect, his background with the Santa Cruz Police Department, and what he did to align the police agencies that former Sheriff Hart mentioned, to get everybody's act together to see how to respond to crises, just like we had, it could be as a tornado in Scotts Valley or a shooting someplace, but to get those agencies to coordinate their efforts to say, hey, okay, we know what the right arm knows what the left arm's doing and how we can respond and do this together. And as a member, I can just tell you he is so highly respected in Sacramento and with the California State Association of Counties, or CSAC, that has been mentioned as the chair of Health and Human Services. I mean, who wouldn't want to be the chair of Health and Human Services for CSAC when, we have a pandemic come about, and how we address that? Well, he was the right guy to be there to really address it, not only for our county, but for the state of California and for the 58 counties in this state. I've seen him and I was a member of the CSAC as well, how he really carried out the committees and what's the target, what do we do, and how do we get there to have a success. The land use and housing, which is very, very concerning, I know, to the second district, especially because there's going to be a lot of pressure to put a lot of housing in that second district. And how do we do that to maintain the agricultural vitality that we have there, and also provide more housing in Santa Cruz County? And it's a big concern to him, as it is to me, about how the state is coming down to say, this is what you have to do more housing. We know there's a housing crisis, but we have limitations here, whether it be preservation of agricultural land or water or stuff. He really realizes that's what we need to do. And the disaster work with the storms that he was mentioned by city council members from Capitola and supported us so much in the CZU recovery can't be overstated. He's a very good fiscal steward of our budget. We just saw that again today, earlier in the morning. And he's always looking for new technology that can benefit the county residents. And that's going to be a big thing that he has put a foundation in that we can build on. I can say that in all my times of working in state and local government, county government, I have never enjoyed working with a colleague as much as I have with Zach Friend. He's just a real amigo. Thank you, my friend.
Supervisor Koenig. Zach, it's hard to believe the moment has finally come where you're going to gracefully slide off of this dais. I think you and I first met when you came to speak at Civinomicon, an event that I hosted with a little civic startup called Civinomics. And I remember you saying then that when you're elected, everyone you meet voted for you. And I think when you finally retire from the board of supervisors, everyone actually thinks that you did a good job. So it's seeing some parallels there. I mean, of course, I don't remember anything else you said. People don't remember what you say. They just remember how you made them feel. And I do remember that you impressed me very much with your wit and your just presence. It made me think, geez, I want to be like that guy someday. Be careful what you wish for, I guess, is the moral of the story. No, I mean, I couldn't even begin to claim that I've lived up to your role model yet. I mean, you have accomplished so many things for this county. I mean, this Pajaro River levy, I mean, I think it's not $400 million. It's close to $1 billion, right? I mean, let's just use the B word here. Isn't it just incredible, the size of that accomplishment and everything that you've done for South County? A lot of people don't realize the second district goes all the way to Green Valley, and you have taken that responsibility very seriously in every decision that's come before the board and acted as an advocate for South County just as much as
wealthier and more engaged parts of the second district. I really want to echo what Councilmember Ed Bottorff said about feeling a confidence when you're up here and having Zach on the same board or agency body as you. When you're here, I always feel a sense of confidence that we're going to land the plane, that we're going to reach an outcome that more than likely is going to have a consensus vote in favor. And that's because you're paying attention, and even when it means that you're not getting everything that you want out of a vote, you will help bring forward a motion that is going to build consensus and have everyone walk away from that dais feeling better off. And it's going to be really hard to do this job without you here to help play that role. You've just always been such a big picture thinker. I'm only beginning to understand everything that you've done for our county beyond these walls and beyond the borders of our county, everything at CSAC, everything at NACO, everything advocating with the federal government for our FEMA reimbursements. The list just goes on and on. I have no doubt that whatever it is that you do in this next chapter is going to be incredibly impactful. And I think all these people who came to speak today would agree. That's why we're all here currying favor with you, so that you'll still take our calls a few years from now. It's been an incredible pleasure and honor to work with you, Zach. And I hope I don't have to miss you, because you'll still be in touch.
So Supervisor Friend asked to be the last speaker. So with that, I'd like to invite Allison Diolante up to the podium.
No, I wrote a speech. I know you hate this. And I'm not going to look at you, which is why I wrote it down, so I don't have to make eye contact. So much I really hard not to cry. I'm going to try really hard. Because there are no words to enumerate how grateful I am for the past 12 years. You've been a good friend and partner in this work, and I am so proud of what we've accomplished. Together, we have built parks and libraries. We've passed state and federal bills, lost friends, and helped ensure a safer community. It has been nothing short of inspiring to work with you these past 12 years. I can say with absolute confidence that the community is better off for your service. You have made a difference in people's lives, not only here in Santa Cruz County, but across the nation. You have done this work without ever hoping that they will know your name. By working to ensure the Pajaro Levee project gets built, future generations will be able to go to sleep at night and not wonder about whether or not they are safe in the rain. By recognizing a BCR process that was inherently biased and working to change it, other traditionally disadvantaged people will soon know that safety across the nation. They say you can often tell a measure of a person by what they do when no one is watching. And I have had the honor of seeing your work more up close than anyone else. I have seen the thoughtful and personal care you give to people in moments when no one is looking. Because it is my belief that these moments are your own and never intended to be public. I will not enumerate them here today, but know that they have been meaningful to the people you have showed up for when they've often felt most alone. It was the same selflessness, however, that you brought to your work day in and day out. You so committed to this job that you were here in this very chamber the day after your son was born. When a report was conducted a few years ago on board and council attendance, you had an almost perfect attendance record. Because to you take this job to do the work, to put in the time. I know that in 12 years, you have never taken a day off. Not a single 24-hour period has gone by where you have not been working. You beat my own record, in fact, after I went off grid for 4 days last year to go to Yellowstone. To be fair, I took Chief Nee's phone call from a parking lot in the one spot I had reception right before heading out. But you did it because you realized that that is the level of commitment required to do the job well and called for when given the privilege and the burden of serving the public. All the while, you have brought humor and professionalism to this body and this role in a way that is rarely seen. You are a person of integrity and commitment to the work of serving the people and the public interest. But we both know that no matter how much you accomplish in this position, you are still left feeling like it is never enough. And you are constantly reminded of the things you wish you had achieved. So with that, it would not be public comment without me reminding you of all the things you failed to do in your time in office. This is not a roast. I would not be foolish enough to try that. This is just a small list. You never once asked me to get your lunch. And anyone who's worked for elected knows how rare that is. You never let your ego get in the way of compromise and progress. You never made me feel like anything less than an equal and valued part of our team. You never forgot who you were working for, even when they weren't in the room. And you never left a place the same as how you found it. And Santa Cruz County will be better for your service. So thank you. Sorry for my weepy speech. On behalf of the board office, we have a gift for you, but you can't open it until Bruce gets his. So just hold on to it for a little bit, but they're the same. So yeah. If I wink, I can say yes.
We're saving the best for last here.
Well, the most comfortable thing that just happened in this entire experience was learning that there was no other speakers. I mean, I've been flooded with incredible grace by this community and in this role. Public service is a privilege. And we should expect our public servants to deliver for our communities and future generations in transformational ways. And transformation can be small sometimes. It can be small steps. And sometimes it can be a large change all at once. But I think that broadly speaking, as a society, we've started to question institutions. We've started to question the power and ability of community-driven institutions to make real change in our neighbors' lives. And I've always viewed this role as a privilege. 4,634 days of service as an elected official. And it can feel like 4 days sometimes with how quickly, in many respects, it goes by. And to Allison's point, I actually don't reflect on the things we accomplished because I only see the things that still need to be done. And also because I wanted all of you to expect me to do all those things for you. That's what you put us here to do. But I'll tell you a few things. One, the number one thing that, and this ties into what Ryan was saying, I think that my biggest accomplishment was actually with the people I hired. I mean, I hired unquestionably, sorry guys, but I hired unquestionably the best staff. from Patrick and Allison, as my wife was saying, Allison was there from day one. And honestly, Patrick would have been too, and his family circumstances changed. I mean, this community can't even understand how much work they did for you and how much they accomplished. And then Forrest and Kieran have continued that tradition of ethical, responsive. I mean, we are so blessed to have the staff here. And then the other two that we hired that are sitting here, Carlos and Jason, the amount of work and hours and time that we've put in, we are just really, really lucky. As somebody who has served in national capacities on behalf of this county and has served in state capacities, this is a special place. We have the talent, the heart, and the ability to enact change in ways that other communities across this country can't. And we've been the model of all kinds of positive things at the state and federal level. But the only thing that can get in our way is us. And the one challenge that I would raise to the community, because you think about the power and influence in this room is not the 4 or 5 that sit up here, but it's in all of you and in your networks and your ability to lead and care, is to think about whether what we're focusing on is really important or urgent, to whether we want to challenge ourselves to pave a road versus filling a pothole. And a lot in the world is akin to that, to ask yourself whether you're making those investments in future generations in ways that they will never know your name, but they will never have the issues that you faced and your parents faced because you decided to take it on. Public service is a privilege, and it comes in different forms. You don't have to be an elected official or work in government to be in public service. But we've got some great people up here and some wonderful people that are going to be taking over. This board and the relationship we have, the camaraderie, the decency, and by the way, I think modeled no better, and we'll say nice things about him in a minute, but by Bruce McPherson. I mean, talk about, I wouldn't have wanted to have done it with anybody else, Bruce, for 12 years. I mean, just a gift. But this board, this is not a given. The uniqueness of the community might be, but all those other elements have to be cultivated. They require all of us to invest in that. And so my challenge to the community and the board moving forward is to maintain that and to ask yourself not just what the problems are, but what you're going to do to contribute to solve them. And to give the space for elected officials and community leaders to try and pave the road as opposed to just fill the pothole. To not just deal with what's expedient, but what actually changes trajectories of people's lives. Those are intentional choices that we have. They don't come without grace and a willingness to give the space for that to happen. But serving all of you has been the biggest professional privilege of my life. And I made this comment the other day at another event I was at. When I first ran for office, I thought that this was really, I saw sort of my professional interest in being just purely in public service, and this was really going to help that. This has shifted, though. For me, I had a personal interest in public service and a professional interest in public service. And now I realized this was always personal. There was nothing about the profession for me. This being able to fight for whatever it is that you needed is really, really something that matters to me as a person. So as Tina said, and I'm looking forward, tomorrow's my dad's birthday. I think my dad's listening. Dad, I love you. Both my parents, they They're the best. My parents are the best. But I need to get down there tomorrow night in order to see them for my dad's birthday. So I'm looking forward to seeing Tina and giving her a hug. But she said it best, which is that none of this could have happened without all of you. So, I and my family love you all so much. You just given us. I just hope that that we've given you back to this community just a little bit of what you've been able to give us, and I hope that we made you proud. And so I'll leave on that just as a last moment of how much I love all of you and appreciate all of you. So thank you.
We still have some action on this item. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion to entertain a motion to authorize the issuance of a proclamation honoring Supervisor Friend to be signed with members of the board.
So moved.
We got a first and a second from Supervisor Koenig and second from Supervisor McPherson.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to our next item, authorizing the issuance of proclamation honoring Supervisor McPherson to be signed by the board. I will now open it up for.
That's right.
Honoring Supervisor Bruce McPherson. Santa Cruz County Board Supervisor Bruce McPherson, a fourth-generation resident of Santa Cruz County, has served 3 terms on the Board of Supervisors representing the 5th District with honor and distinction. He will retire on December 30th, 2024 after a 25-year career in public service. After toiling away as a reporter and eventually editor of his family newspaper, the Santa Cruz Sentinel, for 25 years prior, Bruce was elected in 1993 to the California Assembly, where he worked 2 terms before being elected in 1996 to the California Senate, where he also served 2 terms and was widely known for his work on education and the environment, earning the nickname Squish. For often working across the aisles with members of other political stripes. In 2005, Squish was nominated by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and unanimously confirmed by the Assembly and Senate to be California's 30th Secretary of State, a role that he served in for 2 years before returning from Sacramento to a life full-time in Santa Cruz. In one of his major endeavors, after being elected county board, Bruce led a complex multi-year effort to establish a regional community choice energy agency, initially called the Monterey Bay Community Power, and now known as the Central Coast Community Energy, which has come to serve 95% of the population in Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Benito, and San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties, and act as a primary initiative to address regional climate change. Bruce's leadership was critical to the recovery from the CZU Lightning Complex fires through the establishment of the county's first ever Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience, as well as efforts to stabilize water service for customers of the fire-impacted Big Basin Water Company. Through close collaboration with state elected leaders and agencies, Bruce has a long history of other civic leadership in the community, including spearheading the establishment of the Museum of Art History at the McPherson Center and closely participating with the Second Harvest Food Bank, the Valley Women's Club of San Lorenzo, the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, Cabrillo College, UC Santa Cruz, United Way, the Tannery Arts Center, Ecology Action, and the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary and Exploration Center. Bruce McPherson, the county's consummate statesman, now gladly looks forward to leaving political Donnybrooks behind in favor of spending more time with his family and bettering his golf game. Yeah. Now, therefore, the members of the Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors hereby extend their heartfelt congratulations to Supervisor Bruce McPherson on an extraordinary career, thanking him for his profound impact on our community and wish him continued success and fulfillment in his next chapter. I will now bring it out to the public comment. If you can line up on the podium.
Hello, me again. Gail Pellerin, State Assembly, 28th Assembly District, as well as Khalida Saware from Senator Laird's office and Alexis Garcia Arizola from Assemblymember Don Addis's office had to leave, probably because I botched up his name earlier. But I just want to say to Supervisor McPherson, it has just been my great joy and privilege to know you for over 30 years, I believe. And you've been a trusted colleague, a mentor, and a friend. And I used to be in your district, but now I'm in Cummings district. Your roots here in Santa Cruz, born, raised, you were shaped by this community. We share our love for journalism and writing, and also we're both Cal Poly grads as well. And your leadership in the state, both as an assembly member, a state senator, I think you were an incredible Secretary of State, and now as county supervisor, you've carried your values from Sacramento and back to your home. You're always calm in a crisis. You've guided us through fires, floods, pandemics. Your steady leadership and your fire to get things done, your heart, your love for this community shines through in everything you do. You're a forward thinker, having been the champion of the Central Coast Community Energy for a cleaner, sustainable future. You truly are the heart of the 5th District. I want to say the pride of the 28th Assembly District. You're a tireless advocate for Scotts Valley, San Lorenzo Valley, and beyond. You've partnered with Mary every step of the way, grounded in your work and your love for your family and your community. But hey, Mary, if you ever need to get rid of him for a day, I've got a lot of work for him to do. So just give me a call. And your humor and your humanity, you're known for your kindness, your wisdom, and your sense of humor. One of my favorite memories involves both Supervisor Friend and Supervisor McPherson, and former supervisors Coonerty and Leopold, I believe, were there as well. We were in the Pride Parade. I was the county clerk. Same-sex marriage was not legalized. And I had a big sign that says, "We want to marry you," from the Santa Cruz County Clerk. And I needed help carrying that banner, and you stepped up and carried that banner. And you got more marriage proposals that day. It was incredible. And, but of course you both are married and not available. And just want to thank to your staff from Robin Musatelli, Gina Johnson, J.M. Brown. All of you have been incredible leaders in our community, and it's just been my great joy and privilege to know you and work with you. And I wish you the very best in the days and years to come. Thank you so much. So come get your love letter, signed by everybody in the legislature, I think. Here we go. Where are we? Okay. Here, let me fix your tie. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Eduardo Montesino represents City of Watson, but also, I've been in Metro for 25 years. And, I could, to have you on the board has been a pleasure. To have you on the board, being the leader that you are, that has guided us over the years, that has been a pleasure to have you there. So on behalf not only of myself, but on behalf of the Metro organization, I want to thank you for all the hard work that you put in and all the efforts. I know even before you were at the board, when you're at the state, you got us Highway 17 buses when we had limited resources, because an agency and a small community like ours has limited resources. So you were up there getting us, when the state some bus resources. So we was, they're still working. So I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you for your service.
Good afternoon, Angela Chestnut on behalf of Second Harvest Food Bank. My apologies that Erica had to leave, but in her own words, Bruce, I'm sorry I couldn't stay to say a few words to you directly. Please know that I recognize the important role you have played in ensuring that our food bank's successes are fully accomplished in its mission. From serving on our Blue Ribbon Committee to select our Hunger Fighter of the Year, to being an advisor to me and to my predecessor, Willie, thank you for your support and leadership for all in our community. You will always have a role at the food bank, and volunteer opportunities are available now daily. Thank you for your leadership all these years and for being a stellar public servant. And I personally would like to thank you as well. I share these sentiments, but as your 5th district constituent, neighbor, and friend, I know I'll be seeing more of you and Mary in the neighborhood. Thank you. Love you, Bruce.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Monica Martinez. I'm supervisor-elect for 5th District. I am going to steal just a few seconds to extend my gratitude and thank you to Supervisor Friend as well. Your mentorship, the role model that you have set has been incredible. So just thank you so much, and I look forward to staying in touch with you. Bruce, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to you and to your dedication to the 5th District. You have been such an incredible, humble leader for our residents for so many years. You have helped our district navigate incredible challenges that we haven't seen before. And you have done it with persistence and dedication and quietly moving the needle forward. You have taught me that, true leadership isn't about grandstanding. It's about listening, collaboration, bringing people together to problem solve. And I will be using that model as I step into that seat to continue your progress in the 5th District. You have set a high bar, and I look forward to building on your momentum and your leadership. And I want to thank you on behalf of all residents of the district and the county for your tireless effort for so many years. You've been a true model public servant. Thank you.
Hello again, board. More than 40 years ago, I was a newlywed with a husband that started a new job at one of his favorite jobs ever, Santa Cruz Sentinel. I got to meet his boss, Bruce McPherson. That began decades of just the most wonderful, wonderful friendship relationships and, again, mentorship. Bruce, there's so many hats that you have worn. Mary, anytime I got a chance to have Bruce in my orbit, it was my best day. And then if I got Mary with him, it was really my best day. So fast forward now, there's so many hats that you've worn. You've done so much for all of us throughout the state. How many people can say that you do so many roles, yet your passion, your
love of home always brings it back to Santa Cruz. So in my role now as executive director at Valley Churches United, you got a round of applause at the gala. I know you couldn't be there, but the legacy of Annette Markham, the Angel Award, I want to show it, and then I'll hand it over to Jim and Jenny for you. So this is the Valley Churches United 2024 Angel of the Year for Outstanding Public Service to Bruce McPherson, who we just are so grateful for everything you do. We see you. We see what you've done. And our 5th District area where I serve for San Lorenzo Valley, Scotts Valley, Olive, Bonnie Doon area, the need, as Monica has mentioned, we've been through so much in the last 5 years. Well, even longer. I've been there almost 10 years for 2 floods, 1 pandemic, CZU fire, tornado yesterday, a couple days ago. It's just, and you're there for us every step of the way. And everyone is grateful for what you've done. And I'm so excited. I told Mary already with the big hug. Yay! So, oh my gosh, Bruce. Oh.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Rotkin, a former mayor of Santa Cruz. Bruce McPherson's the only Republican I've ever voted for in my life. And you might misunderstand that because you might think saying that is like, well, he's not bad for Republican, or like, you can win him over or bring him, he's someone you can talk to and maybe sometimes he'll do the right thing. But it's testament to the comments of our early founding fathers about the difficulty of partisanship, that Bruce was a Republican, and how that happens or what it means. Because take an issue, and I don't care like whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent or what your views are, transportation, social services. I've served with Bruce on the transit board, worked with Bruce, went to Washington, D.C. to get funding for our local community, support of low-income people, women's rights, right to choose. You can't find an issue in which Bruce doesn't have a really good position. We don't always agree. Sometimes he's more fiscally conservative than I am, but nonetheless, he's not silly about that. He's got a really good sense of what he's about. He's got good common sense, but his values are incredible. And so don't misunderstand, he's a Republican I voted for to think like we crossed the aisle and almost touched shoulders or something. This is an amazing human being who has really served this community. And I'm so proud to have voted for you all the times you've run for office that I had a chance to do so. And I would do it again. Thank you, Bruce McPherson, for everything you've done for Santa Cruz.
Good afternoon again. Andy Schifrin. I work for Supervisor Cummings, who, for those who weren't here before, apologizes very greatly that he is not here today to express his appreciation directly. But he did ask me to speak to the board and express his appreciation for all the years of service that you provided to your community. And particularly, he wanted to emphasize your leadership on helping to protect the oceans from offshore oil drilling, your work in creating the 3CE, and of course, that goes for Ginny Johnson as well. As together, you really made that happen, and also for your leadership in the recovery from the CSU fire. So again, I'm sorry Justin couldn't be here to express his appreciation directly, but he really wanted you to know that it's there.
I just want to take a moment to reflect on the last 2 speakers and to have the socialist feminist mayor of Santa Cruz praising Bruce McPherson for the collaborations that they've worked on over the years, I think speaks to what Zach was talking about earlier, where we have a tremendous ability in this community to do great things. The only thing that stands in the way is often ourselves. And Bruce, you've been an amazing facilitator of pulling people together and doing good work. Our districts were neighboring districts, and immediately you and your staff, incredibly capable staff, partnered on mental health and substance abuse, addressing real issues in the community, and then eventually collaborating on CZU response and recovery efforts. Just an incredible partner all along the way. It's not only important what you do, but how you do it. Oftentimes I would come home and I'd tell my wife, oh my God, I got this group mad at me and this group mad at me. And her response always was, well, just do what Bruce does. No one's ever mad at Bruce. Everyone loves Bruce. And so I tried my best. I feel like I wasn't always as loved as Bruce McPherson, but it was a tremendous honor to serve with you. And one of the things as you walked into closed session, you would talk about Tori and your grandkids, and I know how much you love them. I know how much you want to be there for all the events and all the things. And you served when you had you didn't have to serve. You did it because you cared about and loved this community so deeply. And to give you an opportunity to spend time with them is going to be a real blessing to you and to them. And so thank you for everything you did.
Hi there, Tana Rowland from Congressman Panetta's office. And similar to when I spoke on, for Supervisor Friend, although Congressman Panetta is in DC, I want to thank you for your service to our county, to our state, and to our community. Our team is very grateful for you and all your work. So with that today, I have a certificate of congressional recognition for you on behalf of Congressman Panetta. Wish you all the best in your next chapter. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Robin Massatelli. I worked for many years for Mary McPherson and also for Bruce. I started out as a reporter at the Sentinel working for Bruce. And I can tell you, to Ryan's point, nobody was ever mad at Bruce, but they were awfully mad at us reporters. And Bruce was an editor who never hung a reporter out to dry. And that means a lot. And then when I worked with him in the county, it was the same thing. Everybody belovedly loved Bruce. And, we weren't at all surprised when Bruce went to the state and was the one person who would cross party lines to bring it a consensus or to find a settlement. And he was also the one person that would listen to constituents who would go up there to talk about medical marijuana before it was even a thing, It has been the privilege of my life to work with you, Bruce. Thank you. And Mary.
Never try to follow Robin Massatelli. Now I'm getting tears in my eyes. So I'm Nancy Macy, and I'm chair of the Environmental Committee of the Valley Women's Club, and I'm here representing them. And I wanted to point out that Bruce has responded to really important environmental issues that impact us all. He's provided leadership to help protect the San Lorenzo Valley in particular. Ironically, but not surprisingly, 3 of the most important have related to PG&E. Of course, there's 3CE, much better initials. Central Coast Energy, as you heard in the resolution, this is a small miracle, not just for our county, but all the way down to Santa Barbara now. Ginny came to the Valley Women's Club board to tell us about it early on and convinced us about its value. And I had actually heard of it before. And we decided to help donate $1,000 toward the project as it was starting out. Look what happens. It's a community welfare and the health of our environment long term. But back when Robin was on the staff is one that most people here won't know about. Our environmental committee researchers were ticked off at PG&E for a bunch of other reasons that started back in the 1990s. And we found that PG&E had stuck the San Lorenzo Valley into the wrong base rate category. Well, that meant we're being charged at a higher rate than we should be charged at. We're in the valley, which is cold in the winter and hot in the summer. We're not on the coast, which is tempered by the ocean. And so Bruce saw that this was important, and he carried our argument to the PG&E rep at the time, carried that data, and who followed through, and PG&E acquiesced. And we thought, oh, good, they're going to change the rates. Well, no. It was a 3-year process for the CPUC to approve the change. So it came 3 years later. We're all excited. We're all going to get our lower rate. At the same time, PG&E raised the rates. And so we didn't really feel it, but we still have benefited from that, because that base rate is guaranteeing that our rates are lower than they would have been. So we're in good shape. Thank you, Bruce, for doing that. The next step, and really important to the incredible value and glory of our watershed, came when PG&E came June 2018. Zach was here, Bruce was here, to the board meeting. Can't remember who else was here. And shocked everyone. This was in June 2018, and said, well, we have to do a good job and prevent wildfires. So we're going to turn off your power when we feel you need it turned off, when we're worried that our power lines are going to cause problems. And we're also going to cut down all the trees along the power lines in a 30-foot wide swath. So 15 feet on both sides of the power lines. Well, maybe that's 32 or 34 feet wide. And we're going to take out all the vegetation on both sides. And I'm not sure what the reaction was of the board. I wasn't here, but one of our members was. And he came back to our board, the environmental committee meeting, and said, it just happened. So that was very frightening. And within 3 months, PG&E had set up their staging area in Scotts Valley, and people were calling up and saying, is there a war on? Is the Army here doing a practice, invasion? No, it was PG&E and all their trucks, and they headed out and went to private roads. They started with private roads, cutting down the trees along riparian corridors, old growth redwoods, beautiful oak trees. It didn't matter. And the people were rising up. The Valley Women's Club was helping. We called up, and J.M. Brown just happened to be involved then. And he told Bruce about it. And Bruce said, this can't happen. What about public meetings? What about all these other things that should be happening? So before they got to the county level and got the road encroachment permits and all those good things, they were thwarted. They got really frustrated. They got really pissed off at Santa Cruz County, but they gave up and they went elsewhere, and they were quite successful elsewhere. Talked to the folks in Tuolumne and Napa and Mendocino County. Anyway, they were thwarted before they could move onto the county roads, saving thousands of mature, healthy trees of every species. Also, from his very first year in office, Bruce would don his flannel shirt and come to the River Road cleanup. And he would be out there picking up the trash with all the other volunteers. And he has done it every year. I think, well, we didn't have it a couple of years in there because of COVID, but he's been there every year doing that. And you let him. No, Mary would definitely be supporting that. So he does look good in a flannel shirt. So we have to thank you, Bruce, for all the contributions you made. BC Rec getting, was that mentioned in the resolution? Okay, BC Rec getting the wonderful Bear Creek Country Club turned into a community place. So, we're really lucky we had you, and we're sorry to lose you, but we know you're going to have a good time now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Zeal. I am a 50-plus year resident of the Valley, San Lorenzo Valley, and I serve as a trustee for Cabrillo College, representing the district that is almost contiguous with the 5th District. And I want to say, over all of the years that I've been in the Valley, I just think Bruce has been an incredible leader. We're very lucky to have had you there. The breadth of experience that you had in Sacramento, I think, helped a lot with the many struggles that we've gone through. But I just want to recognize how involved you've been with the Valley in all of the years that you've been a supervisor here. And I see you every year at the San Lorenzo Valley Museum's Veterans Dinner. I see you at the Valley Women's Club meetings. I see you at the recovery and resource meetings after one of the many disasters that we have from time to time. So I'm just very grateful to you for your leadership, for your resourcefulness. Cabrillo was proud that we were able to establish evacuation centers at times, and we want to thank the board for that. So I just wish you all the best. I've been retired for a long time, and I've been told repeatedly that I flunked retirement. But I want to warn you that you'll have a wonderful time with your family, I know, and as I have. So thank you, Bruce. We really appreciate you very much. Best wishes.
Bruce, I don't have anything prepared, but I want to say thank you on behalf of the Boulder Creek community. I'm Karen Edwards. This is Tamara O'Kelly. We're from the Boulder Creek Business Association. You've been a huge advocate for the community. You've been an ally of the BCBA. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I want to thank you, the rest of the supervisors, for all you've done for the county. Your staff, JM and Jenny, have been awesome to work with. And I do hope you enjoy your next chapter. We have a small token of appreciation that will hopefully help you enjoy that. It's not really hard to tell what it is.
They can be really quick too. And Bruce, I want to say that when you first ventured up into Boulder Creek and I met you for the first time, I was tough on you. I was tough on you. And I think it was because I wasn't trusting yet. And I wanted to see how you worked within our community, because Boulder Creek has been no man's land for a long time, and sometimes by choice. The community, we're a unique, independent, fiercely independent community. But you won my trust over in spades, and you quickly became family. You became our beloved supervisor. Your staff, Robin Musatelli, JM, Jenny Johnson, everybody, all of you. It got to the point where it was like, we looked forward to calling you. We looked for reasons to call you. We were knocking on your door, and the door was always open. It was always open. And you always lent an ear. You gave great advice. And we could even auction you off at our fundraisers. So anyways, we developed a wonderful relationship with you. And our goal is to wish you a very happy, kind of sort of retirement, because I know you're still going to be busy. But our goal is to fill your wine cellar with Pinot. There you go.
Think you'll open those now? No. Okay. Just wondering. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by saying, Zach, I'm going to miss you too, by the way. Okay. Probably not as much as Bruce, but Anyway, my name's Carol Childers, and I am the 5th District Seniors Commissioner, representing the San Lorenzo Valley. And I'm also with Meals on Wheels. I think some of you know that. And Bruce, we just appreciate your support and your love of the seniors in this community. These guys have big shoes to fill. And I just want to tell a funny story about Bruce. I figured out really quick that when he would go out and deliver meals with me, that I had to keep looking at my watch, because the minute we sat down and if he crossed his leg, I knew I wasn't getting him out of that room for a long time. He would hear stories, but it was so wonderful. And we look forward to hopefully when we do Champions Week again, that you'll come out of retirement and be with us. And it's just been a real pleasure and an honor. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, Mary, if you get tired of him, he can come fill out a volunteer application. We'll put him to work. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, fellow board members. It was 10 years ago that I was hired on as your Parks Director after the Parks Department had been reborn. I think you were probably 29 and I was 21, if I recall. I think it was about the timing of it, somewhere in there. I just wanted to thank you for your efforts as you worked with the CSAC actually to get us almost about $2.5 million in unfunded mandate money. You gave us the opportunity, and I'm going to steal this from Zach, that we've done more in the last 10 years than we've done in the last 50 years for parks. And that's a direct effort of you seeding us with that $2.5 million that we turned into 10 million, and the efforts that Zach made. So we can never thank you enough at Parks for having that vision, knowing that starting a Parks Department again was going to take a little bit more than just hiring a director. So thank you for that. I also just really can never thank enough your staff. And as we've talked about, JM and Jenny and Robin, and of course, Mary for her efforts. We're forever thankful. I know Zach taught me to be a better dresser and a better speaker. But you modeled the better person, better public servant behavior. So thank you for that. I got a zinger in. All right, thanks.
Good afternoon again, Chair Hernandez and supervisors. Jolie Onadera with the California State Association of Counties, or CSAC. Really just on behalf of CSAC, want to thank you, Supervisor McPherson, for your professionalism, leadership, and years of service on the CSAC Board of Directors. Just can't thank you enough and mention how impactful your presence and participation has been. And really just want to congratulate on an incredible career in public service. Thank you.
Chair Hernandez, Board of Supervisors. It's my pleasure to be here again to give acknowledgement to Bruce McPherson. You've received many accolades, Bruce, and they're all warranted. You're a wonderful person, done a lot for this county. My experience of you is when you were in a meeting, you were the one that always wanted to make sure everybody was validated, made sure they were heard, and made sure that when the decision was made, they felt like they could buy into it. And I thank you for that. I also want to thank you for giving me a ride in your car for a year over to Palo Alto to solve the jet sky problem. I don't know if we ever did, but I enjoyed you being my chauffeur for a year. And I just wish you a great retirement. Hit them long and straight, my friend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. And Bruce, it seems like we've been through a lot, just like Zach. I mean, from the CZU fires to Kraken Lobster at the Felton Lobster feed. And I just want to say, Bruce, between you and Zach, I've had the pleasure and honor of working for you and Zach the longest. And so, those relationships with you and your staff have been amazing, very cultivating for me, and really just a good example of just how, offices and departments work with electeds. And so for me, it's been huge. Thank you so much for your support to our office and the community as a whole and your leadership. And so congratulations, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bruce, board, Jim Hart. I had the good fortune of meeting you and getting to know you as a young man, you and Mary and your beautiful family. And it was always such an honor to be around you. You're such a accomplished man. And then when I became sheriff, you came to me and said, "Hey, I need a few things done in the San Lorenzo Valley," and the resources that you helped me bring, working with the CAO's office and their team, but adding the school resource officer, adding the Boulder Creek deputy, the Boulder Creek substation, the Felton substation. Those were all things that we did with your advocacy and your help that will continue for many years into the future. And so you know, on the public safety side, I know you've done a lot of things on the land side and everything else, but on the public safety side, you've made a huge impact, and you've always cared about whether it's the sheriff's office or the fire departments that are up there or CAL FIRE. You always advocated for them, particularly during CZU. You and I were talking multiple times a day, and you were trying to get resources up there as quickly as we could. And, you know, we eventually got them there. This took some time, unfortunately, but you were there in the background advocating. So I just want to know what a pleasure it's been to work with you. And when I think about you, I think about the word gentleman. You are a true gentleman. And I know this county is going to miss you being up there at the diocese, but you've earned your retirement, and I wish you and Mary the best in the next chapter. Thank you.
Dave Reed, OR3. I just wanted to take a couple minutes, Bruce, to appreciate in my 8 years working with your staff and yourself in the supervisor's office, how authentic, humble, and caring you are in all the work that you do, and especially at the dais, to see your heartfelt authenticity come out in many, many different meetings and different forums. I just think that's an amazing model to our community. And I also want to highlight the gratitude I have personally, professionally, to work with your amazing staff, to have the opportunity with Ginny, to work with Allison on the technical advisory committee of the Central Coast Community Energy that became 3CE, and to see that where it is now is a remarkable testament to your work and to Jenny's work. And no disrespect, but to my work husband, who over the last 4 years, we've been working together on the CZU rebuild. It's been an honor to work with you and to see the dedication of JM and Ginny and Robin. Has been an amazing opportunity for me personally and professionally. So thank you for hiring these amazing people and doing all the amazing work that you have.
Hey, Bruce. As Mayor of Scotts Valley and Vice Mayor's here again, you know, you've been a faithful partner for our city, always looking out for us as a community. I won't go into all the things you've done, but there have been fires, floods, now tornado and so forth. I will use the R word. Zach never lets me forget that I am a Republican. I may need an escort from our friend over here, but if I was going to describe you, you know, the word decent really goes to the top of the list, and kind, but there's also a fiber of toughness that we can never forget, that when you represent your district, when you represent our city, it means so much that you're steadfast and do all the things necessary to enhance and really make Scotts Valley a better place. And I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, Randy's absolutely right. You were the person during the CZU fires who, when we needed help, we said, who can we touch base with that can get things done for us? And you were that person, Bruce. Like your resources and your ability to help us connect with the state or other officials to make things happen, our community will never forget. And, you know, I'll say, you know, Monty, when you were talking earlier about being somewhere and seeing Zach speak, and that really, you know, you knew you could look up to someone, and that's the way you wanted to take your career. Bruce, you were that person for me. When I was in college, I was interning for Tom Campbell, and he was a person that modeled his career much like you did. A person who reached across the aisle. He always did what was best for the community. You've always done that. I absolutely detest partisanship, and you exemplify someone who will do the right thing, no matter what the political costs. And so you've always done that. I've always respected you. Even for when you didn't know me, I was the young guy who was like, maybe one day I could be like him. And so thank you for all you've done. Our community treasures you. It values you. We're going to miss you so much. And just deep thank you so much. Thanks, Bruce. Good
afternoon, board. This is Eric Lombardo speaking on behalf of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County and our board of trustees and our executive director, Sarah Newkirk, who unfortunately had to step out for childcare duties. She is represented by you within your district, Bruce, and she wanted me to speak on behalf of her and her gratitude for really all that you've done in support of our mission for natural and working lands in Santa Cruz County. And I haven't had the benefit of living or working in this county for long enough to develop some of the really rich personal stories that we've heard today, but I know our organization has been around for that period of time and has benefited greatly from your leadership. And thinking back to Measure D, 2016 Measure D, and the leadership you provided on that effort, which funded the trails that we have the opportunity to manage with the city of Scotts Valley at Glenwood Open Space Preserve, and notably the Highway 17 Wildlife Undercrossing, which is every day saving lives of animals and motorists, humans alike, with the passage that it provides under that highway. So every time I drive over Highway 17, I think of that. I think of you and your leadership, and really on behalf of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County, thank you so much for your leadership. We're going to really miss working with you and your staff.
We'll now see if there's public comment online.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers. Graham, your microphone is now available.
Great. Thank you so much. What an awesome board meeting. This is how it should be. Once again, Graham Knaus, I'm the CEO of CSAC, and wanted to follow the comments of Jolie and also add a personal touch to it. When I think about who defines what a California statesman is, Bruce, it's you 100%. And that's been true in our organization in the time that you were on our board, in our executive committee, and when you hosted our executive committee back in 2019. But it's also true when you were the Secretary of State and when you were in the legislature. And I want to hit two things. One is what you have pulled off with the Central Coast Community Energy, no one in the country could pull off. It is remarkable. It's a model. And it leaves a very long and robust legacy of sustainability. And so that's pretty remarkable. And then the second is something I didn't sufficiently appreciate early in my career, but when you were in the Senate on Senate Education, I was the lobbyist that represented Oakland Unified School District when they were asking for money because they were going bankrupt. And there was not any senator that was more respectful and more open to hearing what was happening and why, and trying to figure out a reasonable solution than you. And it has stuck with me for what's now been 21 years since that time. And it helped me think about what it is to be part of public service. And so thank you. All the best to you, friends forever.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
So we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Since we're letting Bruce speak last, I'll go first.
Mr. Chair, is it okay if we staff speaks before?
We're going to do it before Bruce speaks.
Okay.
Do you want to speak now? Yeah, you can.
Whatever the chair wants.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay. I'm going to take this moment to first thank Supervisor Friend before I talk about you. And I promise I won't say anything bad. I really do. I want to talk about you personally, Zach. Great friend to all. You look out for the least of us. Loving family man. Fashion forward makeover guru. Who knew? Hilarious, kind, savvy, a serious thought partner, especially to our office. Committed to others' needs. These are all the comments that were made today. I wrote them down, and all completely true. And to add to all those incredible accolades, I need to add a personal note. Samurai personal therapist. Thank you for your collaboration, your professionalism, your honesty, and your friendship. And most of all, thank you for Allison and Patrick and Karen and Forrest. They've been awesome to work with. Thank you so much for your work.
Bruce, every accolade you've heard in this room today is more than true. And I can't add to that. But in fact, you and Zach share just about every personality trait that I just described. So it's no wonder that you became so close and you worked so well together. You are one of the most humble, decent, kind, and accomplished people that I've ever met. And I think a lot of people have said that in this room in one way or the other. I want to thank you for your trust in me. I want to thank you for your collaboration. For the last 12 years we've spent together, it's been the journey of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot. And I want to thank JM and Robin. It's been unforgettable and it's been amazing. And I will forever be grateful for the staff, for everything I've learned from Carlos and Jason and that team, from you, Bruce, and from this experience. JM?
Hey, Robin, would you join us up here, please? Okay, so Bruce, as your analyst, it's difficult to imagine what else we could say that hasn't already been said about you as a public servant, both about your personal work ethic and your endless sense of duty to your community. However, it does occur to us that outside of your two successful reelection campaigns at the ballot box, you haven't really benefited from a formal job evaluation in your role as supervisor. Okay. And so as the three people who have worked most closely with you in this office, we think it's important for you to know, as you ponder your future work opportunities, that you receive some constructive feedback. But please know that this will not result in a promotion or a compensation increase. I know you'll understand that. Okay, that said, let's start with your primary areas of strength. Number one, as has been mentioned, you work well with others. We've noted that you go to great lengths to work collaboratively and respectfully with peers on the board, with your county staff, and with community organizations to achieve mutual goals. Number two, you take on seemingly impossible projects, regardless of how hard they are, or perhaps because how hard they are. As you're fond of saying, there is no fear in McPherson. Examples of your tenacity include, as has been mentioned several times, establishing Central Coast Community Energy, which started in your office and grew into a 5-county regional community choice energy agency that is now one of California's largest, and one that also represents the cornerstone of climate response actions across the Central Coast. B, facilitating the stabilization and recovery of Big Basin water, a company serving more than 1,000 rural residents in Boulder Creek who were left without reliable water or wastewater service following the CZU fire. C, working to pass Measure D, the county's first ever comprehensive mechanism for providing meaningful local investments in road repairs and other public transportation projects for a 30-year period. You also get strong marks for your work on homelessness, housing, libraries, public safety, environmental protection, parks and recreation, emergency preparedness, quality of life for seniors, fiscal responsibility, and sustainable water resources. Now, as is good practice when conducting these kinds of evaluations, let's examine a couple areas for improvement. Number one, after 25 years of public service, we would like to see you spend more time traveling the country and spending time with your beautiful family, as opposed to attending each and every meeting, community meeting throughout the county. But I feel like we've got a good plan for that. Okay. So number two, once again, in the context of your 25 years in public service, we'd like to see you take more credit for the work that you do and the extensive efforts that you make, large and small, every day to push for progress. It's been our experience that you would rather give nearly all of the credit and praise to others, even if it means that most people therefore don't have the benefit of knowing all the ways in which you quietly build consensus, strategically solve problems, and always lift people up in the process. So in hindsight, I think that we should move that last item out of the areas of improvement into areas of strength. I say that because, in fact, the high bar that you set for humility, for kindness and fairness in the public square make you a model among elected officials. You've risen above enormous personal hardships and professional challenges to continue doing what you do best, which is lead with integrity. Thank you for being a great boss, a great mentor, and even more meaningfully to you, a great Santa Cruzan. Thank you, Bruce.
Bring it back to the board and see if our CAO and county council have some words.
Yeah, Supervisor McPherson, on behalf of staff and myself, I want to thank you for the years that we have worked together. It has been an honor and one of the highlights of my career. I have learned so much from you and truly been inspired by you. And I want to give one example of that, and that is Central Coast Community Energy, where we worked together to establish that agency. And it is the single most important thing that's ever been done in the history of this county or this region to reach our climate decarbonization goals and put us on a road to being completely green energy by the year 2030. It's an amazing accomplishment. And what highlighted to me about that, what I learned from you, is just how much hard work it is to do something like that. It's one thing to dream about it. It's one thing to talk about it. But I saw you work like I've never seen anyone work on anything. And that was meeting with every single mayor and city council member in our region and city agricultural community and the business community, traveling throughout our region, our 5 counties. And you sent me to do it too. And it wasn't, what I always enjoyed about your leadership is that, there's 2 ways to lead as a manager. One is through fear, and the other one is through inspiration. And we know that fear ultimately doesn't work. It doesn't get far. But when you inspire people, they'll do more than you ever thought. And you inspired me, and you got me to work really, really hard on that. And as well as your staff and our staff, this guy here too, on that. And we really do appreciate you, and I appreciate what you have done for the county. You truly are the foundation, the rock that we've all relied on throughout these very difficult years we've been through. We've been through some hard times. I've had more than 35 years in public service, and the last 10 years have been pretty tough. So you've been the rock that we've relied on. I thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Supervisor, I feel like an era is truly ending, and we're celebrating you here for your work, locally, but also just want to remember all of the work that you've done statewide in both a legislative capacity and an executive capacity, how many problems and issues that you've dealt with over the years across all the spectrums. And for me, we could talk about your accomplishments and the many things that you've done all day long, but to me, you are the embodiment of dignity, true dignity in leadership, in an era when we're missing it more and more. And appreciate you so much. You and Ginny were the first people after you hired me to run back there and give me a hug. And that's what you mean to me. You are a big human hug, everybody's best friend. And I'll say something that I said to somebody else once, after working so long and so hard for so many people, I really hope that you can look around this room and appreciate how many people love and respect you and admire you. And I wish you just all the best. All the best. Thank you.
Now I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Bruce, I really only just got to know you. It seems like yesterday when I got onto the board, but a lot of people have talked about your open door policy, and I really felt that right from the beginning myself. That you're probably the most welcoming when I did join the board, and as a result, I think that working with you and your staff would probably co-sponsored more bills or more items than with any other office. So, the proof is there. And as Zach said, the most important thing you can do is hire good staff. I think you certainly did that. And JM and Ginny, I'm going to miss you guys just as much as Bruce. Maybe not as much as Mary, but But no, Mary, really, we felt supported. When I say we, I mean my wife Leah and I, by you and Bruce together. And I know, all the advice that you also gave Leah really has helped us through some challenging times politically. But because we knew you guys would always be there for us. You're such a statesman, Bruce, that your comments on the consent agenda sound like they're coming just from the steps of the Capitol building. There's really gravitas to everything you say and do at every meeting. And you also really know how to make a principled stand and really just lay out your position on something. And because you really always put people ahead of politics, when you do make a stand like that, I think it has that much more weight because people know that it's important. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying it. I think it was at the 3CE celebratory dinner that there was a bunch of pictures of you from times past. And even though I didn't know you back when you're the editor of the Sentinel, there's a great photo of you with kind of a modest fro, but an awesome mustache. And I think that photo just embodies for me, like what a cool person you are. A lot of folks have said to me that, this one time I met with Bruce and he didn't say much of anything. He just listened to me, but I walked away feeling great because he had listened so deeply to my needs, my concerns. And so you really made it cool to listen for me personally, to know that someone like you had valued that element of public service. I knew that I was doing the right thing when I listened to people and helped to make sure they get what they need. So, Bruce, I don't play golf, but I'm willing to learn just to come, hang out with you more in the days ahead. I'm really going to miss working with you on the board, and I look forward to seeing you around.
Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me start by saying, and I alluded to this earlier, that there is absolutely nobody else I would have wanted to have gone down this journey with as an elected official than you. And Mary, who always answers the phone when I am trying to call you, and then I end up talking to her for an hour, and then I forget that I'd even called you. From you coming over to our house right after Elliot was born, to you asking always, even though your district has a million needs, how you could support my district. I wish for this country that there were more Bruce McPhersons as elected officials. It would be the country that we all want to live in. Just somebody who embodies a grace, a class, a professionalism that has, for whatever reason, left public life. And I wouldn't have been successful in this role, and I mean this sincerely, without you serving in the district you are and then being there to advise. Bruce has this unique way of being able to quietly teach and guide and connect in a way that he sees where the issue is, and he knows how to get you to grow and realize it. He's the one in the parable teaching you how to fish because he already knows how to do it. And it is a tremendous statement of you after serving at this level for the state that you wanted to come back to, you wanted in Santa Cruz County to do this. And I recognize by all the comments made by the 5th District that the residents there recognize it, but the residents in my district benefited from you being there. The residents in Manu and Justin and Felipe's district as well. He brought access to the state in a way that no other elected official in this county could have done. And by the way, no other elected official in this county's history has been able to do. And I want to close with that, Bruce, because sometimes we don't think about when we're witnessing history until history has already happened. But you will go down in Santa Cruz County history as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, elected officials and community members that we've ever had. And you have given more, and your family has given more, and Mary, you've given him to us more than any other family that I can think of. And it has been a true pleasure to serve with you, to be inspired by you, to be loved by your family. And I just, I want nothing but good things for you. And I mean, if I could give that, I want nothing but good things for you and your family. And I know I said I was closing on that, but your staff too, it deserves to be said. And it's been said multiple times. JM, Jenny, and Robin, I mean, anyway, talk about batting outside of your league on the staff side. You know, these are three people that could have functionally been doing anything, making way more money, working way less hours. And they chose to serve this community, not just because they love this community, but because they love you. And that has been a huge gift to me and my team as well. So Bruce, man, the human hug that Jason said is so true. We appreciate you. We love you. And, you know, I'm glad to go out with you because I wouldn't want to do it any other way.
So Bruce, I would also like to thank you for all your years of public service and dedication. You know, you truly do. It's been said before, but you truly exemplify what a statement is all about. You know, I too, in my early 20s, voted for the first and only Republican since then, and that was you, Bruce. So, you know, I learned so much from just watching you and how you operate. Your work on community power, your steadfast work on roads in your district, assuring your district has water resources. And I remember one time when I was a new council member and they were starting the community power, you got wind that there was some, that Monterey County might have cold feet, and he gave me a call and just, you know, urged me to continue through this. And so, you know, it's very inspiring to work with you. And, you know, I think that, like I told Zach, you know, we're going to miss all the public comment. I think we're going to put a plaque of both of you at the court steps over there that they always mention. So that way that you guys are left commemorized there. So thank you again. But in all seriousness, yeah, thank you for all the work that you've done. You've been a tremendous asset, not just to your district, but to the entire county. And, you know, we'll miss you.
Yeah. Well, if I would have known all these nice statements, I'm going to run again, you know, really. But I just have just a bevy of thank yous to I want to put out there, and I'm not going to be able to mention everybody, but it's got to start from the top with my wife, Mary, of 57 years. I mean, I know people knew I had great vision when I married her when she was 3. And so it carried on, and we've that the closest of our family that we've had throughout the years, and the support system, as I've told others who are going to run, make sure if you run, your family's behind you and your close friends are behind you, and that they're going to stick with you. Mary, when I remember the first time when I was going to run for assembly, it was at the dinner table with our 2 kids, and we said, I'm going to run for the assembly. And she said, you're going to what? This is just shortly after I had retired as editor of the newspaper. Well, it turned out, I guess I decided I wanted to, be like somebody that I used to write about people like me, and now I want to be one, So anyway, to have that kind of support system, you can't get along without. And the same with the staff that I've had, Robin, Jam, Jenny. The hours that you put in, I mean, Robin was there, Miss San Lorenzo Valley herself. She just said, this is where you need to go. And she knew it like the back of her hand. And it was, we went just one place after another to communicate with people as best we could. But what Robin and JM have done in these last several years now, it's just been phenomenal to work through some of the things that we have that CCCE has been mentioned time and again. It wouldn't have happened without Jenny Johnson. When you have the big basin water thing situation, JM, my God, there's 7 state agencies we had to deal with and get that thing through, and receivership, which I had never experienced before, but that was a new thing, and just so many things that have really came together, and I wouldn't have had I wouldn't have had any success without that core of people, the support system that you have in your office. And for the county team itself, our CAO, Carlos Palacios, phenomenal. I mean, there are so many things with the 7 disasters in the last 7 years, and everybody wanting more because, and we are so dependent on state and federal, and they're not coming through like you hoped. It's tough, and to try to get through that. And the other person that this board of supervisors hires as our county counsel, Jason Heath, and his predecessor, Dana McRae, was phenomenal too. And they keep us out of jail, so to speak, really, because there's moving targets all the time we've had here that we've had. I am a 4th generation Santa Cruz County native, as people said. Was born nearly 81 years ago, just at the old Sisters Hospital just down the street here. I've had 2 25-year careers. First in the newspaper business, and enjoyed that very much. It was the thing that is really important about those is that in the newspaper business it was in our family for 118 years, and we loved it and we cherished it, and it was hard to let go, but that happened. And my great-grandfather, who had bought half interest in that in 1864 for land valued at $900, we kept on going to be the second longest generations of ownership in newspaper business. And the second one was in public service or politics. I like to refer to it as politics and public service, but having served in the Assembly and Senate and the Secretary of State, and being able to really focus on the issues that I wanted, the education, public safety, environmental protection in particular, those were really great times and each of those careers, the subject matter was different every day. The editorials that I wrote for 10 years, they were different every day. The issues that came up before the county supervisors are different every day, and they're a surprise. And so that creates real challenges, but it also creates great opportunities of what can we do to make this better with this new subject matter. And so that was really, really important to me to realize, okay, we've got this to look at. It's changing. How do we adapt? Let's move forward. And just step by step, how you do that. And each of the public positions that I've had, there's no question that people don't agree with you all the time. And if you win a race 55-45, 10 points, boy, that's a landslide. Well, you don't forget that 45% of the people didn't want you to be in that position too. So I've always said God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You listen more than you talk. But you are in a position, if you're fortunate enough to be an elected official, to make that decision. And you have to make it. and it's not going to please everybody, but you do the best you can under the circumstance. And if you're not going to, like I said, you're not going to agree all the time. And I was very lucky to be born into a loving family in Santa Cruz County, the greatest spot on the planet. And my dad he said to me early on, he said, you know, and he had run for the assembly in 1932, but lost by 400 votes. But he said, you know, we're lucky that we live in a great place, and we just need to leave it better than we found it. And that just stuck with me. We've got to do that. And there's been lots of changes over these years that I've been in public service, whether it be in the newspaper business or in politics. And this community has changed a lot, but we have to adapt to it the best we can and to make it better for as many people as we can. And all I can say is that we have a lot of community service agencies in this county that give, and we have a very giving, loving community. We got to stick with that and make that be the predominant force in our county. I just want to say, I think Zach made a quote about public service. I just want to say that public service, whether it's an elected office or a volunteer, a commission or committee, public service is worth the effort. If you can do it, take care of yourself, take care of your family. Don't be selfish about it, but then help others as much as you can. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it's been my distinct pleasure to serve you as a county supervisor for 12 years. I've really appreciated it. Thank you.
We still do have some business here, but before I do that, I want to invite everybody after the presentation to a reception, all the public here to the reception on the hallway here on the right. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion to authorize the issuance of the proclamation honoring Supervisor McPherson to be signed by members of the board.
Mr. Chair, it's my distinct honor as my last vote to cast that I'd like to move the recommended actions.
I'll second. We have a motion from Supervisor Friend and a second from Supervisor Koenig.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson and Friend.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We've now reached the end of our agenda. And
Chair, I apologize, but we just have one final action, which is from behalf of the board, we have presents for both Supervisor McPherson and Supervisor Friend to open from all of your colleagues at the Board of Supervisors. If you guys want to take that to Bruce. And I thought of a possible loophole on the Form 700, which is we're friends in the Board of Supervisors, and there is a friends exception, I believe. So we might be A-okay there.
But it was more than $50. We just look it up.
So go up there.
You should just open. Only one side is taped so you don't lose the box. They're the same. Only one side is taped so you don't lose the box. It should just pop off. No, there's no tape.
What? Just there's the...
Very nice. More than $50.
So with that, the meeting is adjourned. The next regular meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors is scheduled for Tuesday, January 14th at 9 a.m. And please join us in the lobby.